Hi, this is Glenda Cedarleaf, and I invite you on this journey into sleep. As we enter into that timeless place where thoughts of both the past and the future begin to dissolve into an awareness of simply resting and being. I'll be guiding you through a body relaxation and then into the comfort of a lovely healing place, calming the nervous system as we move from the thoughts and feelings of the day and into the realm of restorative, peaceful rest. In this journey, the inspiration for our healing place is adapted from two classic children's stories. So as the beautiful description of this healing place unfolds, your mind is free to continue to simply be lulled to sleep. So let's begin settling into your bed and making it comfortable just for you, free of distraction. This is your time to be comfortable and supported. Focusing now on breathing in nurturing, calming, peaceful energy. Perhaps placing your hand on your belly, feeling the warmth of the touch of your own skin, and noticing the lift and settling of your belly as you breathe in and breathe out. Breathing in the sweet air of this next breath, and then breathing out all that no longer supports you and letting go into sleep. And in the next 30 seconds of just music, continue to take in 5 deep breaths, and each time releasing and feeling your body gently letting go into stillness, beginning now. And imagining now a healing light shining down from the top of your head all the way down to the tips of your toes, healing and soothing every cell, every organ, every inch of your body, allowing the healing light to soothe and relax you. Focusing on your toes and feet, and imagining all the nerves and muscles softening in your toes and feet. Relaxing the ankles and calves, softening the knees and thighs. Allow allowing the legs to feel as if they're melting into your bed, calm and relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed. And the comfort flows upwards, opening the hips, softening the belly, breathing in again and feeling the rise and fall of your chest as you continue to release and relax. Imagining now a heavy burden being lifted off your shoulders so you can feel lighter and freer. Relaxing the arms now all the way down to the fingertips. Arms heavy. Softening the facial muscles. Releasing the jaw joint. Aware of the soft darkness behind the eyelids. And imagining breathing in the fragrance of your favorite scent. A calming scent that wafts through the air. Or perhaps lightly dusting your pillow. And each time you breathe in this fragrance, your body releases deeper and deeper into this place of flowing, surrendering, resting, being at peace. And in this place of timelessness, you're surrounded by the softness of your sheets and blanket. And the temperature is just right. And you are surrounded with comfort, resting in the healing night in your own cocoon of safety and protection. And imagining now a movie screen on the inside of your forehead. And on this screen, you see an image of soft white curtains moving and flowing in the breeze. And this gentle breeze flows across your face. And the sweet air fills your senses with a feeling of soft comfort. And now you see on this screen, or simply sense, your favorite soft colors, pale blue or peach, or perhaps a gentle yellow, a creamy white. Just sensing these colors as you drift deeper and deeper into this place of just being, an opening to deep and restful sleep. And here in this loving sanctuary, the peaceful wave of calm continues to move from the top of your head all the way down into every cell, every organ, every inch of your body. The peaceful wave of calm taking you into a deep and restful sleep, into the healing night, where the moon and the stars shine over you with love, and you are safe and surrounded in a peaceful, gentle, lovely rest. And as you drift deeper and deeper into sleep, I'll tell you the story of the Enchanted Castle and the secret garden. And when my voice ends, the music will continue as you move deeper and deeper into dream time. But for now, we begin the story that takes you to your healing place. Once upon a time, a little girl named Claire decided to go on a journey to find an enchanted castle. And she found herself walking down a pathway, and before she knew it, she entered a very narrow passage. This passage ended in a round arch, all fringed with ferns and vines. And on the other side of the arch was a deep, narrow gully whose banks were covered in moss. And because Claire loved the smell of moss, she stopped to breathe in the earthy fragrance. And this fragrance felt calming and satisfying to her. And then she looked up and saw trees growing on the top of the bank, arched across, and the sunlight came through in changing patches of brightness, turning the gully to a roofed corridor of goldy green. The path, which was of greeny-gray flagstones, where heaps of leaves had drifted, sloped steeply down. And at the end of it was another round arch, quite dark inside, above which were rose rocks and grass and bushes. In a very short time, she found herself in a scene so like a picture out of a book that it took her breath away, for she was now entering into the presence of the enchanted castle. A short avenue of cypresses led, widening as it went, to a marble terrace that lay broad and white in the sunlight. Immediately below was a lake with swans and an island and weeping willows. Beyond it were green slopes dotted with groves of trees, and amid the trees gleamed the white limbs of statues. Against a little hill to the left was a round white building with pillars, and to the right, a waterfall came tumbling down among mossy stones to splash into the lake. Steps fed from the terrace to the water, and other steps to the green lawns beside it. Away across the grassy slopes, deer were feeding. And in the distance, where the groves of trees thickened into what looked almost a forest, were enormous shapes of gray stone. And then, just behind the enchanted castle, is where Claire found the secret garden. The wind itself had ceased, and a brilliant, deep blue sky arched high over the moorland. Never had Claire dreamed of a sky so blue. This was of a deep, cool blue, which almost seemed to sparkle like the waters of some lovely, bottomless lake. And here and there, high in the arched blueness, floated small clouds of snow-white fleece. The far-reaching world of the moor itself looked softly blue. Now that Claire knew the location of the castle and the garden, she could go there whenever she chose, either in her dreams or on her own journey. The next day, she wakened early with delighted anticipation. The sky was blue again, and the sun was pouring in slanting rays through the blinds. And there was something so joyous in the sight of it, and a great waft of fresh, scented air blew in upon her. The moor was blue, and the whole world looked as if something magic had happened to it. There were tender little fluting sounds here and there, and everywhere, as if scores of birds were beginning to tune up for a concert. Claire heard the lovely sounds. She put her hand out of the window and held it in the sun. Then she kneeled down and leaned out of the window as far as she could, breathing in big breaths and sniffing the air until she laughed. It must be very early. The little clouds are all pink, and I've never seen the sky look like this. In no time, she was out the door, stepping down the path, out behind the castle, and in to explore the secret garden. She liked to call it the secret garden, and liked even more the feeling that when its beautiful old walls shut her in, no one knew where she was. It seemed almost like being shut out of the world in some fairy place. The few books she had read and liked had been fairy story books, and she had read of secret gardens and some of the stories. Sometimes people went to sleep in them for 100 years. Being in the garden helped her love being out of doors. And she discovered that in the garden there was always something new happening, and this was like magic to her. At first it seemed that green things would never cease pushing their way through the earth, in the grass, in the beds, even in the crevices of the walls. Then the green things began to show buds, and the buds began to unfurl and show color. Every shade of blue and every shade of purple, every tint and hue of crimson. In its happy days, flowers had been tucked away into every inch and hole and corner. Iris and white lilies rose out of the grass in sheaves, and the green alcoves filled themselves with amazing armies of the blue and white flower lances of tall delphiniums and columbines. It seemed that as the plants grew, that fairies had tended them. Satiny poppies of all tints danced in the breeze by the score. And the roses, oh, the roses rising out of the grass, tangled round the sundial, wreathing the tree trunks and hanging from their branches, climbing up the walls and spreading over them with long garlands falling in cascades. Fair, fresh leaves and buds, tiny at first but swelling and working magic until they burst and uncurled into cups of scent, delicately spilling themselves over their brims and filling the garden air. And the secret garden bloomed and bloomed, and every morning revealed new miracles. And the garden continued to flourish into the happily ever after. And Claire lay down in the garden to rest for a sweet and calming nap. And soon a soft periwinkle pillow magically appeared to support her head. The temperature was just right, and the place where she rested was cozy. A soothing scent flowed across her face, and her body felt cradled by the sweet grass. So she took a few moments to review all that had unfolded for her, once again immersing into the savoring of the beauty of the castle and the garden, the sky, and her favorite flowers. Eventually, her breathing began to deepen. Her legs felt like they were sinking into the ground, and her arms felt heavy. She noticed the soft darkness behind her eyelids. She became aware of a warm, healing light surrounding her and filling her. She felt totally protected and safe. And she knew that there was nothing else to do but slowly settle into her place of dream time. And she could feel the outside world fade as she drifted off for a sweet and calming nap. Just as you now can continue to settle into your peaceful night's rest, dreaming of gardens and castles and the comforting images that carry you through the healing night, safe and calm and at peace. Sweet dreams. The Story Without an End, written in 1833. So I invite you to become comfortable in the ways that you know best. As your mind and body begin to wind down and relax. Feeling your body resting, aware of the softness of your sheets and blankets and pillows, and knowing that just for now, you can let go of thoughts of the past or the future and simply settle into this story about a little child who lived in a little hut. So let's begin. There once was a little child who lived in a little hut, and in the hut there was nothing but a little bed and a looking glass which hung in a dark corner. Now the child cared nothing at all about the looking glass, but as soon as the first sunbeam glided softly through the casement and kissed his sweet eyelids, and the finch and the linnet waked him merrily with their morning songs, he arose and went out into the green meadow. And he begged flower of the primrose and sugar of the violet and butter of the buttercup. He shook the dewdrops into the cup of a harebell, spread out a large lime leaf, set his little breakfast upon it, and feasted daintily. Sometimes he invited a humming bee, oftener a butterfly, to partake his feast. But his favorite guest was the blue dragonfly. The bee murmured a great deal in a solemn tone about his riches, but the child thought that if he were a bee, heaps of treasure would not make him happy, and that it must be much more delightful and glorious to float about in the free and fresh breezes of spring, and to hum joyously in the web of the sunbeams, than with heavy feet and heavy heart to stow the silver wax and the golden honey into cells. To this the butterfly assented, and he told how once on a time he too had been greedy and sordid, how he had thought of nothing but eating, and had never once turned his eyes upwards to the blue heavens. At length, however, a complete change had come over him. And instead of crawling spiritless about the earth, half dreaming, he all at once awaked as out of a deep sleep. And now he would rise into the air. And it was his greatest joy sometimes to play with the light, to reflect the heavens in the bright eyes of his wings. Sometimes to listen to the soft language of the flowers and catch their secrets. Such talk delighted the child, and his breakfast was the sweeter to him, and the sunshine on leaf and flower seemed to him more bright and cheering. But when the bee had flown off to beg from flower to flower, and the butterfly had fluttered away to his playfellows, the dragonfly still remained, poised on a blade of grass. Her slender and burnished body, more brightly and deeply blue than the deep blue sky, glistened in the sunbeam, and her net-like wings laughed at the flowers, because they could not fly, but must stand still and abide the wind and the rain. The dragonfly sipped a little of the child's clear dewdrops and blue-violet honey, and then whispered her winged words, and the child made an end of his repast, closed his dark blue eyes, bent down his beautiful head, and listened to the sweet prattle. Then the dragonfly told much of the merry life in the green wood, how sometimes she played hide and seek with her playfellows under the broad leaves of the oak and the beech trees, or hunt the hare along the surface of the still waters, sometimes quietly watched the sunbeams as they busily flew from moss to flower and from flower to bush, and shed life and warmth over all. But at night, she said, the moonbeams glided softly around the wood and dropped dew into the mouths of all the thirsty plants. And when the dawn pelted the slumberers with the soft roses of heaven, some of the half-drunken flowers looked up and smiled, but most of them could not so much as to raise their heads for a long, long time. Such stories did the dragonfly tell, and as the child sat motionless with his eyes shut, his head rested on his little hand, she thought he had fallen asleep. So she poised her double wings and flew into the rustling wood. But the child was only sunk into a dream of delight, and was wishing he were a sunbeam or a moonbeam, and he would have been glad to hear more and more and forever. But at last, as all was still, he opened his eyes and looked around for his dear guest. But she was flown far away, so he could not bear to sit there any longer alone. And he rose and went to the gurgling brook. It gushed and rolled so merrily, and tumbled so wildly along as it hurried to throw itself head over heels into the river. just as if the great, massy rock out of which it sprang were close behind it, and could only be escaped by a breakneck leap. And the child began to talk to the little waves and ask them whence they came. They would not stay to give him an answer, but danced away one after the other, till at last, that the sweet child might not be grieved, a drop of water stopped behind a piece of rock. From her, the child heard strange histories, but he couldn't understand them all, for she told him about her former life and about the depths of the mountain. A long while ago, said the drop of water, I lived with my countless sisters in the great ocean, in peace and unity. We had all sorts of pastimes. Sometimes we mounted up high into the air and peeped at the stars. Then we sank plump down deep below and looked how the coral builders work till they're tired, that they may reach the light of day at last. But I was conceited and thought myself much better than my sisters. And so one day when the sun rose out of the sea, I clung fast to one of his hot beams and thought that now I should reach the stars and become one of them. And in spite of all I could say or do, let me fall into a dark cloud. And soon a flash of fire darted through the cloud, and now I thought I must surely die. But the whole cloud laid itself down softly upon the top of a mountain, and so I escaped with my fright and a black eye. Now I thought I should remain hidden when, all on a sudden, I slipped over a round pebble, fell from one stone to another, down into the depth of the mountain, till at last it was pitch dark and I could neither see nor hear anything. Then I found indeed that pride goeth before a fall, resigned myself to my fate, and as I had already laid aside all my unhappy pride in the cloud, my portion was now the salt of humility, and after undergoing many purifications from the hidden virtues of metals and minerals, I was at length permitted to come up once more into the cheerful, free air. And now will I run back to my sisters, and there wait patiently till I am called to something better. But hardly had she done when the root of a forget-me-not caught the drop of water by her hair and sucked her in, that she might become a floweret and twinkle brightly as a blue star on the green firmament of earth. The child did not very well know what to think of all of this. He went thoughtfully home and laid himself on his little bed. And all night long he was wandering about on the ocean, and among the stars, and over the dark mountain. But the moon loved to look on the slumbering child as he lay, with his little head softly pillowed on his right arm. She lingered a long time before his little window, and went slowly away to lighten the dark chamber of some other person. As the moon's soft light lay on the child's eyelids, he fancied he sat in a golden boat on a great, great water. Countless stars swam glittering on the dark mirror. He stretched out his hand to catch the nearest star, but it had vanished, and the water sprayed up against him. Then he saw clearly that these were not the real stars. He looked up to heaven and wished he could fly there. But in the meantime, the moon had wandered on her way, and now the child was led in his dream into the clouds. And he thought he was sitting on a white sheep, and he saw many lambs grazing around him. He tried to catch a little lamb to play with, but it was all mist and vapor, and the child was sorrowful and wished himself down again in his own meadow, where his own lamb was sporting gaily about. Meanwhile, the moon was gone to sleep behind the mountains, and all around was dark. Then the child dreamt that he fell down into the dark, gloomy caverns of the mountain, and at that he was so frightened that he suddenly awoke, just as morning opened her clear eye over the nearest hill. The child started up, and to recover himself from his fright, went into the little flower garden behind his cottage, where the beds were surrounded by ancient palm trees, and where he knew that all the flowers would nod kindly at him. But behold, the tulip turned up her nose, and the ranunculus held her head as stiffly as possible, that she might not bow good morning to him. The rose, with her fair round cheeks, smiled and greeted the child lovingly. So he went up to her and kissed her fragrant mouth. And then the rose tenderly complained that he so seldom came into the garden, and that she gave out her bloom and her fragrance the livelong day in vain, for the other flowers either could not see her, because they were too low, or did not care to look at her, because they themselves were so rich in bloom and fragrance. But she was most delighted when she glowed in the blooming head of a child, and could pour out all of her secrets to him in sweet odors. Among other things, the rose whispered in his ear that she was the fullness of beauty. And in truth, the child, while looking at her beauty, seemed to have quite forgotten to go on, till the blue larkspur called to him and asked whether he cared nothing more about his faithful friend. And she said that she was unchanged, and that even in death she should look upon him with eyes of unfading blue. The child thanked her for her true-heartedness and passed on to the hyacinth, who stood near the puffy, full-cheeked, gaudy tulips. Even from a distance the hyacinth sent forth kisses to him, for she knew not how to express her love. Although she was not remarkable for her beauty, yet the child felt himself wondrously attracted by her, for he thought no flower loved him so well. When the child came to the lily, the slender flower waved to and fro, and bowed her pale head with gentle pride and stately modesty. And she sent forth a fragrant greeting to him. The child knew not what had come to him, it reached his inmost heart, so that his eyes filled with soft tears. Then he marked how the lily gazed with a clear and steadfast eye upon the sun, and how the sun looked down again into her pure chalice, and how amid the interchange of looks the three golden threads united in the center. And the child heard how one scarlet ladybird at the bottom of the cup said to another, "Knowest thou not that we dwell in the flower of heaven?" And the other replied, "Yes, and now will the mystery be fulfilled." And as the child saw and heard all of this, the dim image of his unknown parents, as it were veiled in a holy light, floated before his eyes. He strove to grasp it, but the light was gone, and the child slipped and would have fallen had not the branch of a currant bush caught and held him. And he took some of the bright berries for his morning's meal and went back to his hut and stripped the little branches. But in the hut he stayed not long. All was so gloomy, close, and silent within. And abroad everything seemed to smile and to exult in the clear and unbounded space. So the child went out into the green wood again, of which the dragonfly had told him such pleasant stories. But he found everything far more beautiful and lovely even than she had described it. For all about, wherever he went, the tender moss pressed his little feet, and the delicate grass embraced his knees, and the flowers kissed his hands, and even the branches stroked his cheeks with a kind and refreshing touch, and the high trees threw their fragrant shade around him. There was no end to his delight. The little birds warbled and sang and fluttered and hopped about, and the delicate wood flowers gave out their beauty and their odors, and every sweet sound took a sweet odor by the hand, and thus walked through the open door of the child's heart. But the nightingale and the lily of the valley led the dance, for the nightingale sang of naught but love, and the lily breathed of naught but innocence. And he was the bridegroom, and she was the bride. And the nightingale was never weary of repeating the same thing 100 times over, for the spring of love which gushed from his heart was ever new. And the lily bowed her head bashfully, that no one might see her glowing heart. And yet the one lived so solely and entirely in the other, that no one could see whether the notes of the nightingale were floating lilies, or the lilies' visible notes failing like dewdrops from the nightingale's throat. The child's heart was full of joy, even to the brim. He set himself down, and he almost thought he should like to take root there and live forever among the sweet plants and flowers, and so became a true sharer in all their gentle pleasures. For he felt a deep delight in the still, secluded twilight existence of the mosses and small herbs, which felt not the storm nor the frost, nor the scorching sunbeam, but dwelt quietly among their many friends and neighbors, feasting in peace and good fellowship on the dew and the cool shadows which the mighty trees shed upon. To them it was a high festival when a sunbeam chanced to visit their lowly home, whilst the tops of the lofty trees could find joy and beauty only in the purple rays of morning or evening. The child went away from the place. He hung his head down thoughtfully. He did not observe that he took the wrong path, nor see how the flowers on either side bowed their heads to welcome him, nor hear the old birds from the boughs, and the young from the nests cried out loud to him, "God bless thee, our dear little prince." And he went on, farther and farther into the deep wood. And suddenly he came to a still water, above which young beeches lovingly entwined their arms. He looked in the water, and his eyes were riveted to it as if by enchantment. He could not move, but stood and gazed in the soft, placid mirror, from the bosom of which the tender green foliage, with the deep blue heavens between, gleamed so wondrously upon him. Then the breeze began to sigh among the treetops. The child raised his eyes and saw overhead the quivering green and the deep blue behind it. And he knew not whether he were waking or dreaming, which were the real leaves and the real heaven, those in the depths above or in the depths beneath. Long did the child waver, and his thoughts floated in a delicious dreaminess from one to the other, till the dragonfly flew to him in affectionate haste, and with rustling wings greeted her kind host. The child returned her greeting, and was so glad to meet an acquaintance with whom he could share the rich feast of his joy. But first, he asked the dragonfly if she could decide for him between the upper and the nether, the height and the depth. The dragonfly flew above and beneath and around, but the water spoke. The foliage and the sky above are not the true ones. The leaves wither and fall. The sky is often overcast and sometimes quite dark. Then the leaves and the sky said, "The water changes its pictures at our pleasure and can retain none." And the dragonfly remarked that the height and depth existed only in the eyes of the child, and that the leaves and the sky were true and real only in his thoughts, because in the mind alone the picture was permanent and enduring, and could be carried with him whithersoever he went. This she said to the child, but she immediately warned him to return, for the leaves were already beating the tattoo in the evening breeze, and the lights were disappearing one by one in every corner. Then the child confessed to her with alarm that he knew not how he should find the way back, and that he feared the dark night would overtake him if he attempted to go home alone. So the dragonfly flew on before him and showed him a cave in the rock where he might pass the night. And the child was well content, for he had often wished to try and see if he could sleep away from his accustomed bed. The dragonfly felt gratitude strengthening her wings, gratitude for paying her host the honor she owed him. And in the dim twilight, good counsel and guidance were scarce, so she flitted hither and thither without knowing rightly what was to be done, when by the last vanishing sunbeam she saw hanging on the edge of the cave some strawberries who had drunk so deep of the evening red that their heads were quite heavy. Then she flew up to a harebell who stood near and whispered in her ear that the Lord and King of all the flowers was in the wood and ought to be received and welcomed as beseemed his dignity. Soon they heard sweet bells. The neighbor heard the song, rang hers also, and soon all the harebells, great and small, were in motion. The tone of the bluebells was deep and rich, and that of the white high and clear, and all blended together in a delicious harmony. But the birds were fast asleep in their high nests, and the ears of the other animals were not delicate enough or were too much overgrown with hair to hear them. The fireflies alone heard the joyous peal, for they were akin to the flowers through their common ancestor, light. They inquired of their nearest relation, the lily of the valley, and from her they heard that a large flower had just passed along the footpath, more blooming than the loveliest rose, and with 2 stars more brilliant than those of the brightest firefly, and that it must needs be their king. Then all the fireflies flew up and down the footpath and sought everywhere, till at length they came, as the dragonfly had hoped they would, to the cave. And now, as they looked at the child, every one of them saw itself reflected in his clear eyes. They rejoiced exceedingly, and called all their fellows together, and alighted on the bushes all around. And soon it was so light in the cave that herb and grass began to grow, as if it had been broad day. Now indeed was the joy and triumph of the dragonfly complete. The child was delighted with the merry and silvery tones of the bells, and with the many little bright-eyed companions around him, and with the deep red strawberries which bowed down their head to his touch. And the child grew to like the bright-eyed flies better and better. He talked with them and learned more about them. And then the child was in conversation with the dragonfly, who was preparing a bed for her host. The moss upon which the child sat had grown a foot high behind his back. Out of pure joy, but the dragonfly and her sisters had so reveled upon it that it was now laid at its length along the cave. The dragonfly had awakened every spider in the neighborhood out of her sleep, and when they saw the brilliant light, they had set to work spinning so industriously that their web hung down like a curtain before the mouth of the cave. The child laid himself down to sleep, for he was so tired. But he could not sleep, for his couch of moss was quite another thing than his little bed. and the cave was all strange to him. He turned himself on one side and then on the other, and as nothing would do, he raised himself and sat upright to wait till sleep might choose to come. But sleep would not come at all, and the only wakeful eyes in the whole wood were the child's. The harebells had rung themselves weary, and the fireflies had flown about till they were tired. And even the dragonfly, who would fain have kept watch in front of the cave, had dropped sound asleep. The wood grew stiller and stiller. Here and there fell a dry leaf which had been driven from its old dwelling place by a fresh one. Here and there a young bird gave a soft chirp when its mother squeezed it in the nest. And the deeper the silence became, the more intently did the child listen. And at last, the slightest sound thrilled him from head to toe. At length, all was still as death in the wood, and the world seemed as if it never would wake again. The child bent forward to see whether it were as dark abroad as in the cave, but he saw nothing save the pitch-dark night, which had wrapped everything in her thick veil. Yet as he looked upwards, his eyes met the friendly glance of 2 or 3 stars, and this was a most joyful surprise to him, for he felt himself no longer entirely alone. The stars were indeed far, far away, but yet he knew them, and they knew him, for they looked into his eyes. The child's whole soul was fixed in his gaze, and it seemed to him as if he must needs fly out of the darksome cave, where the stars were beaming with such pure and serene light. And he felt how poor and lowly he was when he thought of their brilliancy, and how cramped and fettered when he thought of their free, unbounded course along the heavens. And the stars went on their course and left their glittering picture only a little while before the child's eyes. Even this faded and then vanished quite away, and he was beginning to feel tired and to wish to lay himself down again, when a flickering will-o'-the-wisp appeared from behind the bush, so that the child thought at first one of the stars had wandered out of its way and had come to visit him, to take him with it. And the child breathed quick with joy and surprise, and then the will-o'-the-wisp came nearer, sat himself down on a damp, mossy stone in front of the cave, and another fluttered quickly after him and sat down over against him and sighed deeply. Thank God, then, I can rest at last. And while they were talking, the child fell fast asleep. He slept soundly until morning, till the rosy morning clouds stood upon the mountain and announced the coming of their Lord, the sun. But as soon as the tidings spread over field and wood, the 1,000-voiced echo awoke, and sleep was no more to be thought of. Soon the royal sun arose. At first his dazzling diadem alone appeared above the mountains. He stood upon the summit in full majesty of his beauty. And all the charms of eternal youth bright and glorious, his kindly glance embracing every creature of earth, from the stately oak to the blade of grass bending under the foot of the wayfaring man. Then arose from every breast, from every throat, the joyous song of praise, and it was as if the whole plain and wood were becoming a temple, whose roof was the heaven, whose altar the mountain, whose congregation all creatures, whose priest the sun. But the child walked forth and was glad, for the birds sang sweetly, and it seemed to him as if everything sported and danced out of mere joy to be alive. Here flew 2 finches through the thicket, and twittering pursued each other. There the young buds burst asunder, and the tender leaves peeped out, expanding themselves in the warm sun, as if they would abide in his glance forever. Here a dewdrop trembled, sparkling and twinkling on a blade of grass, and knew not that beneath him stood a little moss who was thirsting after him. There troops of flies flew aloft, as if they would soar far, far over the wood, and so all was life and motion, and the child's heart joyed to see it. He sat down on a little smooth plot of turf, shaded by the branches of a nut bush, and although he should now sip the cup of his delight drop by drop, he first plucked down some brambles which threatened him with their prickles, and then he bent aside some branches which concealed the view. Then he removed the stones so that he might stretch out his feet at full length on the soft turf. And when he had done all this, he thought to himself what was yet to do. And as he found nothing, he stood up to look for his acquaintance, the dragonfly, to beg her to guide him once more out of the wood and into the fields. And he felt as if he should breathe freer in the open ground. The dragonfly flew on before and showed him the way as far as the outermost verge of the wood. Then the child could spy for his own little hut, while she flew away to her playfellows. The child walked forth upon the fresh dewy cornfield. 1,000 little suns glittered in his eyes, and a lark soared warbling above his head. The lark proclaimed the joys of the coming year and awakened endless hopes, while she soared, circling higher and higher, till at length her song was like the soft whisper of an angel holding converse with the spring under the blue arch of the heaven. The child had seen the earth-colored little bird rise up before him, and it seemed to him as if the earth had sent her forth from her bosom as a messenger to carry her joy and her thanks up to the sun, because he had turned his beaming countenance again upon her in love and beauty. And the lark hung poised above the hope-giving field and warbled her clear and joyous song. She sang of the loveliness of the rosy dawn and the fresh brilliancy of the earliest sunbeams, of the gladsome springing of the young flowers and the vigorous shooting of the corn. and her song pleased the child beyond measure. But the lark wheeled in higher and higher circles, and her song sounded softer and sweeter. And now she sang of the first delights of early love, of wanderings together on the sunny, fresh hilltops, and of the sweet pictures and visions that arise out of the blue and misty distance. The child understood not rightly what he heard, and fain would he have understood, for he thought that even in such visions must be wondrous delight. He gazed aloft after the unwearied bird, but she had disappeared in the morning mist. Then the child leaned his head on one shoulder to listen if he could no longer hear the little messenger of spring, and he could just catch the distant and quivering notes in which she sang of the fervent longing after the clear element of freedom, after the pure, all-present light, and of the blessed foretaste of this desired enfranchisement, of this blending in the sea of celestial happiness. Yet longer did he listen, for the tones of her song carried him there, where as yet his thoughts had never reached, and he felt himself happier in this short and imperfect flight than ever he had felt before. But the lark now dropped suddenly to the earth, for her little body was too heavy for the ambient ether, and her wings were not large nor strong enough for the pure element. Then the red corn poppies laughed at the homely-looking bird and cried to one another and to the surrounding blades of corn in a shrill voice, "Now indeed you may see what comes of flying so high and striving and straining after mere air. People only lose their time and bring back nothing but weary wings and an empty stomach. That vulgar-looking, ill-dressed little creature would fain raise herself above us all, and has kept up a mighty noise. And now there she lies on the ground and can hardly breathe, while we have stood still where we are, sure of a good meal, and have stayed like people of sense, where there is something substantial to be had. And in the time she has been fluttering and singing, we have grown a good deal taller and fatter." The other little redcaps chattered and screamed their assent so loud that the child's ears tingled, and he wished he could chastise them for their spiteful jeers. And then he heard someone say, "Dear friends, be not led astray by outward show, nor by discourse, which regards only outward show. The lark is indeed weary, and the space into which she has soared is void. But the void is not what the lark sought, nor is the seeker returned empty home. She strove after light and freedom, and light and freedom has she proclaimed. She left the earth and its enjoyments, but she has drunk of the pure air of heaven, and has seen that it is not the earth but the sun that is steadfast. And if the earth has called her back, it can keep nothing of her but what is its own. Her sweet voice and her soaring wings belong to the sun and will enter into light and freedom. And the lark heard her wise and friendly discourse, and with renewed strength, she sprang once more into the clear and beautiful blue. And the child clapped his little hands for joy. And so it went, and the child became happy and joyful, breathing freely again, thinking no more of returning to his hut, for he saw that nothing returned inwards, but rather that all strove outwards into the free air. The rosy apple blossoms from their narrow buds, and the gurgling notes from the narrow breast of the lark. The germs burst open the folding doors of the seeds and broke through the heavy pressure of the earth in order to get at the light. The grasses tore asunder their bands, and their slender blades sprung upwards. Even the rocks were become gentle, and allowed little mosses to peep out of their sides, as a sign that they would not remain impenetrably closed forever. And the flowers sent out color and fragrance into the whole world, for they kept not their best for themselves, but would imitate the sun and the stars, which poured their warmth and radiance over the spring. And many a little gnat and beetle burst the narrow cell in which it was enclosed, and crept out slowly, and half asleep unfolded and shook its tender wings, and soon gained strength and flew off to untried delights. And as the butterflies came forth from their chrysalis in all their gaiety and splendor, so did every humbled and suppressed inspiration and hope free itself and boldly launch into the open and flowing sea of spring. And I wish you sweet dreams and good night. And this bedtime story is called The Golden Key, written many years ago by George MacDonald. There was once a boy who used to sit in the twilight and listen to his great aunt's stories. She told him that if he could reach the place where the end of the rainbow stands, he would find there a golden key. And what is the key for? The boy would ask. What will it open? That nobody knows, his aunt would reply. He has to find that out himself. Well, I suppose being gold, the boy said thoughtfully, that I could get a good deal of money for it if I sold it. Better never find it than sell it, returned his aunt. And so the boy went to bed. He dreamed about the golden key. And now all that his aunt told him about would have been like nonsense for him. However, their little house stood on the borders of fairyland. Out of fairyland, nobody can ever find where the rainbow stands. Did you ever know anybody who could find it? The little boy asked one evening. Yes, your father, I believe, found it. Well, and what did he do with it? Can you tell me? He never told me. What was it like? He never showed it to me. All I know is that you will be a happy boy if you find that key. Perhaps it will come tumbling down the rainbow from the sky. One evening in the summer, he went out into his room and stood at the lattice window, gazing into the forest, which fringed the outskirts of fairyland. He could see his great-aunt's garden and the straggling trees around it. The forest lay to the east, and the sun, which was setting behind the cottage, looked straight into the dark wood with his level red eye. The trees were all old and had few branches below, so that the sun could see a great way into the forest, and the boy, being keen-sighted, could see almost as far as the sun. The trunks stood like rows of red columns in the shine of the sun, and he began to feel as if the trees were all waiting for him, and that they had something that they could not go on with until he came to them. But he was hungry and wanted to supper, so he lingered, and suddenly, far among the trees, as far as the sun could shine, he saw a glorious thing. It was the end of a rainbow, large and brilliant. He could count all 7 colors and could see shade after shade beyond the violet. Before, the red stood out as the color most gorgeous, but this was a color he'd never seen before, and only the spring of the rainbow arch was visible now. The golden key, he said to himself, and darted out of the house and into the wood. And now it was just before sunset, and the rainbow glowed the brighter. For the rainbow of fairyland is not dependent upon the sun as ours is. The trees welcomed him there, the bushes made way for him, and the rainbow kept growing larger and brighter. It was a grand sight burning away there in silence, with its gorgeous and lovely, delicate colors, each distinct, all combining. He could now see a great deal more of it. It rose high into the blue heavens and bent so little that he couldn't tell how high the crown of the arc was. He stood gazing at it till he actually forgot himself with delight. He even forgot the key which he had come to seek. And as he stood, it grew more wonderful still. He could fairly see beautiful forms slowly ascending, as if by the steps of a winding stair. The forms appeared irregularly, now one, now many, now several, and now none. Men and women and children, all different, all beautiful, drew nearer to the rainbow, and then it vanished. He started back a step in dismay, and it was there again, as beautiful as ever. So he contented himself with standing as near as he might, watching the forms that ascended. And then they faded away into the blue air. And gradually, he really couldn't say where the rainbow ceased. The boy very wisely proceeded to mark out in his mind the space covered by the foundation of the rainbow in order that he might know where it began. He saw that the rainbow was based chiefly upon a bed of moss. He watched as the moon rose, and then the rainbow vanished again. And any change of place could not restore that vision. So the boy threw himself down on the mossy bed to wait till the sunlight would give him a chance of finding the key. And there he fell fast asleep. When he woke up, the morning sun was looking straight into his eyes, so he turned away from it. And then he saw a beautiful little thing lying on the moss within a foot of his face. It was the golden key. The pipe of it was a plain gold, as bright as gold could be. The handle was curiously wrought and set with sapphires. In delight, he put out his hand and took it and had it. He lay there for a while, turning it over and over and feasting his eyes upon its beauty. Then he jumped to his feet, remembering that the pretty thing was of no use to him yet. Where was the lock to which the key belonged? It must be somewhere. For how could anybody be so silly as to make a key for which there was no lock? Where should he go to look for it? He gazed upon the key and imagined that maybe there would be a keyhole in the clouds or in the grass or in the trees. Then he saw something glimmering in the wood, and he went towards it. Meanwhile, not far from the house where the boy had lived, there was another house, the owner of which was a merchant who was away from home most of the time. He had lost his wife some years before and had only one child, a little girl named Tangle, whom he left to the charge of 2 servants who treated her poorly. One evening, when the little girl was put to bed early before the sun was down, the servants went off to the village, leaving her alone and locking the door behind them. So Tangle decided it was time to escape. She darted to the window, pulled it open, got out, and climbed on the ivy. She scrambled down to the ground and fled to the forest as fast as she could run. And although she didn't know it, this was actually the very best way she could have gone. After running a long way, and as the last of the light was disappearing, she passed under a tree with drooping branches. She climbed up into the tree, and for a while she was caught in its branches. She was frightened. But soon, much to her surprise, a beautiful flying fish came over to her and rescued her. The fish then guided her to a cottage. Tangle found herself now, thanks to the flying fish, standing in that cottage, only to be in the presence of a beautiful, tall and strong woman who looked at Tangle and said, "There you are. I've been waiting so long for you." Tangle felt comforted, and even though she had just arrived to this cottage, it somehow felt like home. "What's your name?" asked the lady. "Well, the servants always call me Tangle because my hair is so untidy." "Well, I think it's a pretty name, and I'll call you Tangle too. You mustn't mind my asking you questions, and you may ask me the same questions, every one of them, and any others that you like." "How old are you?" "10, answered Tangle. "You don't look like it," said the lady. "How old are you, please?" returned Tangle. "I am thousands of years old," answered the lady. "You don't look like it," said Tangle. "Don't I?" said the woman. When her great blue eyes looked down on the little Tangle, it was as if all the stars were melted to make that brightness. "Ah, but," said Tangle, "when people live long, they grow old. At least I always thought so." "I have no time to grow old," said the lady. "I'm too busy for that. It's very idle to grow old." "What's your name, please?" asked Tangle. "Grandmother," answered the lady. "Is it really?" "Yes," said the beautiful woman as she smiled like the sun through a summer shower. Then she took Tangle to see a beautiful place. It was a deep tank, the sides of which were filled with green plants, with flowers of all colors. There was a roof over it, like the roof of a cottage. It was filled with beautiful clear water, in which swam a multitude of fishes, just like the one that led her to the cottage. The lady spoke some words Tangle couldn't understand, and then threw her into the tank. The fish came crowding about her. 2 or 3 of them got under her head and kept it up. The rest of them would rub themselves all over her with their wet feathers. And then the lady who had been watching this water scene unfold spoke again, whereupon some 30 or 40 of the fishes rose out of the water underneath and brought Tangle into the arms of the lady. She carried Tangle back to the fire, where Tangle could warm herself, and the woman, who called herself Grandmother, dried Tangle well and covered her in a beautiful linen garment, fragrant with the aroma of grass and lavender. "Won't you give me a pair of shoes too, Grandmother?" said Tangle. "No, my dear, no shoes. Look here, I wear no shoes." And so saying, she lifted her dress a little, and there were the loveliest feet and no shoes. So Tangle was content to go without shoes, and Grandmother sat down with her again and combed her hair and brushed it and left it to dry, while she got supper. She got the bread out of one hole in the wall and milk out of another, and several kinds of fruit out of a third. They ate their dinner, and eventually it was time to go to bed. Tangle was so tired after this unexpected journey that she quickly fell fast asleep. In the morning, she awoke to the rustling of leaves over her head and the sound of running water. But to her surprise, she could find no door. Nothing but the moss-grown wall of the cottage. So she crept through an opening in the arbor and stood in the forest. And then she bathed in a stream that ran merrily through the trees. She spent the day in the woods listening to the birds. She seemed to understand all that they said, even though each had its own language. That day in the forest, Tangle saw nothing of her grandmother, and yet felt her presence all the time. When the sun began to set, she returned to the cottage. When she opened the door and walked in, she saw a pot boiling on the fire. Grandmother was sitting on the other side of it. "I've been watching you all day as you played in the forest," said Grandmother. This made Tangle feel even more comforted. Then she took Tangle onto her lap and began to sing to her, such songs as made her wish she could listen to them forever. Eventually, a little boy came to the cottage. He was the same boy who used to listen to his great-aunt's stories. This little boy's face was ruddy with health, and although we did not know his name earlier in the story, I'll tell you that his friends called him Mossy because he would sit for whole days reading outside, always in one place. And he sat so long that moss could grow under him. Hence his name, Mossy. And Mossy had in his hand a little jewel. It sparkled in the firelight. Grandmother took one look at this jewel and exclaimed, "Why, it's the golden key." Mossy was curious about her excitement and also puzzled. "What is the key for? Where do I find the hole?" Grandmother answered, "You must look for the keyhole, Mossy. That is your work. I cannot help you. I can only tell you that if you look for it, you will find it." "What kind of box will it open?" asked Mossy. "And what's inside?" "I do not know. I dream about it, but I know nothing." "Must I go at once?" "You may stop here tonight and have some of my supper, but tomorrow you must go. All I can do for you is give you clothes, and I will also give you this little girl called Tangle. She, too, will go with you." "That will be nice," said Mossy. "No, no," said Tangle. "I don't want to leave you. Please, Grandmother." "You must go with him, Tangle. I'm sorry to lose you, but it will be the best thing for you." Grandmother then showed Mossy to his room, where he slept dreamily. When he awoke the next morning, he found a suit of clothes laying on the table next to his bed. Mossy put them on. Grandmother told him he looked very handsome in them. Tangle still did not want to go. She tried once more to convince Grandmother to let her stay. "Why should I leave you? I don't know this young man," she said. "I should like you to go with him, for he has the golden key, and no girl need to be afraid to go with a youth that has the golden key. You'll take care of her, Mossy, will you not?" "That I will," said Mossy. And Tangle cast a glance at him and thought, well, maybe she could like to go with him. "And," said the grandmother, "if you should lose each other as you go through, I can't remember the name of that country, but anyways, don't be afraid. Just go on and on." She kissed Tangle, and waving her hand eastward, she led them to the door, said goodbye. Mossy and Tangle took each other's hand and walked away into the depth of the forest. In his right hand, Mossy had the golden key. They wandered this way for a long time with endless amusement from the talk of the animals. They soon learned enough of their language to ask them necessary questions. The squirrels gave them nuts out of their own hoards. Even the blinking moles would fetch them an earth nut or a truffle now and then, talking as if their mouths, as well as their eyes and ears, were full of cotton wool or their very own velvety fur. By the time they got out of the forest, Tangle and Mossy were very fond of each other, and Tangle was not in the least sorry that her grandmother had sent her away with Mossy. At times it would appear that the forms they saw were strange, graceful creatures running up and down, and then disappearing into the wind-tossed foliage. As they walked, they waded knee-deep in a lovely lake. Sometimes Tangle and Mossy lifted their heads and gazed upwards to see from where the shadows that they saw were coming from. But they could see nothing more than a bright mist spread above them, higher than the tops of the earth. When they reached more open spaces, the shadows were thinner, and sometimes a profile of unspeakable beauty or grandeur would appear. It would appear for a moment and then vanish. So they continued to walk, focused on their goal of finding the country from which the shadows came, for that was the name that grandmother couldn't think of. They knew that there is where the keyhole awaited them. They continued on their journey. I cannot tell you how much time passed, but I will say that now Mossy's hair was streaked with gray, and Tangle had wrinkles on her forehead. They traveled into the shadows and then lost one another. This was very scary for Tangle, and she wept in despair. But then she remembered that grandmother had told them if they lost each other in a country of which she could not remember the name, they should not be afraid. Just go straight on. And besides, Tangle said to herself, Mossy has the golden key, and so no harm will come to him, I do believe. She rose from the ground and went on. Before long, she arrived at the mouth of a cave, and there she saw a beautiful little creature with wings standing beside her waiting. "I know you," said Tangle. "You are my fish. I am come to lead you through the mountain." "Oh, thank you, dear fish." And together they flew through the long, narrow passage. Each time the fish's wings moved, they threw off a continuous shower of sparks of all colors, which ignited up the passage before them. And then, off in the distance, they saw a great rainbow standing far away against the sky on the other side of the sea. And there an old man came to greet her, saying, "I am able to help you. I know I can help everybody." So Tangle drew near and looked up to his face. She burst into tears. "Can you please tell me the way to the country that the shadows fall from?" "Yes, I know that way quite well. I go there myself sometimes, but you could not go my way. You aren't old enough. I'll show you how you can go." "Please don't send me out into that great heat again," prayed Tangle. "I will not," answered him. And he reached up and put his cool hand on her heart and said, "You can go. No fire will burn you. Come." He led her from the cave, and there she found herself in a vast desert of sand and rock. The old man stood looking after her, till from the lengthening distance she could see him no more, and she continued to make her way through the desert. And just as he said, she stayed safe throughout the journey. In the meantime, Mossy reached the seashore. It was a dark, stormy evening, and the sun had set. The wind was blowing from the sea. He looked out to see a majestic figure walking along the shore. "Will you tell me where to find the old man of the sea?" "Well, I am the old man of the sea," the figure answered. Then he looked at Mossy more intently and said, "The night is stormy. Come to my house and tell me what I can do for you." Mossy followed him. And when they reached the cave where he lived, they sat down. They gazed at each other. By this time, Mossy looked much older than the old man of the sea, and his feet were very weary. After looking at him for a moment, the old man took him by the hand and led him into his inner cave. He saw that Mossy had one of his hands clenched together. "What have you got in that hand?" Mossy opened his fingers, and there lay the golden key. "Ah," said the old man, "that accounts for your knowing me." Mossy asked him, "What is that key for, do you think? For a keyhole somewhere? I don't know why I keep it. I could never find the keyhole, and I have lived a good while, I believe," said Mossy sadly. "I'm not sure that I'm really old, but I know my feet ache." "Well, why don't you look at yourself in the water?" So Mossy rose and looked at himself in the water, and there was not a gray hair on his head or a wrinkle on his skin. "You have tasted of death now," said the old man. "Is it good?" "It is good," said Mossy. It is better than life. No, said the old man. It is only more life. Your feet will make no holes in the water now. What do you mean? I will show you that presently. They returned to the outer cave and sat and talked for a long time. At length, the old man of the sea rose and said to Mossy, "Follow me." He led him up the stairs and opened another door. There stood the raging sea. Across the waste of waters, against the bosom of a fierce black cloud, stood the foot of a rainbow glowing in the dark. "Well, this is indeed my way," said Mossy, as soon as he saw the rainbow. So he set off on his journey by stepping out upon the sea, and just as the old man of the sea had said, Mossy's feet made no holes in the water. He continued on, fighting the wind and climbing the waves. The vision of the rainbow in the distance kept him focused and determined as he moved closer and closer to his destination. When the storm died away, the rainbow disappeared as well. A cool wind blew over the wide plain of the rainbow. Mossy continued to journey eastward. Day after day, he held on, feeling as if he had no guide due to the disappearance of the rainbow, but still he continued. And then, much to his surprise, he suddenly caught sight of a row of small sapphires. They bordered a little hole in the rock. "The keyhole," he cried. He tried the key. It fit. It turned. A great clang and clash as of iron bolts on huge brazen cauldrons echoed thunderously within. He drew out the key. The rock in front of him began to fall. He retreated from it as far as the breadth of the platform would allow. A great slab fell at his feet. In front of him was solid rock. But soon he was ascending into the heart of the precipice. It led him into a hall, and in the center stood 7 columns ranging from red to violet. And on the pedestal of one of them sat a woman, motionless, with her face bowed upon her knees. 7 years had she sat there, waiting. She lifted her head as Mossy drew near. It was Tangle. Her hair had grown to her feet and rippled like the windless sea on broad sands. Her face was beautiful, like her grandmother's, and as still and peaceful as that of the old man of the sea. Her form was tall and noble. Mossy knew her at once. "How beautiful you are, Tangle," he said in delight and astonishment. "Am I?" she returned. "Oh, I've waited for you for so long. But you are the old man of the sea. You're like the oldest man of all. And still you're my old Mossy. How did you come here? What did you do? Where did you go after I lost you so long ago? Did you find the keyhole? Have you got the key still?" Tangle had 1,000 questions to ask him, and 100 more he had to ask her. They told each other all their adventures and were so happy as man and woman could be. For now they were wiser and better than ever before. It began to grow dark, and they wanted to reach that country once the shadows fall. So they looked about them for a way out of the cave. And then the light came in from the moon. But it didn't look like moonlight, for it gleamed through those 7 pillars in the middle, filled the place with all the colors. And then they saw there was a pillar beside the red one, and on it was a sparkle of blue. The blue was the sapphires encircling the keyhole. Mossy took his key and turned it in the lock to the sounds of angelic music. And then the door opened upon slow hinges and disclosed a winding stair within. Tangle went up the stairs and Mossy followed, and the key vanished from his fingers. The door closed behind them, and together they climbed out of the earth and continued to climb, rising above it. They were now in the rainbow, far above the ocean and land. They could see through its transparent walls the earth beneath their feet. Stairs beside stairs wound up together, and beautiful beings of all ages were climbing now along with them. They knew that they had truly found the country that Grandmother had described. And by this time, I think they must have gotten there. And I'm going to tell you a story. It's all about Claire and how one night she was granted a very special wish to embark on a magical dreamtime journey, all guided by her own inner child. So I invite you to become comfortable in the ways that you know best, knowing that this is your time to allow your mind and body to relax as you let go of the cares of the day and settle into the comfort of this bedtime story. So let's begin. A new moon was shining in the night sky as Claire climbed into her bed after a very long day. Her head was so full of thoughts and memories and plans. It felt as if there was no more room for anything else, and all she wanted to do was to feel the cares waft away, so her mind would be clear and able to let go into sleep. She yearned to just be a child again, when she would lay her head down on her pillow, take a few yawns, and easily fall asleep, one arm around her stuffed teddy bear, and the other around her soft, dancing doll. As she pondered and reminisced, she found herself sending out a prayer for protection and an effortless transition into dreamland. And then, out of the blue, a soft voice began speaking to her. She closed her eyes, and the soothing guidance carried her to a magical journey through the sleepy fog of dreamland. Here is what that voice said to Claire, and how this journey unfolded. Hello, Claire. I invite you into the realm of your beautiful imagination, where your inner child awaits you. She's here to guide you into a deep and restful sleep. I'm here to reassure you, to let you know that you are supported, that you have just what you need to let go into sleep. So tonight, your inner child will be your guide, together with me, supporting you on an extended journey through nature and into the magic of your childlike imagination. And before you know it, you will be lulled into a whimsical, dreamy sleep. So take a few moments now to settle in, sensing into the support of your bed and feeling your body surrounded by the softness of your sheets and blankets. You are in your own cocoon of safety and protection now, knowing that all you have to do is wind down, and relax. And here in this dreamy place, your body can open to a peaceful wave of calm. Can you feel it now? Moving from the top of your head all the way down to the tips of your toes. This wave of calm softens into every cell, every organ, every inch of your body. Just allow this peaceful wave of calm to take you into a deep and restful sleep. You are safe and relaxed in this healing night. As you breathe in, place your hand on your belly and imagine what it feels like when you're breathing in the sweetest, freshest air, like the fresh air that settles on the top of a mountain, or the salty mist that floats from the ocean waves. Just feel this fresh air as it moves through your nostrils, down the back of your throat, and into your lungs, infusing you now with this breath of life. All you have to do is breathe in and breathe out. And now allow an image to come to mind of seeing soft white curtains flowing back and forth in the breeze. And this gentle movement invites your closed eyes to simply shift from the left to the right, like the pendulum of a clock, gently moving back and forth as you enjoy the dance of the soft curtains flowing in the breeze. And eventually your eyes begin to feel heavier and heavier, and you're aware of the soft darkness behind your eyelids. And as the breeze continues to move the curtains back and forth, your awareness shifts to sensing the touch of the breeze flowing across your face. And your eyes remain softly closed, but now you can see on the inside of your forehead your favorite soft colors. These colors appear in your mind's eye, floating across your awareness. Perhaps pale blues or peaches, or maybe a buttery yellow or a creamy white. Just let your relaxed awareness sense into the pleasure of these soft colors as you continue to drift deeper and deeper. And then take a moment now to allow a soothing memory of being a child to come to mind. Picture on the inside of your forehead an image of yourself as a child, being held in the arms of a safe and protecting loved one. Or perhaps connecting with a dear pet. Or maybe snuggling into a cozy hammock and gently rocking back and forth. As this scene unfolds, you may notice the rising of certain sensations in your body. Just noticing where you feel these sensations. Taking a moment to relax further into this comforting space. You may wish to place your hand on your heart now, so you can anchor this memory in your body, creating a place in your body where this memory can reside as you continue to connect even more deeply into the essence of your inner child. And then imagine looking off in the distance, and now you see your inner child, this playful soul holding out a hand and inviting you to embark on a journey. And somehow it feels right to allow yourself to be guided. So together, you move forward. The soft grass cradles your toes as your bare feet carry you over the moist earth. You can hear the sound of a mourning dove gently cooing, and her song calms you as you continue on across a lovely meadow filled with wildflowers. As you walk along the path, all of the heaviness you have been carrying pulls away, falls away, and it drops into the earth, where it can be transformed and composted. Mother Earth knows just what to do with all that you release. So you feel it flowing down and down, and then any remaining heaviness simply floats up into the sky, where the heavens receive and transform it until it is light as the clouds and clear and free again. And now you are free, unencumbered by the thoughts and feelings of the past or the future, able to be even more fully in this present moment, with your inner child guiding you along. Looking up, you see the sun's rays sparkling through the limbs of the trees. The sky is a vivid blue. The scent of the morning dew fills your awareness, and a gentle breeze wafts across your shoulders. As you continue to walk down the path, large calla lilies gently sway back and forth and beckon you further on to your journey. This path is safe, and you feel a curious anticipation for this time with your inner child. Up ahead are 5 large stones lining the side of this walkway. And as you admire the stones, it becomes evident that they embody unique qualities and energies. Your inner child invites you to pick up each stone. They're not so large that you can't hold them. So you move from stone to stone, fascinated with the way the energy flows into you, and grateful for the gifts you receive from each connection. The first stone is a lovely purple amethyst. As you pick it up, you notice that the number 5 is etched onto its surface. And then your awareness is drawn to its beautiful color. Amethyst is purifying, healing, and protective. So you can now sense into these qualities as they emanate from the stone in your hands, reminding you that you are protected as amethyst surrounds you with its purifying, healing energy. And in time, you move forward toward number 4. Here you see a golden, glowing amber stone. Amber clears away fear. So as you hold this amber in your hand, you feel yourself settling into a place of peaceful calm. And now you continue on to the next stone. It's a large piece of turquoise, and its number is 3. Taking a moment now to sense into the energy of turquoise as you connect with its qualities of happiness and its representation of water and sky. The turquoise feels smooth and warm as your fingers sense into its gifts. The turquoise reminds you of Sage Woman and her gifts to you. Next, you move to number 2. This stone is a vivid blue lapis. It reminds you of sitting under a night sky filled with stars. The lapis feels expansive, and it guides you into a clearer sense of your intuitive wisdom. And then, as you take in a soothing breath and savor this journey of discovery, you become aware again of the touch of your inner child as she continues to guide you further along the path. And eventually you reach the final stone, number 1. It is a luminescent moonstone, and it represents new beginnings. So as you sense into the energy of this lovely stone, you feel empowered to move forward, confident in your ability to explore new possibilities for your life. Each of these stones have filled you with precious qualities, and you are so grateful for their gifts. You take a moment now to turn back and admire the rainbow of colors reflected in these glistening gems, as they now continue to absorb the rays of the sun, refilling their own energy, so they are ready for your return. And then your inner child takes your hand again, and the two of you continue on. Eventually you see a creek, and on its shore sits a small boat. The boat is a lovely indigo blue, and it's lined inside with soft periwinkle-colored cushions. Beautiful trees stand along both shores of the creek. They arch over the water, creating a welcoming portal for you. And when you see this portal, you feel a sense of curiosity and confidence that the boat ride will offer you another transformative experience. As you prepare to take your journey, you hear the gentle lapping of the water, while a chorus of frogs and crickets join this rhythmic lullaby. Together, you and your inner child climb into the boat and push yourselves off from the shore. The creek is narrow, gentle, and shallow. It is a perfect place to safely float. The temperature is just right as the sun warms your body. You have just what you need to feel safe and protected and comforted. As you lay back on the cushions, you can see puffy white clouds floating above you. You take turns guessing what their formations look like. Now it looks like a dog, and then perhaps a bird floats by. And then the outline of an angel emerges. You are delighted to just be in the moment, enjoying one another's companionship as you meander down the creek, in your tiny boat. Eventually you pass a meadow of poppies growing along the creek. As you breathe in their aroma, you are gradually overcome with a feeling of drowsiness. And the boat continues to flow down the creek, gradually transforming into a narrow river. The gentle current flows and flows, carrying your boat further and further along. You are held in the lap of this comforting, rocking, soothing ride, supported by the softness of the cushions that surround you. And soon you are both settled into a restful nap. And as you sleep, your body and spirit receive just what you need for relaxation and healing. Your boat has taken you just where you need to be, and you are enfolded in loving, healing light, simply rocking back and forth, surrounded in the joyful innocence of childhood, and enfolded in love and light. And you continue to float as long as you wish, knowing that when it's time to reach the shore, you will return to the path that takes you home, back to where you first began. But for now, you know that your dreamy journey is an endless resource for you, because now you can trust that whenever you want to experience your playful, soothing essence, all you have to do is close your eyes and allow yourself to reconnect with this inner child, so that together you can immerse into this imaginative retreat. And each time you take this journey, you can release the things that hold you back and clear the way to once again experience the world through the eyes of a child in curiosity, wonder, and delight. And as you continue to rest, know there's nothing else for you to do but to simply be here in this dreamy place, surrounded with love and light, comforted, connected, and whole. And Claire did just that. She drifted into sleep, filled with the most wonderful, peaceful feeling, knowing now that she had a regular companion in this whimsical, nurturing presence who could accompany her to dreamland, comforting her with all the love and tenderness and innocence of her inner child. And that's the end of this story. And I wish you sweet dreams and good night. I'm delighted to share an excerpt from the bedtime story called The Sea Fairies, written by L. Frank Baum, the author of The Wizard of Oz. Before we begin settling into this story, I want to read the author's introduction to this book. The oceans are big and broad. I believe 2/3 of the Earth's surface is covered with water. What people inhabit this water has always been a subject of curiosity to the inhabitants of the land. Strange creatures come from the sea at times, and perhaps in the ocean depths are many more strange than mortal eye has ever gazed upon. This story is fanciful. In it, the sea people talk and act much as we do, and the mermaids especially are not unlike the fairies with whom we have learned to be familiar. I am told that some very learned people deny that mermaids or sea serpents have ever inhabited the oceans, but it would be very difficult for them to prove such an assertion, unless they had lived under the water, as Trot and Cap'n Bill did in this story. I hope my readers who have so long followed Dorothy's adventures in the land of Oz will be interested in Trot's equally strange experiences. The ocean has always appealed to me as a veritable wonderland, and this story has been suggested to me many times by my young correspondents in the letters. Indeed, a good many children have implored me to write something about the mermaids, and I have willingly granted the request. L. Frank Baum. So let's begin by making sure you're settled and comfortable, becoming relaxed in the ways that you know best, feeling the support of your body by the chair or bed, noticing the softness of your sheets and blankets and pillows, knowing right now this is your time to settle in, to receive the gift of hearing a beautiful bedtime story. The air was soft and warm, and the sun turned the edges of the waves into sparkling diamonds. The old man and the young girl stood on the bluff and watched all this with interest. Here was their world. "It isn't a bit rough this morning. Let's have a boat ride, Cap'n Bill," said the little girl whose name was Trot. "Suits me to a T," declared the sailor. So they found the winding path that led down the face of the cliff to the narrow beach below, and cautiously began the descent. Trot never minded the steep path or the loose rocks at all, but Cap'n Bill, his wooden leg wasn't so useful on a downgrade as on a level, and he had to be careful not to slip and take a tumble. But by and by, they reached the sands and got into the wooden boat. Today they decided to row, so the girl climbed into the bow, and her companion stuck his wooden leg into the water's edge so he wouldn't get his foot wet, and pushed off the little boat as he climbed aboard. Then he seized the oars and began gently paddling. Eventually they rode towards the great caves, and although they were enjoying the ride, soon they began to feel the heat of the sun. "We've never been in that cave, Cap'n," Trot remarked, looking at the small hole in the cliff, an archway through which the water flowed. "Let's go in now." "Let's go in," said the girl again. "I'd like to explore it." "We won't go very far, for when the tide turns we mightn't get out again." He picked up the oars and rowed slowly toward the cave. The black archway that marked its entrance seemed hardly big enough to admit the boat at first. But as they drew nearer, the opening became bigger. The sea was very calm here, for the headland shielded it from the breeze. Just beyond the opening, the cave was higher, and as the boat floated into the dim interior, they found themselves on quite an extensive branch of sea. For a time, neither of them spoke, and only the soft lapping of the water against the sides of the boat was heard. A beautiful sight met the eyes of the two adventurers and held them dumb with wonder and delight. It was not dark in this vast cave. The light seemed to come from underneath the water, which all around them glowed with an exquisite sapphire color. Where the little waves crept up the sides of the rocks, they shone like brilliant jewels, and every drop of spray seemed a gem fit to deck a queen. Trot leaned her chin on her hands and her elbows on her lap and gazed at this charming sight with real enjoyment. Cap'n Bill drew in the oars and let the boat drift where it would, while he also sat silently, admiring the scene. Slowly the little craft crept farther and farther into the dim interior of the vast cavern, while its two passengers feasted their eyes on the beauties constantly revealed. Both the old seaman and the little girl loved the ocean and all its various moods. To them, it was a constant companion and a genial comrade. If it stormed and raved, they laughed with glee. If it rolled great breakers against the shore, they clapped their hands joyfully. If it lay slumbering at their feet, they petted and caressed it, but always they loved it. Here was the ocean yet. It had crept under the dome of overhanging rock to reveal itself crowned with sapphires and dressed in azure gown, revealing in this guise new and unexpected charms. "Good morning, Mar," said the sweet voice. Just beside her in the water were little eddies, circles within circles, such as are caused when anything sinks below the surface. "Did you hear that, Cap'n Bill?" she whispered solemnly. Cap'n Bill did not answer. He was staring with eyes that fairly bulged out, and he shook a little, as if trembling from cold. Trot turned half around, and then she stared too. Rising from the blue water was a fair face, around which floated a mass of long blonde hair. It was a sweet girlish face with eyes of the same deep blue as the water, and red lips whose dainty smile disposed 2 rows of pearly teeth. The cheeks were plump and rosy, the brows gracefully penciled, while the chin was rounded and had a pretty dimple in it. "The most beautifulest in the world," murmured Cap'n Bill. There was a peal of merry laughter at this, laughter that rippled and echoed throughout the cavern. And then at Trot's side appeared a new face, even fairer than the other, with a wealth of brown hair wreathing the lovely features, and the eyes smiled kindly into those of the child. "Are you a mermaid?" asked Trot curiously. She was not a bit afraid. They seemed both gentle and friendly. "Yes, dear," was the soft answer. "We are all mermaids," chimed a laughing chorus, and here and there, all about the boat, appeared pretty faces lying just upon the surface of the water. "Are you part fishes?" asked Trot, greatly pleased by this wonderful sight. "No, we're all mermaid," replied the one with the brown hair. "The fishes are partly like us, because they live in the sea and must move about. And you are partly like us, Mare dear, but have awkward, stiff legs, so you may walk on the land. But the mermaids lived before fishes and before mankind, so both have borrowed something from us." "Then you must be fairies if you've lived always," remarked Trot, nodding wisely. "We are, dear. We are the water fairies," answered the one with the blonde hair, coming nearer and rising till her slender white throat showed plainly. We're goners," sighed Cap'n Bill with a white, woebegone face. "I guess not, Cap'n," she answered calmly. "These pretty mermaids aren't going to hurt us, I'm sure." "No, indeed," said the first one who had spoken. "If we were wicked enough to wish to harm you, our magic could reach you as easily upon the land as in this cave. But we love little girls dearly and wish only to please them and make their lives more happy." "I believe that," cried Trot earnestly. Cap'n Bill groaned. "Guess why we have appeared to you," said another mermaid, coming to the side of the boat. "Why?" asked the child. "We heard you say yesterday you would like to see a mermaid, and so we decided to grant your wish." "That was real nice of you," said Trot, grateful. "Would you like to visit our kingdom and see all the wonders that exist below the sea?" "I'd like to," replied Trot promptly. "But I couldn't. I'd get drowned." "Oh, no," said the mermaid. "We would make you both like one of ourselves, and then you could live within the water as easily as we do." "I don't know as I'd like that," said the child, "at least for always." "You need not stay with us a moment longer than you'd please," returned the mermaid, smiling, as if amused at the remark. "Whenever you're ready to return home, we promise to bring you to this place again and restore it to you, the same form you are now wearing." "Would I have a fish's tail?" asked Trot earnestly. "You would have a mermaid's tail," was the reply. "What color would my scales be, pink or purple?" "You may choose the color yourself." "Look-a here, Trot," said Cap'n Bill in excitement. "You ain't thinking or doing such a fool thing, are you?" "Course I am," declared the little girl. "We don't get such invitations every day, Cap'n, and if I don't go now, I may never find out how the mermaids live." I'd like to see him all right, said Trot, her eyes glistening with pleasure. So would I, admitted Captain Bill, if we would live to tell the tale. Don't you believe us? Asked the mermaid, fixing her lovely eyes on those of the old sailor and smiling prettily. Are you afraid to trust us to bring you safely back? Then you'll have to come with me, said Trot decidedly, for I'm going to accept this invitation. If you don't care to come, tell Mother I'm visiting the mermaids. She'd scold me after shivers, moaned Captain Bill with a shudder. I guess I'd rather take my chance down below. All right, I'm ready, Miss Mermaid, said Trot. What shall I do? Jump in clothes and all? Give me your hand, dear, answered the mermaid, lifting a lovely white arm from the water. Trot took the slender hand and found it warm and soft and not a bit fishy. My name is Clea, continued the mermaid, and I am a princess in our deep-sea kingdom. Just then Trot gave a flop and flopped right out of the boat into the water. Captain Bill caught a gleam of pink scales as his little friend went overboard. And the next moment, there was Trot's face in the water among those of the mermaids. Captain Bill stood up in the boat, as if undecided what to do. Never a sailor man was more bewildered than this old fella by the strangeness of the adventure he had encountered. At first he could hardly believe it was all true, and that he wasn't dreaming. But there was Trot in the water, laughing with the mermaids and floating comfortably about, and he couldn't leave his dear little companion to make the trip to the depths of the ocean alone. Take my hand, please, Captain Bill, said Prince Clea, reaching her dainty arm toward him. And suddenly the old man took courage and clasped the soft fingers in his own. He had to lean over the boat to do this. And then there came a lightness to his legs, and he had a great longing to be in the water. So he gave a flop and flopped in beside Trot, where he found himself comfortable enough, but somewhat frightened. Law sakes, he grasped. Here's me in the water with my rheumatism. I'll be so stiff tomorrow I can't wiggle. You're a-wiggling all right now, observed Trot. That's a fine tail you've got, Captain, and it's got green scales, and it's just beautiful. Ah, they're green, eh? He asked, twisting around to try to see them. Green as emeralds, Captain. How do they feel? Feel, Trot, feel? Why, this tail beats that old wooden leg all holler. I can do stunts now that I couldn't have done in 1,000 years with old Peg. And don't be afraid of the rheumatism, advised the princess. No mermaid ever catches cold or suffers pain in the water. Is Captain Bill a mermaid now? Asked Trot. Why, he's a merman, I suppose, laughed the pretty princess. But when he gets home, he'll be just Captain Bill again. Wooden leg and all? Inquired the child. To be sure, my dear. The sailor was now trying his newly discovered power of swimming, and became astonished at the feats he could accomplish. He could dart his way and with wonderful speed turn and dive and caper about in the water far better than he had ever been able to do on land. And a curious thing about this present experience was that the water did not cling to him and wet him as it had always done before. He still wore his flannel shirt and pea jacket and his sailor cap. But although he was in the water and had been underneath the surface, the cloth still seemed dry and warm. As he dived down and came up again, The drops flashed from his head and the fringe of his beard, but he never needed to wipe his face or eyes at all. Trot, too, was having experiences and enjoying them. When she ducked under water, she saw plainly everything about her as easily and distinctly as she had ever seen anything above water. And by looking over her shoulder, she could watch the motion of her new tail, all covered with pretty iridescent pink scales, which gleamed like jewels. She wore her dress the same as before, and the water failed to affect it in the least. She now noticed that the mermaids were clothed too, and their exquisite gowns were the loveliest thing the little girl had ever beheld. They seemed made of a material that was like sheeny silk, cut low in the neck, and with wide, flowing sleeves that seldom covered the shapely white arms of her new friends. The gowns had trains that floated far behind the mermaids as they swam, but were so fleecy and transparent that the sparkle of their scales might be seen reaching back of their waists, where the human form ended and the fish part began. The sea fairies wore strings of splendid pearls twined around their throats, while more pearls were sewn upon their gown for trimmings. They did not dress their beautiful hair at all, but let it float around in the clouds. The little girl had scarcely time to observe all this when the princess said, "Now, my dear, if you're ready, we'll begin our journey, for it is a long way to our palaces." "All right," answered Trot, and took the hand extended to her with a trustful smile. "Will you allow me to guide you, Cap'n Bill?" asked the blonde mermaid, extending her hand to the old sailor. "Of course, ma'am," he said, taking her fingers rather bashfully. "My name is Merla," she continued, "and I am cousin to Princess Clea. We must all keep together, you know, and I will hold your hand to prevent your missing the way." While she spoke, they began to descend through the water, and it grew quite dark for a time because the cave shut out the light. But presently Trot, who was eagerly looking around her, began to notice the water lighten and saw they were coming into brighter parts of the sea. "We have left the cave now," said Clea, "and may swim straight home." "I suppose there are no winding roads in the ocean," remarked the child, swimming swiftly beside her new friend. "Oh, yes, indeed, at the bottom. The way is far from being straight or level," replied Clea. "But we are in mid-water now, where nothing will hinder our journey. Unless..." And then she seemed to hesitate, so Trot asked, "Unless what?" "You must remember that we are fairies," said Princess Clea. "For that reason, nothing in the ocean can injure us, but you two are mortals and therefore not entirely safe at all times, unless we protect you. I'll take care of you on our journey." "Why, how old are mermaids then?" asked Trot, looking around at the beautiful creatures wonderingly. "We are like all ladies of uncertain age," rejoined the princess with a smile. "We don't care to tell." "Older than Cap'n Bill?" "Yes, dear," said Clea. "But we haven't any gray whiskers," added Merla merrily, "and our hearts are ever young." Trot was thoughtful. It made her feel solemn to be in the company of such old people. The band of mermaids seemed to all appearances young and fresh, and not a bit as if they'd been soaked in water for hundreds of years. the girl began to take more notice of the sea maidens following after her. More than a dozen were in the group, and all were lovely in appearance and clothed in the same gauzy robes as Merla and the princess. And often Trot heard the tinkling chorus of their laughter. Whatever doubts might have arisen in the child's mind through the ignorant tales of her sailor friend, she now found the mermaids to be light-hearted, joyous, and gay, and from the first she had not been in the least afraid of her new companions. As they descended farther into the deep sea, Trot was surprised to find that it was not all dark or gloomy. Things were not quite so clear to her eyes as they had been in the bright sunshine above the ocean's surface, but every object was distinct nevertheless, as if she saw through a pane of green-tainted glass. The water was very clear, except for this green shading, and the little girl had never before felt so light and buoyant as she did now. It was no effort at all to dart through the water, which seemed to support her on all sides. Soon they approached a beautiful grove. The bottom of the sea was covered with white sand in which grew many varieties of sea shrubs with branches like those of trees. Not all of them were green, however, for the branches and leaves were of a variety of gorgeous colors. Some were purple, shading down to a light lavender, and there were reds all the way from a delicate rose pink to vivid shades of scarlet. Orange, yellow, and blue shades were there too, mingling with the sea greens in a most charming manner. Although Trot found the brilliant coloring somewhat bewildering. These sea shrubs, which in size were quite as big and tall as the trees on earth, were set so close together that their branches entwined. They passed through the gardens, as the mermaids called these gorgeous groves leading to their home. The great swordfishes guarded the entrance as they slowly swam along the avenue. The way wound here and there for some distance, till finally they came to a more open space, all carpeted with sea flowers of exquisite colorings. Although Trot did not know it, these flowers resembled the rare orchids of earth in their fanciful shapes and marvelous hues. The child did not examine them very closely, for across the carpet of flowers loomed the magnificent and extensive palaces of the mermaids. These palaces were built of coral, white, pink, and yellow, and the colors were arranged in graceful designs. The front of the main palace, which now faced them, had circular ends connecting the straight wall, not unlike the architecture we are all familiar with, yet there seemed to be no windows to the building, although a series of archways served as doors. Arriving at one of the central archways, the band of sea maidens separated, Princess Clea and Merla leading Trot and Cap'n Bill into the palace, while the other mermaids swam swiftly away to their own quarters. She escorted them through the archway and into a lofty hall. It was not a mere grotto, but had smoothly built walls of pink coral inlaid with white. Trot at first thought there was no roof, for looking upward she could see the water all above them. But the princess, reading her thoughts, said with a smile, Yes, there is a roof, or we would be unable to keep all the sea people out of our palace. But the roof is made of glass to admit the light. Glass, cried the astonished child. Then it must be an awful big pane of glass. It is, agreed Clea. Our roofs are considered quite wonderful, and we owe them to the fairy powers of our queen. Of course, you understand there is no natural way to make glass underwater. No, indeed, said Cap'n Bill. And then he asked, does your queen live here? Yes, she is waiting now in her throne room to welcome you. Come then, said Clea, and once more, taking Trot's hand, she led the girl through still another arch, while Merla followed just behind them, escorting Cap'n Bill. They now entered an apartment so gorgeous that the child fairly gasped with astonishment. The Queen's throne room was indeed the grandest and most beautiful chamber in all the ocean palaces. Its coral walls were thickly inlaid with mother of pearl, exquisitely shaded and made into borders and floral decorations. In the corners were cabinets, and upon the shelves of which were many curious shells, all beautifully polished. The floor glittered with gems arranged in patterns of flowers like a brilliant carpet. Near the center of the room was a raised platform of mother of pearl upon which stood a couch thickly studded with diamonds. Here reclined Queen Aquarain, a being so lovely that Trot gazed upon her spellbound, and Cap'n Bill took off his sailor cap and held it in his hands. All about the room were grouped other mother-of-pearl couches, not raised like that of the Queen, and upon each of these reclined a pretty mermaid. They could not sit down as we do. Trot readily understood because of their tails, but they rested very gracefully upon the couches, with their trailing gauzy robes arranged in fleecy folds. When Clea and Merla escorted the strangers down the length of the great room toward the royal throne, they met with pleasant looks and smiles on every side, for the sea maidens were too polite to indulge in curious stares. They paused just before the throne, and the Queen raised her head upon one elbow to observe them. "Welcome, Meyer," she said, "and welcome, Cap'n Bill. I trust you are pleased with your glimpse of the life beneath the surface of our sea." "I am," answered Trot, looking admiringly at the beautiful face of the Queen. "It's all mighty curious and strange-like," said the sailor slowly. "I'd no idea you mermaids were like this at all. Allow me to explain that it was to correct your wrong ideas about us that led me to invite you to visit us," replied the Queen. "We usually pay little heed to the Earth people, for we are content in our own dominions. But of course we know all that goes on upon your Earth. So when Princess Clea chanced to overhear your absurd comments about us, we were greatly amused and decided to let you see with your own eyes just what we are like." "I'm glad you did," answered Cap'n Bill, dropping his eyes in some confusion as he remembered his former description of the mermaids. "Now that you're here," continued the Queen in a cordial, friendly tone, "you might as well remain with us a few days and see the wonderful sights of our ocean." "I'm much obliged to you, ma'am," said Trot, "and I'd like to stay ever so much, but Mother worries just dreadfully if we don't get home in time." I'll arrange all that, said Aqua Rain with a smile. How? Asked the girl. I will make your mother forget the passage of time so she will not realize how long you're away. Then she cannot worry. Can you do that? Inquired Trot. Very easily. I will send your mother into a deep sleep that will last until you're ready to return home. Just at present, she is seated in her chair by the front window, engaged in knitting. The Queen paused to raise an arm and wave it slowly to and fro. Then she added, Now your mother is asleep, little mare, and instead of worries, I promise her pleasant dreams. Won't someone rob the house while she's asleep? Asked the child anxiously. No, dear, my charm will protect the house from any intrusion. That's fine, exclaimed Trot in delight. It's just wonderful, said Cap'n Bill. I wish I knew it was so. Trot's mother has an awful sharp tongue when she's worried. You may see for yourselves, declared the Queen, and waved her hand again. And at once they saw before them the room in the cottage with Mare's mother asleep by the window. Her knitting was in her lap, and the cat lay curled up beside her chair. It was also natural that Trot thought she could hear the clock over the fireplace tick. After a moment, the scene faded away. When the Queen asked with another smile, Are you satisfied? Oh, yes, cried Trot. But how could you do it? It's a form of mirage, was the reply. We are able to bring any earth scene before us whenever we wish. Sometimes these scenes are reflected above the water, so that mortals also observe them. I've seen 'em, said Cap'n Bill, nodding. I've seen mirages, but I've never knowed what caused 'em afore now. Whenever you see anything you don't understand and wish to ask questions, I will be very glad to answer them, said the Queen. One thing that bothers me, said Trot, is why we don't get wet being in the ocean with water all around us. That is because no water really touches you, explained the Queen. Your bodies have been made just like those of the mermaids in order that you may fully enjoy your visit to us. One of our peculiar qualities is that water is never permitted to quite touch our bodies or our gowns. Always there remains a very small space, hardly a hair's breadth, between us and the water, which is the reason we are always warm and dry. I see, said Trot. That's why you don't get soggy or withered. Exactly, laughed the Queen, and the other mermaids joined in merriment. I suppose that's how we can breathe without gills, remarked Cap'n Bill thoughtfully. Yes, the air space is constantly replenished from the water, which contains air, and this enables us to breathe as freely as you do upon the earth. But we have fins, said Trot, looking at the fin that stood upright on Cap'n Bill's back. Yes, they allowed us to guide ourselves as we swim, and so are very useful, replied the Queen. They make us more finished, said Cap'n Bill with a chuckle. Then suddenly, becoming grave, he added, How about my rheumatics, ma'am? Ain't likely to get stiffened up with all this dampness? No, indeed, Aqua Rain answered. There is no such thing as rheumatism in all our dominions. I promise no evil result shall follow this visit to us. So please, be as happy and contented as possible. The Queen now requested her guests to recline upon couches that they might rest themselves from their long swim and talk more at their ease. So the girl and the sailor allowed themselves to float downward until they rested their bodies on two of the couches nearest the throne, which were willingly vacated for them by the mermaids who occupied them until then. The visitors soon found themselves answering a great many questions about their life on Earth, for although the Queen had said she kept track of what was going on the land, there were many details of human life in which all the mermaids seemed greatly interested. During the conversation, several sea maids came swimming into the room bearing trays of sea apples and other fruit, which they first offered to the Queen and then passed the refreshments around to the company assembled. Trot and Cap'n Bill each took some, and the little girl found the fruits delicious to eat, as they had richer flavor than any that grew upon land. Queen Aquarain was much pleased when the old sailor asked for more, but Merla warned them dinner would soon be served, and he must take care not to spoil his appetite for that meal. "Our dinner is at noon, for we have to cook in the middle of the day when the sun is shining," she said. "Cook?" cried Trot. "Why, you can't build a fire in the water, can you?" "We have no need of fires," was the reply. "The glass roof of our kitchen is so curved that it concentrates the heat of the sun's rays, which are then hot enough to cook anything we wish." "But how do you get along if the day is cloudy and the sun doesn't shine?" inquired the little girl. "Then we use the hot springs that bubble up in another part of the palace," Merla answered. "But the sun is the best to cook by." So it was no surprise to Trot when about noon dinner was announced, and all the mermaids, headed by their queen and their guests, swam into another spacious room where a great long table was laid. The dishes were of polished gold and dainty cut glass, and the cloth and napkins of fine gossamer. Around the table were ranged rows of couches for the mermaids to recline upon as they ate. Only the nobility and favorites of Queen Aquarain were invited to partake of this repast, for Clea explained that tables were set for the mermaids in different parts of the numerous palaces. "I can't see where you get the ice to freeze it," Trot replied. "Oh, it is brought to us from the icebergs that float in the northern parts of the ocean," explained Merla. "And we use electric lights in our palaces and have done so for thousands of years, long before the Earth people knew of electric lights." "But where do you get them?" inquired Cap'n Bill, who was as astonished as the girl. "From a transparent jellyfish which naturally emits a strong and beautiful electric light," was the answer. "We have many hundreds of them in our palaces, as you will presently see." Their way was now lighted by a small photophosphorescent creatures scattered about the sea gardens, and which Merla informed them were hyalea, or sea glowworms. But their light was dim when compared to that of the electric jellyfish, which they found placed in clusters upon the ceilings of all the rooms of the palaces, rendering them light as day. Trot watched these curious creatures with delight, for delicately colored lights ran around their bodies in every direction in a continuous stream, shedding splendid rays throughout the vast halls. A group of mermaids met the visitors in the hall of the main palace and told Merla the Queen had instructed them to show the guests to their rooms as soon as they arrived. So Trot followed two of them through the several passages, after which they swam upward and entered a circular opening. There were no stairs here because there was no need of them, and the little girl soon found herself in an upper room that was very beautiful indeed. All the walls were covered with iridescent shells, polished till they resembled mother of pearl, and upon the glass ceiling were clusters of the brilliant electric jellyfish, rendering the room bright and cheerful with their radiance. In one corner stood a couch of white coral with gossamer draperies hanging around it from the 4 high posts. Upon examining it, the child found the couch was covered with soft amber sponges, which rendered it very comfortable to lie upon. In a wardrobe she found several beautiful gossamer gowns, richly embroidered in colored seaweeds, and these Trot was told she might wear while she remained the guest of the mermaids. She also found a toilet table with brushes, combs, and other conveniences, all of which were made of polished tortoise shell. Really, the room was more dainty and comfortable than one might suppose, possible in a palace far beneath the surface of the sea. And Trot was greatly delighted with her new quarters. The mermaid attendants assisted the child to dress in one of the prettiest robes, which she found to be quite dry and fitted her comfortably. Then the sea maids brushed and dressed her hair and tied it with ribbons of cherry red seaweed. Finally, they placed around her neck a string of pearls that would have been priceless upon the earth. And for the next couple days, the mermaids guided Cap'n Bill and Trot on many adventures. They met all kinds of sea creatures and faced some unexpected challenges that eventually turned out for the good. You can read all about these adventures in the full version of this book, but for this bedtime story, we'll move on now to the final chapter. It was their last day at sea, under the sea. Everyone gathered for a feast with the king. Many of the things offered them to eat were unknown to the visitors, and Trot was suspicious of some of them. But Cap'n Bill asked no questions and ate everything offered him, so Trot decided to follow his example. Certain it is that they found the meal very satisfying, and evidently there was no danger of their being hungry while they remained the guests of the mermaids. When the fruits came, they thought that that must be the last course of the big dinner, but following the fruits was ice cream frozen into the shape of flowers. "How funny," said the child, "to be eating ice cream at the bottom of the sea." As they sat enjoying their meal with the king, King Ankar, he looked at Cap'n Bill and Trot and said, "The ocean is a beautiful place, and we who belong here love it dearly. In many ways, it's a nicer place for a home than the earth, for we have no sunstrokes, mosquitoes, earthquakes, or candy shops to bother us. But I am convinced that the ocean is no proper dwelling place for earth people. Earth people are as constantly in danger underwater as we would be upon the land. So having won the right to command you all, I order you now to take little Trot and Cap'n Bill straight home, and there restore them to their natural forms. It's a dreadful condition, I know, and they must each have 2 stumbling legs instead of a strong, beautiful fish tail. But it is the fate of earth dwellers, and they cannot escape it. I issue this order, my friends, not because I'm not fond of your society, but to keep you from getting into more trouble in a country where all is strange and unnatural to you. Well, I'm ready to go home, said Trot, but I've enjoyed my visit, and I shall always love the mermaids for being so good to me. That speech pleased Aquarain and Clea, who smiled upon the child and kissed her affectionately. Would you rather go back to our mermaid home for a time and rest yourselves, or would you prefer to start for Giant's Cave at once? I guess we'd better go back home, decided Trot. To our own home, I mean. We've been away quite a while, and King Anko seemed to think it was best. Very well, replied the Queen. Let us turn into this direction then. You can say goodbye to Merla for us, continued Trot. She was very nice to us, and especially to Cap'n Bill. Trot took one last view of the beautiful silver castle from the hole high up in the dome, which was now open and unguarded. And the next moment, she was in the broad ocean again, swimming beside her mermaid friends. The Queen had magic power to carry them all across the ocean in wonderfully quick time, and before Trot and Cap'n Bill were aware of the distance they had come, the mermaids paused while Princess Clea said, "Now we must go a little deeper, for here is the Giant's Cave, and the entrance to it is near the bottom of the sea." And then through the darker water they swam, passing through the rocky entrance, and began to ascend slowly into the azure blue water of the cave. "You've been awfully good to us, and I don't know just how to thank you," said Trot earnestly. "We have enjoyed your visit to us," said beautiful Queen Aquarain, smiling upon her little friend. "And you may easily repay any pleasure we have given you by speaking well of the mermaids when you hear ignorant earth people condemning us." "I'll do that, of course," exclaimed the child. Aquarain was thoughtful for a time. Then she drew from her finger a ring, a plain gold band, set with a pearl of great value, and gave it to the little girl. "If at any period of your life the mermaids can be of service to you, my dear," she said, "you have but to come to the edge of the ocean and call, 'Aquarain.' If you are wearing this ring at the time, I shall instantly hear you and come to your assistance." "Thank you," cried the child, slipping the ring over her own chubby finger, and it fit perfectly. "I shall never forget that I have good and loyal friends in the ocean. You may be sure." Away and away they swam, swiftly and in a straight line, keeping in the middle of the water where they were not liable to meet many sea people. Eventually, they pushed their heads above the blue water and looked around the cave. It was silent and deserted. Floating gently near the spot where they had left it was their own little boat. Cap'n Bill swam to it, took hold of the side, and then turned an inquiring face toward the mermaids. "Climb in," said the Queen. So he pulled himself up and awkwardly tumbled forward into the boat. As he did so, he heard his wooden leg clatter against the seat and turned around to look at it wonderingly. "It's me, all right," he muttered. "One meat one and one hickory one. That's the same as belongs to me." "Will you lift Trot aboard?" asked Princess Clea. And as Trot lifted up her arms, he seized them and drew her safely into the boat. She was dressed just as usual, and her chubby legs wore shoes and stockings. Strangely enough, neither of them were at all wet or even damp in any part of their clothing. "I wonder where our legs have been while we've been gone, mused Cap'n Bill, gazing at his little friend in great delight. And I wonder what's become of our pretty pink and green scaled tails, returned the girl, laughing with glee, for it seemed good to be herself again. Queen Aquaraine and Princess Clea were a little way off, lying with their pretty faces just out of the water, while their hair floated in soft clouds around them. "Goodbye, friends," they called. "Goodbye," shouted both Trot and Cap'n Bill, and the little girl blew 2 kisses from her fingers towards the mermaids. Then the faces disappeared, leaving little ripples on the surface of the water. Cap'n Bill picked up the oars and slowly headed the boat toward the mouth of the cave. "I wonder, Trot, if your mama has missed us," he remarked uneasily. "Of course not," replied the girl. "She's been sound asleep, you know." As the boat crept out into the bright sunlight, they were both silent, but each sighed with pleasure at beholding their own everyday world again. Finally, Trot said softly, "The land's the best, Cap'n." "It is, mate, for living on," he answered. "But I'm so glad to have seen the mermaids," she added. "Well, so am I, Trot," he agreed. "But I wouldn't have believed any mortal could ever have seen 'em." And Trot laughed merrily. "And lived to tell the tale," she cried, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Oh, Cap'n Bill, how little we mortals know." "True enough, mate," he replied, "but we're a-learnin' something every day." The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. So I invite you to become comfortable in the ways that you know best, feeling your body supported by the bed, aware of the softness of your sheets and blankets and pillow, and knowing right now there's no place you need to go and nothing that you have to do. This is your time to settle into this story. So let's begin. Far out in the ocean, where the water is as blue as the prettiest cornflower and as clear as crystal, it is very, very deep. So deep indeed that no cable could fathom it. Many church steeples, piled one upon the other, would not reach from the ground beneath to the surface of the water above. There dwell the Sea King and his subjects. We must not imagine that there is nothing at the bottom of the sea but bare yellow sand. No, indeed, the most singular flowers and plants grow there, the leaves and stems of which are so pliant that the slightest agitation of the water causes them to stir as if they had life. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches, as birds fly among the trees here upon the land. In the deepest spot of all stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. The roof is formed of shells that open and close as the water flows over them. Their appearance is very beautiful, for in each lies a glittering pearl which would be fit for the diadem of a queen. The Sea King had been a widower for many years, and his aged mother kept house for him. She was a very wise woman, and deserving of very great praise for her care of the little sea princesses, her granddaughters. They were 6 beautiful children, but the youngest was the prettiest of them all. Her eyes as blue as the deep sea. But like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fish's tail. All day long they played in the great halls of the castle, or among the living flowers that grew out of the walls. The large amber windows were open, and the fish swam in, just as the swallows fly into our houses when we open the windows. Outside the castle there was a beautiful garden in which grew bright red and dark blue flowers, and blossoms like flames of fire. The fruit glittered like gold, and the leaves and stems waved to and fro continually. The earth itself was the finest sand, but blue as the flame of burning sulfur. Over everything lay a peculiar blue radiance, as if it were surrounded by the air from above, through which the blue sky shone, instead of the dark depths of the sea. In calm weather, the sun could be seen, looking like a purple flower with the light streaming from the calyx. Each of the young princesses had a plot of ground in the garden where she might dig and plant as she pleased. One arranged her flower bed into the form of a whale. Another thought it better to make hers like the figure of a little mermaid. But that of the youngest was round like the sun and contained flowers as red as his rays at sunset. She was a strange child, quiet and thoughtful, and while her sisters would be delighted with the wonderful things which they obtained from the wrecks of vessels, she cared for nothing but her pretty red flowers, like the sun, excepting a beautiful marble statue. It was the representation of a handsome boy carved out of pure white stone, which had fallen to the bottom of the sea from a wreck. She planted by the statue a rose-colored weeping willow. It grew splendidly, and very soon it hung its fresh branches over the statue, almost down to the blue sands. The shadow had a violet tint and waved to and fro like the branches. It seemed as if the crown of the tree and the root were at play and trying to kiss each other. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as to hear about the world above the sea. She made her old grandmother tell her all she knew of the ships and the towns and the people and the animals. To her, it seemed almost wonderful and beautiful to hear that the flowers of the land should have fragrance, and not those below the sea, that the trees of the forest should be green, and that the fishes among the trees could sing so sweetly that it was quite a pleasure to hear them. Her grandmother called the little birds fishes, or she would not have understood her, for she had never seen birds. When you have reached your 15th year, said the grandmother, you will have permission to rise up out of the sea, to sit on the rocks in the moonlight while the great ships are sailing by, and then you will see both forests and towns. In the following year, one of the sisters would be 15. But as each was a year younger than the other, the youngest would have to wait 5 years before her turn came to rise up from the bottom of the ocean and see the earth as we do. However, each promised to tell the others what she saw on her first visit and what she thought the most beautiful, for her grandmother could not tell them enough. There were so many things in which they wanted information. None of them longed so much for her turn to come as the youngest, she who had the longest time to wait, and who was so quiet and thoughtful. Many nights she stood by the open window, looking up through the dark blue water and watching the fish as they splashed about with their fins and tails. She could see the moon and the stars shining faintly, but through the water they looked larger than they do to our eyes. When something like a black cloud passed between her and them, she knew that either it was a whale swimming over her head or a ship full of human beings who never imagined that a pretty little mermaid was standing beneath them, holding out her white hands towards the keel of their ship. As soon as the eldest was 15, she was allowed to rise to the surface of the ocean. When she came back, she had hundreds of things to talk about. But the most beautiful, she said, was to lie in the moonlight on a sandbank in the quiet sea near the coast, and to gaze on a large town nearby where the lights were twinkling like hundreds of stars, to listen to the sounds of the music, the noises of carriages, and the voices of human beings, and then to hear the merry bells peal out from the church steeples. And because she could not go near to all of these wonderful things, she longed for them more than ever. Oh, did not the youngest sister listen eagerly to all these descriptions? And afterwards, when she stood at the open window looking up through the dark blue water, she thought of the great city with all of its bustle and noise, and even fancied she could hear the sound of the church bells down to the depths of the sea. In another year, the second sister received permission to rise to the surface of the water and to swim about where she pleased. She rose just as the sun was setting, and this, she said, was the most beautiful sight of all. The whole sky looked like gold, while violet and rose-colored clouds, which she could not describe, floated above her. And still more rapidly than the clouds flew a large flock of wild swans towards the setting sun, looking like a long white veil across the sea. She also swam towards the sun, but it sunk into the waves, and the rosy tints faded from the clouds and from the sea. The third sister's turn followed. She was the boldest of them all, and she swam up a broad river that emptied itself into the sea. On the banks, she saw green hills covered with beautiful vines. Palaces and castles peeped out from amid the proud trees of the forest. She heard the birds singing, and the rays of the sun were so powerful that she was obliged often to dive down under the water to cool her burning face. But she said she should never forget the beautiful forest, the green hills, and the pretty little children who could swim in the water, although they had not fishes' tails. The fourth sister was more timid. She remained in the midst of the sea, but she said it was quite as beautiful there as nearer the land. She could see for so many miles around her, and the sky above looked like a bell of glass. She had seen the ships, but at such a great distance that they looked like seagulls. The dolphins sported in the waves, and the great whales sprouted water from their nostrils till it seemed as if 100 fountains were playing in every direction. The fifth sister's birthday occurred in the winter, so when her turn came, she saw what the others had not seen the first time they went up. The sea looked quite green, and large icebergs were floating about, each like a pearl. They were of the most singular shapes and glittered like diamonds. She had seated herself upon one of the largest and let the wind play with her long hair, and she remarked that all of the ships sailed by rapidly and steered as far away as they could from the iceberg, as if they were afraid of it. Towards evening, as the sun went down, dark clouds covered the sky. The thunder rolled, and the lightning flashed, and the red light glowed on the icebergs as they rocked and tossed on the heaving sea, while she sat calmly on the floating iceberg, watching the blue lightning as it darted its forked flashes into the sea. When first the sisters had permission to rise to the surface, they were each delighted with the new and beautiful sights they saw. But now, as grown-up girls, they could go when they pleased, and they had become indifferent about it. They wished themselves back again in the water, and after a month had passed, they said it was much more beautiful down below, and pleasanter to be at home. Yet often in the evening hours, the 5 sisters would twine their arms around each other and rise to the surface in a row. They had more beautiful voices than any human being could have. And before the approach of a storm, and when they expected a ship would be lost, they swam before the vessel and sang sweetly of the delights to be found in the depths of the sea, and begging the sailors not to fear if they sank to the bottom. But the sailors could not understand the song. They took it for the howling of the storm, and these things were never to be beautiful for them, for if the ship sank, the men were drowned. When the sisters rose arm in arm through the water in this way, their youngest sister would stand quite alone, looking after them, ready to cry, only that the mermaids had no tears, and therefore they suffer more. "Oh, were I but 15 years old," said she, "I know that I shall love the world up there, and all the people who live in it." At last she reached her 15th year. "Well, now you are grown up," said the old dowager, her grandmother, "so you must let me adorn you like your other sisters." And she placed a wreath of white lilies in her hair, and every flower leaf was half a pearl. And soon the little mermaid said goodbye and rose as lightly as a bubble to the surface of the water. The sun had just set as she raised her head above the waves, but the clouds were tinted with crimson and gold, and through the glimmering twilight beamed the evening star in all its beauty. The sea was calm, and the air mild and fresh. A large ship with 3 masts lay becalmed on the water, with only one sail set, for not a breeze stifled, and the sailors sat idly on deck or amongst the rigging. There was music and song on board, and as darkness came on, 100 colored lanterns were lighted as if the flags of all nations waved in the air. The little mermaid swam close to the cabin windows, and now and then, as the waves lifted her up, she could look in through her clear glass window panes and see a number of well-dressed people within. Among them was a young prince, the most beautiful of all, with large black eyes. He was 16 years of age, and his birthday was being kept with much rejoicing. The sailors were dancing on deck, and when the prince came out of the cabin, more than 100 rockets rose in the air, making it as bright as day. The little mermaid was so startled that she dived underwater, and when she again stretched out her hand, it appeared as if all the stars of the heaven were falling around her. She had never seen such fireworks before. Great suns spurted fire about, splendid fireflies flew into the blue air, and everything was reflected by the clear, calm sea beneath. And how handsome the young prince looked as he pressed the hands of all present and smiled at them, while the music resounded through the clear night air. It was very late, yet the little mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship or from the beautiful prince. The colored lanterns had been extinguished. No more rockets rose in the air, and the cannon had ceased firing. But the sea became restless, and a moaning, grumbling sound could be heard beneath the waves. Still, the little mermaid remained by the cabin window, rocking up and down on the water, which enabled her to look in. After a while, the sails were quickly unfurled, and the noble ship continued her passage. But soon the waves rose higher, heavy clouds darkened the sky, and lightning appeared in the distance. At length the ship groaned and creaked. The thick planks gave way under the lashing of the sea as it broke over the deck. The ship lay over on her side, and the water rushed in. The little mermaid now perceived that the crew were in danger. Even she herself was obliged to be careful to avoid the beams and planks of the wreck, which lay scattered on the water. At one moment, it was so pitch dark that she couldn't see a single object, but a flash of lightning revealed the whole scene. She could see every one who had been on board, excepting the prince. When the ship parted, she had seen him sink into the deep waves, and she was glad, for she thought he would now be with her. And then she remembered that human beings could not live in the water, so she swam about the beams and planks, which were strewed in the surface of the sea, rising and falling with the waves, till at length she managed to reach the young prince, who was fast losing the power of swimming in that stormy sea. His limbs were failing him. His beautiful eyes were closed. She held his head above the water and let the waves drift them where they would. In the morning the storm had ceased, but of the ship not a single fragment could be seen. The sun rose red and glowing from the water, and its beams brought back the hue of health to the prince's cheeks. But his eyes remained closed. The mermaid kissed his high, smooth forehead and stroked back his wet hair. He seemed to her like the marble statue in her little garden, and she kissed him again. Presently they came in sight of land. She saw lofty blue mountains on which the white snow rested as if a flock of swans were lying upon them. Near the coast were beautiful green forests, and close by stood a large building. Whether a church or a convent, she could not tell. Orange and citron trees grew in the garden, and before the door stood lofty palms. The sea here formed a little bay in which the water was quite still but very deep. So she swam with the handsome prince to the beach. It was covered with fine white sand, and there she laid the prince in the warm sunshine, taking care to raise his head higher than his body. Then bells sounded in the large white building, and a number of young girls came into the garden. The little mermaid swam out farther from the shore and placed herself between some high rocks that rose out of the water. Then she covered her head and neck with the foam of the sea, so that her little face might not be seen, and watched to see what would become of the poor prince. She did not wait long before she saw a young girl approach the prince where he lay. She seemed frightened at first, but only for a moment. Then she fetched a number of people, and the mermaid saw that the prince came to life again and smiled upon those who stood round him. But to her he sent no smile. He knew not that she had saved him. This made her very unhappy, and when he was led away into the great building, she dived down sorrowfully into the water and returned to her father's castle. She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Her sisters asked her what she had seen during her first visit to the surface of the water, but she would tell them nothing. Many an evening and morning did she rise to the place where she had left the prince. She saw the fruits in the garden ripen till they were gathered, the snow on the tops of the mountains melt away, but she never saw the prince, and therefore she'd return home, always more sorrowful than before. It was her only comfort to sit in her little garden and fling her arm round the beautiful marble statue, which was like the prince. But she gave up tending her flowers, and they grew in wild confusion over the paths, twining their long leaves and stems under the branches of the trees, so that the whole place became dark and gloomy. At length she could bear it no longer, and told one of her sisters all about it. Then the other heard the secret, and very soon it became known to two mermaids whose intimate friend happened to know who the prince was. She had also seen the festival on board ship, and she told them where the prince came from and where his palace stood. "Come, little sister," said the other princesses. And they entwined their arms and rose up in a long row to the surface of the water, close by the spot where they knew the prince's palace stood. And now that she knew where he lived, she spent many an evening and many a night on the water near the palace. She could swim much nearer the shore than any of the others ventured to do. Indeed, once she went quite up the narrow channel under the marble balcony, which threw a broad shadow on the water. Here she would sit and watch the young prince, who thought himself quite alone in the bright moonlight. She saw him many times of an evening sailing in a pleasant boat, with music playing and flags waving. She peeped out from among the green rushes, and if the wind caught her long silvery white veil, those who saw it believed it to be a swan spreading out its wings. On many a night, too, when the fishermen with their torches were out at sea, she heard them relate so many good things about the doings of the young prince that she was glad she had saved his life when he had been tossed about half dead on the waves. And she remembered that his head had rested on her bosom, and how heartily she had kissed him. But he knew nothing of all this, and could not even dream of her. She grew more and more fond of human beings, and wished more and more to be able to wander about with those whose worlds seemed to be so much larger than her own. There was so much that she wished to know, and her sisters were unable to answer all her questions. Then she applied to her old grandmother, who knew all about the upper world, which she very rightly called the lands above the sea. "If humans are not drowned," asked the little mermaid, "can they live forever? Do they never die as we do here in the sea?" "Yes," replied the old lady, "they must also die, and their terms of life is even shorter than ours. We sometimes live to 300 years, but when we cease to exist here, we only become the foam on the surface of the water, and we have not even a grave down here of those we love. We have not immortal souls. We shall never live again. But like the green seaweed, where once it has been cut off, we can never flourish more. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever, lives after the body has been turned to dust. It rises up through the clear, pure air, beyond the glittering stars. As we rise out of the water and behold all the land of the earth, so do they rise to unknown and glorious regions, which we shall never see." "Why have not we an immortal soul?" asked the little mermaid mournfully. "I would give gladly the hundreds of years that I have to live, to be a human being only for one day, and to have the hope of knowing the happiness of that glorious world above the stars." "You must not think of that," said the old woman. "We feel ourselves to be much happier and much better off than human beings." "So shall I die," said the little mermaid, "and as the foam of the sea I shall be driven about never again to hear the music of the waves, or to see the pretty flowers above the red sun. Is there anything I can do to win an immortal soul?" "No," said the old woman, "unless a man were to love you so much that you were more to him than his father or mother, and if all his thoughts and all his love were fixed upon you." And the priest placed his right hand to yours, and he promised to be true to you here and hereafter. Then his soul would glide into your body, and you would obtain a share in the future happiness of mankind. He would give a soul to you and retain his own as well. But this can never happen. Your fish's tail, which amongst us is considered so beautiful, is thought on earth to be quite ugly. They do not know any better, and they think it is necessary to have 2 stout props, which they call legs, in order to be handsome. Then the little mermaid sighed and looked sorrowfully at her fish's tail. "Let us be happy," said the old lady. and dart and spring about during the 300 years that we have to live, which is really quite long enough. After that, we can rest ourselves all the better. One day the little mermaid decided to visit the sea witch to see if she could help her find the prince and become human. She went out from her garden and took the road to the foaming whirlpools, behind which this sorceress lived. Her house was in the center of a strange forest, in which all the trees and flowers were half animals and half plants. The little mermaid was so alarmed at what she saw that she stood still, and her heart beat with fear. And she was very nearly turning back, but she thought of the prince and of the human soul for which she longed, and her courage returned. She laid her hands together across her bosom, and then she darted forward as a fish shoots through the water. And eventually she came to a space of marshy ground in the wood, and there sat the sea witch. "I know what you want," said the sea witch. "It is very stupid of you, but you shall have your way, and it will bring you sorrow, my pretty princess. You want to get rid of your fish's tail and to have two supports instead of it, like human beings on earth, so that the young prince may fall in love with you, and that you may have an immortal soul." And then the witch laughed. "You are but just in time," said the witch, "for after sunrise tomorrow I should not be able to help you till the end of another year. I will prepare a draft for you with which you must swim to land tomorrow before sunrise, and sit on the shore and drink it. Your tail will then disappear and shrink up into what mankind calls legs. But all who see you will say that you are the prettiest little human being they ever saw. You will still have the same flowing gracefulness of movement. But think again," said the witch, "for once your shape has become like a human being, you can no more be a mermaid. You will never return through the water to your sisters or to your father's palace again. And if you do not win the love of the prince, so that he is willing to forget his father and mother for your sake, and to love you with his whole soul, and allow the priest to join your hands that you may be man and wife, then you will never have an immortal soul. The first morning after he marries another, your heart will break, and you will become foam on the crest of the waves." "I will do it," said the little mermaid, and then she became pale as death. "But I must be paid also," said the witch, "and it is not a trifle that I ask. You have the sweetest voice of any who dwell here in the depths of the sea, and you believe that you will be able to charm the prince with it also. But this voice you must give to me, the best thing you possess." "But if you take away my voice," said the little mermaid, "what's left for me? Your beautiful form, your graceful walk, and your expressive eyes, surely with these you can enchant a man's heart. Well, have you lost your courage? Put out your little tongue so that I may cut it off as payment. Then you shall have the powerful drink." "It shall be," said the little mermaid. Then the witch placed her cauldron on the fire to prepare the magic drink. And when at last the magic drink was ready, it looked like the clearest water. "There it is for you," said the witch. So the mermaid took the drink along with her and went her way, passing quickly through the wood and the marsh and between the rushing whirlpools. She stole into the garden, took a flower from the flower beds of each of her sisters, kissed her hand 1,000 times towards the palace, and then rose up through the dark blue waters. The sun had not risen when she came in sight of the prince's palace and approached the beautiful marble steps. But the moon shone clear and bright. Then the little mermaid drank the magic drink and fell into a swoon. When the sun arose and shone over the sea, she recovered and felt a sharp pain, but just before her stood the handsome young prince. He fixed his coal-black eyes upon her so earnestly that she cast down her own, and then became aware that her fish's tail was gone, and that she had a pretty pair of legs and tiny feet, as any little maiden could have. But she had no clothes, so she wrapped herself in long, thick hair. The prince asked her who she was and where she came from, and she looked at him mildly and sorrowfully with her deep blue eyes, but she could not speak. She stepped as lightly by the prince's side as a soap bubble, so that he and all who saw her wondered at her graceful, swaying movements. She was very soon arrayed in costly robes of silk and muslin, and was the most beautiful creature in the palace. But she could not speak or sing. Beautiful women dressed in silk and gold stepped forward and sang before the prince and his royal parents. One sang better than all the others, and the prince clapped his hands and smiled at her. This was great sorrow to the little mermaid. She knew how much more sweetly she herself could sing once, and she thought, oh, if he could only know that I have given away my voice forever to be with him. Then the little mermaid raised her lovely white arms, stood on the tips of her toes, and glided over the floor and danced as no one had yet been able to dance. At each moment her beauty became more and more revealed, and her expressive eyes appealed more directly to the heart. Everyone was enchanted, especially the prince, who called her his little foundling. And she danced again quite readily to please him. The prince said she should remain with him always, and she received permission to sleep at his door on a velvet cushion. He had a page's dress made for her that she might accompany him on horseback. They rode together through the sweet-scented woods where the green boughs touched their shoulders, and the little birds sang among the fresh leaves. She climbed with the prince to the tops of high mountains, and although her tender feet bled so that even her steps were marked, she only laughed and followed him till they could see the clouds beneath them looking like a flock of birds traveling to distant lands. While at the prince's palace, and when all the household were asleep, she would go and sit on the broad marble steps, for it eased her burning feet to bathe them in the cold sea water. And then she thought of all those below in the deep. Once during the night, her sisters came up arm in arm, singing sorrowfully. As they floated on the water, she beckoned to them, and they recognized her, and they told her how she had grieved them. After that, they came to the same place every night, and once she saw in the distance her old grandmother, who had not been to the surface of the sea for many years, and the old sea king, her father with his crown on his head. They stretched out their hands towards her, but they did not venture so near the land as her sisters did. As the days passed, she loved the prince more fondly, and he loved her as he would love a little child. But it never came into his head to make her his wife. Yet unless he married her, she could not receive an immortal soul, and on the morning of his marriage with another, she would dissolve into the foam of the sea. "Do you not love me the best of them all?" the eyes of the little mermaid seemed to say when he took her in his arms and kissed her fair forehead. "Yes, you are dear to me," said the prince, "for you have the best heart, and you are the most devoted to me. You are like a young maiden whom I once saw, but whom I shall never meet again. I was in a ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near a holy temple, where several young maidens performed the service. The youngest of them found me on the shore and saved my life. I saw her but twice, and she is the only one in the world whom I could love. But you are like her, and you have almost driven her image out of my mind. She belongs to the holy temple, and my good fortune has sent you to me instead of her, and we will never part." Ah, he knows that it was me who saved his life, thought the little mermaid. I carried him over the sea to the wood where the temple stands. I sat beneath the foam and watched till the human beings came to help him. I saw the pretty maiden that he loves better than he loves me, and the mermaid sighed deeply, but she could not shed tears. He sees the maiden belongs to the holy temple, therefore she will never return to the world. They will meet no more, while I am by his side and see him every day. I will take care of him and love him, and give up my life for his sake. Very soon it was said that the prince must marry, and that the beautiful daughter of a neighboring king would be his wife. "I must travel," he said to her. "I must see this beautiful princess, my parents' desire. But they will not oblige me to bring her home as my bride. I cannot love her. She is not like the beautiful maiden in the temple, whom you resemble. If I were forced to choose a bride, I would rather choose you with those expressive eyes." And then he kissed her rosy mouth, played with her long waving hair, and laid his head on her heart, while she dreamed of human happiness and an immortal soul. In the moonlight, when all on board were asleep excepting the man at the helm, she sat on the deck, gazing down through the clear water. She thought she could distinguish her father's castle, and upon it her aged grandmother, with the silver crown on her head, looking through the rushing tide at the keel of the vessel. Then her sisters came up on the waves and gazed at her mournfully, wringing their hands. She beckoned to them and smiled, and wanted to tell them how happy and well off she was. But the cabin boy approached, and when her sisters dived down, he thought it was only the foam of the sea which he saw. The next morning, the ship sailed into the harbor of a beautiful town belonging to the king whom the prince was going to visit. The church bells were ringing, and from the high towers sounded a flourish of trumpets, and soldiers with flying colors and glittering bayonets lined the rocks through which they passed. Every day was a festival. Balls and entertainments followed one another. But the princess had not appeared. People said she was being brought up and educated in a religious house where she was learning every royal virtue. But at last she came. Then the little mermaid, who was very anxious to see whether she was really beautiful, was obliged to acknowledge that she had never seen a more perfect vision of beauty. Her skin was delicately fair, and beneath her long dark eyelashes, her laughing blue eyes shone with truth and purity. "It was you," said the prince, "who saved my life when I lay dead on the beach," and he folded his blushing bride in his arm. "Oh, I am too happy," said he to the little mermaid. "My fondest hopes are fulfilled. You will rejoice at my happiness, for your devotion to me is great and sincere." The little mermaid kissed his hand and felt as if her heart were already broken. His wedding morning would bring death to her, and she would change into the foam of the sea. All the church bells rang, and the heralds rode about the town proclaiming the betrothal. Perfumed oil was burning in costly silver lamps on every altar. That night she had never danced so elegantly before. The mermaid's tender feet felt as if cut with sharp knives, but she cared not for it. A sharper pang had pierced through her heart. She knew this was the last evening she should ever see the prince, for whom she had forsaken her kindred and her home. She had given up her beautiful voice and suffered unheard of pain daily for him, while he knew nothing of it. This was the last evening that she would breathe the same air with him, or gaze on the starry sky and the deep sea. An eternal night, without a thought or a dream, awaited her. She had no soul, and now she could never win one. All was joy and gaiety on board the ship, till long after midnight. She laughed and danced with the rest, while the thoughts of death were in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride, while she played with his raven hair, till they went arm in arm to rest in the splendid tent. Then all became still on board the ship. The helmsman alone awake stood at the helm. The little mermaid leaned her arms on the edge of the vessel and looked towards the east for the first blush of morning, for that first ray of dawn that would bring her death. She cast one more lingering, half-fainting glance at the prince, and then threw herself from the ship into the sea, and thought her body was dissolving into foam. The sun rose above the waves, and his warm rays fell on the cold foam of the little mermaid, who did not feel as if she were dying. She saw the bright sun, and all around her floated hundreds of transparent, beautiful beings. She could see through them the white sails of the ship and the red clouds in the sky. Their speech was melodious, but too ethereal to be heard by mortal ears, as they were also unseen by mortal eyes. The little mermaid perceived that she had a body like theirs, and that she continued to rise higher and higher out of the foam. "Where am I?" asked she, and her voice sounded ethereal, as the voice of those who were with her. No earthly music could imitate it. "Among the daughters of the air," answered one of them. "A mermaid has not an immortal soul, nor can she obtain one unless she wins the love of a human being. On the power of another hangs her eternal destiny. But the daughters of the air, although they do not possess an immortal soul, can, by their good deeds, procure one for themselves. We fly to warm countries and cool the sultry air that destroys mankind with the pestilence. We carry the perfume of the flowers to spread health and restoration. After we have striven for 300 years to all the good in our power, we receive an immortal soul and take part in the happiness of mankind. You, little mermaid, have tried with your whole heart to do as we are doing. You have suffered and endured and raised yourself to the spirit world by your good deeds. And now, by striving for 300 years in the same way, you may obtain an immortal soul. The mermaid lifted her glorified eyes towards the sun and felt them for the first time filling with tears. On the ship in which she had left the prince, she saw him and his beautiful bride searching for her. Sorrowfully they gazed at the pearly foam, as if they knew she had thrown herself into the waves. Unseen, she kissed the forehead and fanned the prince, and then mounted with the other children of the air to a rosy cloud that floated through the ether. After 300 years, thus shall we float into the kingdom of heaven, said she. And we may even get there sooner, whispered one of her companions. Peter and Wendy by J.M. Barrie. This classic tale is about Peter Pan, about a fairy named Tinker Bell, and children who can fly. It's also about the importance of staying close to our magic, staying close to our imagination. So I invite you to settle in, becoming comfortable in the ways that you know best. Feeling the softness of your blankets and pillow as they encircle and support you, so you can begin to relax, becoming deeper and deeper relaxed, knowing that right now there's no place you have to go, nothing that you have to do. This is your time to allow this story to fill your mind and heart as you are transported into the imaginal realm, and then eventually into a soothing night's rest. So let's begin. All children except one grow up. They soon know that they will grow up, and the way Wendy knew was this. One day, when she was 2 years old, she was playing in a garden, and she plucked another flower and ran with it to her mother. I suppose she must have looked rather delightful, for Mrs. Darling put her hand to her heart and cried, "Oh, why can't you remain like this forever?" This was all that passed between them on the subject, but henceforth Wendy knew that she must grow up. You always know after you are 2. For a week or 2 after Wendy came, it was doubtful whether they'd be able to keep her, as she was another mouth to feed. There was the same excitement over John and Michael, but both were kept, and soon you might have seen the 3 of them going in a row, to Miss Folsom's kindergarten school, accompanied by their nurse. Mrs. Darling loved to have everything just so, and Mr. Darling had a passion for being exactly like his neighbors. So, of course, they had a nurse. But since they were poor, owing to the amount of milk the children drank, their nurse was a prim Newfoundland dog called Nana, who had belonged to no one in particular until the Darlings engaged her. She had always thought that children were important, and the Darlings had become acquainted with her in Kensington Gardens. She proved to be quite a treasure of a nurse. How thorough she was at bath time, and she was up at any moment of the night if one of her charges made the slightest cry. Of course, her kennel was in the nursery. She had a genius for knowing when a cough is a thing to have no patience with, and when it needs a stocking round the throat. It was a lesson in propriety to see her escorting the children to school and walking sedately by their side when they were well behaved, and putting them back into line if they strayed. On John's footer days, she never once forgot his sweater, and she usually carried an umbrella in her mouth in case of rain. There never was a simpler, happier family until the coming of Peter Pan. Mrs. Darling first heard of Peter when she was tidying up her children's minds. It is the nightly custom of every good mother, after her children are asleep, to rummage in their minds and put things straight for next morning, repacking into their proper places the many articles that have wandered during the day. If you could keep awake, but of course you can't, you would see your own mother doing this, and you would find it very interesting to watch her. It is quite like tidying up drawers. You would see her on her knees, I expect, lingering humorously over some of your contents, wondering where on earth you had picked this thing up, making discoveries sweet and not so sweet, pressing this to her cheek as if it were as nice as a kitten, and hurriedly stowing that out of sight. When you wake up in the morning, all has been folded up small and placed at the bottom of your mind, and on the top, beautifully aired, are spread out your prettier thoughts, ready for you to put on. I don't know whether you've ever seen a map of a person's mind. Doctors sometimes draw maps of other parts of you, and your own map can become intensely interesting. But catch them trying to draw a map of a child's mind, which is not only confused, but keeps going round all the time. There are zigzag lines on it, just like your temperature on a card. And these are probably roads in the island. For the Neverland is always more or less an island, with astonishing splashes of color here and there, coral reefs and gnomes who are mostly tailors, and caves through which a river runs, and princes with 6 elder brothers, and a hut fast going to decay, and one very small old lady with a hooked nose. It would be an easy map if that were all, but there is also the first day at school, and it's all rather confusing, especially as nothing will stand still. Of course, Neverland's vary a good deal. For instance, both John and Michael had a lagoon with flamingos. John lived in a boat turned upside down on the sands. Michael in a wigwam. Wendy in a house of leaves deftly sewn together. John had no friends. Michael had friends at night. Wendy had a pet wolf forsaken by its parents. When you play at it day by day with the chairs and the tablecloth, it's not in the least alarming, but in the 2 minutes before you go to sleep, it becomes very nearly real. That's why there are night lights. Occasionally in her travels through her children's minds, Mrs. Darling found things she couldn't understand. And of these, quite the most perplexing was the word Peter. She knew of no Peter, and yet he was here and there in John and Michael's minds, while Wendy's began to be scrawled all over with him. The name stood out in bold letters, more than any of the other words that Mrs. Darling had been questioning Wendy. But who is he, my pet? He's Peter Pan, you know, Mother. At first, Mrs. Darling did not know, but after thinking back into her childhood, she just remembered a Peter Pan who was said to live with the fairies. There were odd stories about him, that when children died, he went part of the way with them, so they should not be frightened. She had believed in him at the time, but now that she was married and full of sense, she quite doubted whether there was any such person. Besides, she said to Wendy, he would be grown up by this time. Oh no, he isn't grown up, Wendy assured her confidently, and he is just my size. She meant that he was her size in both mind and body. She didn't know how she knew it, but she just knew it. Mrs. Darling consulted Mr. Darling, and he said, "Mark my words, it is just some nonsense Nana has been putting into their heads. Just the sort of idea a dog would have. Leave it alone and it will blow over." But it would not blow over, and soon the troublesome boy gave Mrs. Darling quite a shock. Children have the strangest adventures without even being troubled by them. One night, the children were once more in bed. It happened to be Nana's evening off. Mrs. Darling had bathed them and sung to them till one by one they had let go of her hand and slid away into the land of sleep. All were looking so safe and cozy that she smiled at her fears now and sat down tranquilly by the fire to sew. The fire was warm and the nursery dimly lit by 3 night lights. And presently, the sewing lay on Mrs. Darling's lap. Eventually, her head nodded, and oh so gracefully, she was asleep. Look at the 4 of them, Wendy and Michael over there, John here, and Mrs. Darling by the fire. There should have been a 4th night light, For while she slept, she had a dream. She dreamt that the Neverland had come too near and that a strange boy had broken through from it. He did not alarm her, for she thought she had seen him before, in the faces of many women who have no children. Perhaps he is to be found in the faces of some mothers also. But in her dream, she was Wendy and John and Michael peeping through the gap. The dream by itself would have been a trifle, but while she was dreaming, the window of the nursery blew open, and a boy did drop on the floor. And with this boy was a strange light, no bigger than your fist. It darted about the room like a living thing, and I think it must have been this light that wakened Mrs. Darling. She started up with a cry and saw the boy, and somehow she knew at once that he was Peter Pan. He was a lovely boy, clad in skeleton leaves and the juices that ooze out of trees. But the most entrancing thing about him was that he had all of his first teeth. And then suddenly the door opened and Nana entered, returned from her evening out. She growled and sprang at the boy, who leapt lightly through the window. Mrs. Darling then screamed because she was afraid he had fallen out of the window, so she ran down the street to look for his little body. But it wasn't there. And she looked up, and in the black night she could see nothing but what she thought was a shooting star. She returned to the nursery and found Nana with something in her mouth, which proved to be the boy's shadow. As he leapt at the window, Nana had closed it quickly, too late to catch him, but his shadow had not had time to get out. Slam went the window and snapped it off. Nana had no doubt of what was the best thing to do with his shadow. She hung it out at the window, knowing that he'd be sure to come back for it. So she put it where he could get it easily without disturbing the children. Later, Mr. and Mrs. Darling left the house and made sure that the night lights by the beds of the 3 children continued to burn clearly. They were awfully nice little night lights, and one cannot help wishing they could have kept awake to see Peter. But Wendy's light blinked and gave such a yawn that the other 2 yawned also, and before they could close their mouths, all the 3 went out. There was another light in the room now, 1,000 times brighter than the night lights. And in the time we have taken to say this, it has been in all the drawers in the nursery, looking for Peter's shadow, rummaging through the wardrobe, turning every pocket inside out. It wasn't really a light. It made this light by flashing about so quickly, but when it came to rest for a second, you saw that it was a fairy, no longer than your hand, but still growing. It was a girl called Tinkerbell, exquisitely gowned in a skeleton leaf, cut low and square. A moment after the fairy's entrance, the window was blown open by the breathing of little stars. And then Peter dropped in. He had carried Tinkerbell part of the way, and his hand was still messy with the fairy dust. "Tinkerbell," he called softly, after making sure that the children were asleep. "Tink, where are you?" She was in a jug for the moment and liking it extremely. She'd never been in a jug before. "Oh, do come out of that jug and tell me, do you know where they put my shadow?" The loveliest tinkle as of golden bells answered him. "It is the fairy language." Peter looked up. "What's your name?" he asked. "Wendy Mora Angela, darling," she replied with some satisfaction. "What is your name?" "Peter Pan." She was already sure that he must be Peter, but it did seem a comparatively short name. "Is that all?" "Yes," he said rather sharply. He felt for the first time that it was a shortish name. "I'm so sorry," Wendy Mora Angela said. "It doesn't matter," Peter gulped. She asked where he lived. "Second to the right and then straight on till morning," said Peter. What a funny address. Peter had a sinking feeling. For the first time, he felt that perhaps it was a funny address. "No, it isn't," he said. "I mean," Wendy said nicely, remembering that she was now a hostess. "Is that what they put on the letters?" He wished she had not mentioned letters. "Don't get any letters," he said contemptuously. "But your mother's got letters." "Don't have a mother," he said. Not only had he no mother, but he had not the slightest desire to have one. He thought them very overrated persons. Wendy, however, felt at once that she was in the presence of a tragedy. "Oh, Peter, no wonder you were crying," she said, and got out of bed and ran to him. "I wasn't crying about mothers," he said rather indignantly. "I was crying because I can't get my shadow to stick on. Besides, I wasn't crying." "It's come off?" "Yes." Then Wendy saw the shadow on the door looking so draggled, and she was frightfully sorry for Peter. "How awful," she said, but she couldn't help smiling when she saw that he had been trying to stick it on with soap. How exactly like a boy. Fortunately, she knew at once what to do. "It must be sewn on," she said, just a little patronizingly. "What's sewn?" he asked. "You're dreadfully ignorant." "No, I'm not." But she was exulting in his ignorance. "I shall sew it on for you, my little man," she said, though he was as tall as herself. And she got out her housewife, sewed the shadow onto Peter's foot. "I dare say it'll hurt a little," she warned him. "Oh, I shan't cry," said Peter, who was already of opinion that he had never cried in his life. And he clenched his teeth and did not cry. And soon his shadow was behaving properly, though still a little creased. "Perhaps I should have ironed it," Wendy said thoughtfully. But Peter, boy-like, was indifferent to appearances, and he was now jumping about in the wildest glee. Alas, he had already forgotten that he owed his bliss to Wendy. He thought he'd attach the shadow himself. "How clever I am," he crowed rapturously. "Oh, the cleverness of me." It's humiliating to have to confess that this conceit of Peter was one of his most fascinating qualities. Wendy was shocked. "You conceit," she exclaimed with frightful sarcasm. "Of course I did nothing." "Well, you did a little," Peter said carelessly, and continued to dance. "A little," she replied. If I am no use, I can at least withdraw." And she sprang in the most dignified way into bed and covered her face with the blankets. To induce her to look up, he pretended to be going away, and when this failed, he sat on the end of the bed and tapped her gently with his foot. "Wendy," he said, "don't withdraw. I can't help crowing when I'm pleased with myself." Still, she wouldn't look up, though she was listening eagerly. "Wendy," he continued in a voice that no woman has ever yet been able to resist. "Wendy, one girl is more use than 20 boys." Now, Wendy was every inch a woman, though there were not many inches, so she peeped out of the bedclothes. "Do you really think so, Peter?" "Yes, I do." "I think it's perfectly sweet of you," she declared, "and I'll get up again." And she sat with him on the side of the bed. She also said she would give him a kiss if he liked, but Peter did not know what she meant, and he held out his hand expectantly. "Surely you know what a kiss is?" she asked, aghast. "I shall know when you give it to me," he replied stiffly, and not to hurt his feelings, she gave him a thimble. "Now," said he, "shall I give you a kiss?" And she replied with a slight primness, "If you please." She inclined her face toward him, but he merely dropped an acorn button into her hand. So she slowly returned her face to where it had been before, and said nicely that she would wear his kiss on the chain around her neck. When people in our set are introduced, it's customary for them to ask each other's age. And so Wendy, who was always liked to do the correct thing, asked Peter how old he was. "I don't know," he replied uneasily, "but I am quite young." He really knew nothing about it. He had merely suspicions. But he said, "Wendy, I ran away the day I was born." Wendy was quite surprised, but interested, and she indicated it in the charming drawing room manner by a touch of her nightgown that he could sit nearer her. "It was because I heard Father and Mother," he explained in a low voice, "talking about what I was to be when I became a man." He was now extraordinarily agitated. "I don't ever want to be a man," he said with passion. "I want always to be a little boy and to have fun. So I ran away to Kensington Gardens and lived a long, long time among the fairies." She gave him a look of the most intense admiration, and he thought it was because he had run away, but it was really because he knew fairies. Wendy had lived such a home life that to know fairies struck her as quite delightful. She poured out questions about them, and he told her about the beginning of fairies. "You see, Wendy, when the first baby laughed for the first time, its laugh broke into 1,000 pieces, and they all went skipping about. And that was the beginning of fairies." And so he said good-naturedly, "There ought to be one fairy for every boy and girl." "Ought to be, isn't there?" "No." Then every time a child says, "I don't believe in fairies," there's a fairy somewhere that falls down dead. Really? He thought they had now talked enough about fairies, and it struck him that Tinker Bell was keeping very quiet. "I can't think where she's gone to," he said, rising, and he called Tink by name. Wendy's heart went flutter with a sudden thrill. Peter, she cried, clutching him, you don't mean to tell me that there's a fairy in this room? Well, she was here just now, he said a little impatiently. You don't hear her, do you? And they both listened. The only sound I hear, said Wendy, is like a tinkle of bells. Well, that's tink. That's the fairy language. I think I hear her too. The sound came from the chest of drawers, and Peter made a merry face. No one could ever look quite so merry as Peter, and the loveliest of gurgles was his laugh. He had his first laugh still. Wendy, he whispered gleefully, I do believe I shut her up in the drawer. So he let poor Tink out of the drawer, and she flew about the nursery, screaming with fury. You shouldn't say such things, Peter retorted. Of course, I'm very sorry, but how could I know you were in the drawer? Wendy was not listening to him. Oh, Peter, she cried, if she would only stand still and let me see her. They hardly ever stand still, he said, but for one moment, Wendy saw the romantic figure come to rest on the cuckoo clock. Oh, the lovely, she cried, though Tink's face was still distorted with passion. And then Wendy asked Peter, but where do you live mostly now? With the lost boys. Who are they? They are the children who fall out of their preambulators when the nurse is looking the other way. If they're not claimed in 7 days, they are sent far away to the Neverland to defray expenses. I'm captain. What fun it must be. Yes, said cunning Peter, but we are rather lonely. You see, we have no female companionship. Are there no other girls? Oh no, no girls. Girls are much too clever to fall out of their prams. This flattered Wendy immensely. I think, she said, it's perfectly lovely the way you talk about girls. They continued their conversation, and soon Peter admitted that he came to the nursery window not to see her, but to listen to stories. You see, I don't know any stories. None of the lost boys know any stories. How perfectly awful, Wendy said. Do you know why swallows build in the caves of houses? It's to listen to the stories. Oh, Wendy, your mother was telling you such a lovely story. Well, what story was it? About the prince who couldn't find the lady who wore the glass slipper. Peter, said Wendy excitedly, that was Cinderella, and he found her, and they lived happily ever after. Peter was so glad that he rose from the floor where they had been sitting and hurried to the window. Where are you going? She cried with misgiving. To tell the other boys. Don't go, Peter, she entreated. I know lots of stories. Those were her precise words, so there can be no denying that it was she who first tempted him. He came back, and there was a greedy look in his eye now which ought to have alarmed her, but did not. Oh, the stories I could tell the boys, she cried, and then Peter gripped her and began to draw her toward the window. Let me go, she ordered him. Wendy, do come with me to tell the other boys. Of course, she was very pleased to be asked, but she said, Oh dear, I can't. Think of Mummy. Besides, I can't fly. I'll teach you. Oh, how lovely to fly. I'll teach you how to jump on the wind's back. And then away we go. Ooh, she exclaimed rapturously. Wendy, when you are sleeping in your silly bed, you might be flying about with me, saying funny things to the stars. Ooh. And Wendy, there are mermaids. Mermaids with tails, such long tails. Oh, cried Wendy, to see a mermaid. He had become frightfully cunning. Wendy, he said, how we should all respect you. She was wriggling her body in distress. It was quite as if she were trying to remain on the nursery floor. Wendy, he said, the sly one, you could tuck us in at night. Ooh. None of us has ever been tucked in at night. Oh. And her arms went out to him. And you could darn our clothes and make pockets for us. None of us has any pockets. How could she resist? Of course, it's awfully fascinating, she cried. Peter, would you teach John and Michael to fly too? If you like, he said indifferently. And she ran to John and Michael and shook them. Wake up, she cried. Peter Pan has come and he's to teach us to fly. John rubbed his eyes. Then I shall get up, he said. Of course, he was on the floor already. Hello, he said. I am up. Michael was up by this time also, looking as sharp as a knife with 6 blades and a saw. But Peter suddenly signed silence. Their faces assumed the awful craftiness of children listening for sounds from the grown-up world. All was as still as salt. Then everything was right. No, stop, everything was wrong. Nana, who had been barking distressfully all the evening, was quiet now. It was her silence they had heard. Out with the light, hide, quick, cried John, taking command for the only time throughout the whole adventure. And thus, when Liza entered, holding Nana, the nursery seemed quite its old self, very dark. Liza said to Nana, every one of the little angels are sound asleep in bed. Listen to their gentle breathing. And then she left the room. The children resumed their conversation. I say, Peter, can you really fly? Instead of troubling to answer him, Peter flew around the room, taking the mantelpiece on the way. How topping, said John and Michael. How sweet, cried Wendy. Yes, I am sweet. Oh, I'm so sweet, said Peter, forgetting his manners again. It looked delightfully easy, and they tried it first from the floor and then from the beds, but they always went down instead of up. I say, how do you do it? Asked John, rubbing his knee. He was quite a practical boy. You just think lovely, wonderful thoughts, Peter explained, and they lift you up in the air. He showed them again. Of course, Peter had been trifling with them, for no one can fly unless the fairy dust has been blown on them. Fortunately, as we have mentioned, one of his hands was messy with fairy dust, and he blew some on each of them with the most superb results. Now just wriggle your shoulders this way, he said, and let go. They were all on their beds, and gallant Michael let go first. He did not quite mean to let go, but he did it, and immediately he was borne across the room. I flewed, he screamed while still in midair. John let go and met Wendy near the bathroom. "Oh, lovely, oh, ripping, look at me, look at me, look at me." They were not nearly so elegant as Peter. They could not help kicking a little. Their heads were bobbing against the ceiling, and there was almost nothing so delicious as that. Up and down they went, and round and round. "I say," cried John, "why shouldn't we all go out?" Of course, it was to this that Peter had been luring them. Michael was ready. He wanted to see how long it took to do 1,000,000,000 miles. But Wendy hesitated. "Mermaids," said Peter again. "Ooh." It was just at this moment that Mr. and Mrs. Darling looked up at the nursery window and saw that the room was ablaze with light. And most heart-gripping sight of all, they could see in shadow on the curtain 3 little figures in night attire circling round and round. Not on the floor, but in the air. Not 3 figures, 4. In a tremble, they opened the street door. Mr. Darling would have rushed upstairs, but Mrs. Darling signed to him to go softly. She even tried to make her heart go softly. Will they reach the nursery in time? If so, how delightful for them, and we shall all breathe a sigh of relief. But there will be no story. On the other hand, if they're not in time, I solemnly promise that it will all come right in the end. They would have reached the nursery in time had it not been that the little stars were watching them. Once again, the stars blew the window open, and the smallest star of all called out, "Cave, Peter!" Then Peter knew that there was not a moment to lose. "Come," he cried imperiously, and soared out at once into the night, followed by John and Michael and Wendy. Mr. and Mrs. Darling and Nana rushed into the nursery too late. The birds were flown. Second to the right and straight on till morning. That, Peter had told Wendy, was the way to Neverland. And so great were the delights of flying that they wasted time circling around church spires or any other tall objects on the way that took their fancy. Sometimes it was dark and sometimes light. And now they were very cold and again too warm. But for now they were flying strongly, able to smoothly float through the air. It was an experience like none other, feeling that sense of weightlessness. All their cares fell away. They swam and floated through the air, up in the sky with the clouds, their bodies magically supported by the pixie dust as they continued to move forward. Eventually they caught sight of the magic shores. "There it is," said Peter calmly. Where? Where all the arrows are pointing." Indeed, 1,000,000 golden arrows were pointing out the island to the children, all directed by their friend, the sun, who wanted them to be sure of their way before leaving them for the night. Wendy and John and Michael stood on tiptoe in the air to get their first sight of the island. Strange to say, they all recognized it at once. And until fear fell upon them, they hailed it, not as something long dreamt of and seen at last, but as a familiar friend to whom they were returning home for the holidays. John, there's the lagoon. Wendy, look at the turtles burying their eggs in the sand. I say, John, I see your flamingo with the broken leg. Look, Michael, there's your cave. John, what's that in the brushwood? It's a wolf with her whelps. Wendy, I do believe that's your little whelp. Although Neverland had been make-believe in those early days, it was real now. And there were no night lights, and it was getting darker every moment. They had been flying apart, but they huddled close to Peter now. His careless manner had gone at last. His eyes were sparkling, and a tingle went through them every time they touched his body. They were now over the fearsome island, flying so low that sometimes a tree grazed their feet. And as they flew, it was Tinker Bell's light that could help them distinguish one another. Unfortunately, she couldn't fly so slowly as they, and so she had to go around and around them in a circle in which they moved as in a halo. Wendy quite liked it. For a moment, the circle of light was broken, and something gave Peter a loving little pinch. Then tell her, Wendy begged, to put on her light. She can't put it out. That's about the only thing fairies can't do. It just goes out of itself when she falls asleep, same as the stars. So in time, out went Tinker Bell's light. And when they landed in Neverland, they were all so tired. So Wendy said, before I put you to bed, I've just time to finish the story of Cinderella. By and by, she tucked them up in the great bed in Peter's home under the trees. But she herself slept that night in the little house, and Peter kept watch outside. The little house looked so cozy and safe in the darkness, with a bright light showing through its blinds, and the chimney smoking beautifully, and Peter standing on guard. Eventually, Peter also fell asleep. The next morning, they found their way to a home under the ground. The floor grew stout mushrooms of a charming color, which were used as stools. A never tree tried hard to grow in the center of the room, but every morning they sawed the trunk through, level with the floor. By tea time, it was always about 2 feet high, and when they put a door on top of it, the whole thus becoming a table, as soon as they cleared away, they sawed off the trunk again, and thus there was more room to play. There was an enormous fireplace, which was in almost any part of the room where you cared to light it. And across this, Wendy stretched strings made of fiber from which she suspended her washing. The bed was tilted against the wall by day and let down by 6:30, when it filled nearly half the room. And all the boys except Michael slept in it, lying like sardines in a tin. There was a strict rule against turning round until one gave the signal, then all turned at once. Michael should have used it also, but Wendy would have a baby, and he was the littlest, and you know what women are like. And the short and the long of it is that he was hung up in a basket. It was rough and simple, and not unlike what baby bears would have made of an underground house in the same circumstances. But there was one recess in the wall, no larger than a bird cage, which was the private apartment of Tinker Bell. It could be shut off from the rest of the home by a tiny curtain, which Tink, who was most fastidious, always kept drawn when dressing or undressing. No woman, however large, could have a more exquisite boudoir and bedchamber combined. The couch, as she always called it, was a genuine queen mob with club legs, and she varied the bedspreads according to what fruit blossom was in season. Her mirror was a Puss in Boots, of which there are now only 3 unchipped known to the fairy dealers. The washstand was pie crust and reversible, and the carpet and rugs of the best, the early period of Marjery and Robin. Tink was very contemptuous of the rest of the house, as indeed was perhaps inevitable, and her chamber, though beautiful, looked rather conceited. I suppose it was all especially entrancing to Wendy. Really, there were whole weeks when, except perhaps with a stocking in the evening, she was never above ground. The cooking, I can tell you, kept her nose to the pot. Their chief food was roasted breadfruit, yams, cocoa nuts, mami apples, tapa rolls, and bananas washed down with calabashes of popo. But you never exactly knew whether there would be a real meal or just a make-believe. It all depended on Peter's whim. He could eat, really eat, if it was part of a game. But he could not stodge just to feel stodgy, which is what most children like better than anything else, the next best thing being to talk about it. Make-believe was so real to him that during a meal of it, you could see him getting rounder. After they ate their meal and then went to bed, Wendy could do her sewing and darning. That was her favorite time. Then, as she expressed it, she had a breathing time for herself, and she occupied it in making new things for them and putting double pieces on the knees, for they were all most frightfully hard on their knees. When she sat down to a basket full of their stockings, every heel with a hole in it, she would fling up her arms and exclaim, "Oh dear, I am sure I sometimes think spinsters are to be envied." Her face beamed when she exclaimed this. You remember about her pet wolf? Well, it very soon discovered that she had come to the island, and it found her out, and they just ran into each other's arms. After that, it followed her about everywhere. As time wore on, did she think much about the beloved parents she had left behind her? This is a difficult question because it is quite impossible to say how time does wear on in the Neverland, where it is calculated by moons and suns, and there are ever so many more of them than on the mainland. But I'm afraid that Wendy did not really worry about her father and mother. She was absolutely confident that they would always keep the window open for her to fly back by, and this gave her complete ease of mind. What did disturb her at times was that John remembered his parents vaguely only, as people he had once known, while Michael was quite willing to believe that she was really his mother. These things scared a little, and nobly anxious to do her duty, she tried to fix the old life in her minds by setting them examination papers on it, as like as possible to the ones she used to do at school. The other boys thought this awfully interesting and insisted on joining, and they made slates for themselves and sat around the table, writing and thinking hard about the questions she had written on another slate that she passed around. They were the most ordinary questions, like, what was the color of Mother's eyes? Which was taller, father or mother? Was Mother blonde or brunette? Answer all these questions if possible. Write an essay of not less than 40 words on how I spent my last holidays. Or compare the character of father and mother. Describe Mother's laugh. Describe Father's laugh. Describe Mother's party dress. They were just everyday questions like these, and when you couldn't answer them, you were told to make a cross. And it was really dreadful what a number of crosses even John made. The questions were all written in the past tense. What was the color of Mother's eyes, and so on. Wendy, you see, had been forgetting too. Adventures, of course, as we shall see, were of daily occurrence. But about this time, Peter invented, with Wendy's help, a new game that fascinated them enormously. And then, suddenly, he had no more interest in it. And, once that happened, they were done playing with those games. Besides the games and the chores and the flying, there was the fascination with the Mermaid's Lagoon. If you shut your eyes and are a lucky one, you may see at times a shapeless pool of lovely pale colors suspended in the darkness. Then, if you squeeze your eyes tighter, the pool begins to take shape, and the colors become so vivid that with another squeeze, they must go on fire. But just before they go on fire, you see the lagoon. This is the nearest you ever get to it on the mainland. Just one heavenly moment. If there could be two moments, you might see the surf and hear the mermaid singing. The children often spent long summer days on this lagoon, swimming or floating most of the time, playing the mermaid games in the water, and so forth. The most haunting time at which to see them is at the turn of the moon. Wendy had never seen the lagoon by moonlight, less from fear, for of course Peter would have accompanied her, than because she had strict rules about everyone being in bed by 7. She was often at the lagoon, however, on sunny days after rain, when the mermaids come up in extraordinary numbers to play with their bubbles. The bubbles of many colors made in rainbow water. they treat as balls, hitting them gaily from one to the other with their tails, and trying to keep them in the rainbow till they burst. The goals are at each end of the rainbow, and the keepers only are allowed to use their hands. Sometimes hundreds of mermaids will be playing in the lagoon at a time, and is quite a pretty sight. But the moment the children tried to join in, they had to play by themselves, for the mermaids immediately disappeared. Nevertheless, we have proof that they secretly watched the interlopers, and were not above taking an idea from them. For John introduced a new way of hitting the bubble, with the head instead of the hand. And the mermaid goalkeepers adopted it. This is the one mark that John has left on the Neverland. It must also have been rather pretty to see the children resting on a rock for half an hour after their midday meal. Wendy insisted on their doing this, and it had to be a real rest, even though the meal was make-believe. So they lay there in the sun, and their bodies glistened in it, while she sat beside them and looked important. And this is how their days continued in Neverland, playing make-believe and sharing adventures together. But now we must return to that desolate home from which 3 of our characters had taken heartless flight so long ago. It seems a shame to have neglected number 14 all this time, and yet we may be sure that Mrs. Darling doesn't blame us. If we had returned sooner to look with sorrowful sympathy at her, she would have probably cried, "Don't be silly. What do I matter? Go back and keep an eye on the children." So we venture into that familiar nursery only because its lawful occupants are on their way home. We are merely hurrying on in advance of when they return, to see that their beds are properly aired and that Mr. and Mrs. Darling do not go out for the evening. Why on earth should their beds be properly aired, seeing that they left them in such a thankless hurry? Would it not serve them jolly well right if they came back and found that their parents were spending the weekend in the country? Wouldn't it be the moral lesson they have been in need of since we met them? But if we contrive things in this way, Mrs. Darling would never forgive us. One thing I should like to do immensely, and that is to tell her in the way authors have that the children are coming back, that indeed they will be here on Thursday next week. This would spoil so completely the surprise to which Wendy and John and Michael are looking forward. They have been planning it out on the ship. Mother's rapture, father's shout of joy, Nana's leap through the air to embrace them first, when what they ought to be preparing for is a good hiding. How delicious to spoil it all by breaking the news in advance. But on this night, like the others, Mr. and Mrs. Darling eventually fell fast asleep, for they had no knowledge of what was to come next. In the meantime, Peter, Tinkerbell, Wendy, John, and Michael had begun their flight to return home. once again, they were immersed in the magical experience of floating through the air, noticing the moon and the stars, flying through the clouds in a vast expanse of sky and beautiful silence, except for the time when one of them would call out with delight when seeing something beautiful, surprising, or extraordinary. Peter and Tinkerbell flew faster, and after what seemed to be a very long journey, they finally found the house, the open window, and simply flew into the nursery. Peter whispered to Tinkerbell, "Quick, Tink, close the window, bar it." "That's right. Now you and I must get away by the door, and when Wendy comes, she will think her mother has barred her out, and she'll have to go back with me." This trick had been in his head all the time. Instead of feeling that he was behaving badly, he danced with glee, and then he peeped in and saw that Mrs. Darling had laid her head down and that tears were sitting on her eyes. "She wants me to unbar the window," thought Peter, "but I won't, not I." He peeped again, and the tears were still there, or another two had taken their place. "She's awfully fond of Wendy," he said to himself. He was angry with her now for not seeing why she could not have Wendy. The reason was so simple. I'm fond of her too. We can't both have her. But the lady would not make the best of it, and he was unhappy. He ceased to look at her, but even though she would not let go of him, he skipped about and made funny faces. And when he stopped, it was just as if she were inside him, knocking. "Oh, all right," he said at last, and gulped, and then he unbarred the window. "Come on, Tink," he cried with a frightful sneer at the laws of nature. Thus Wendy and John and Michael found the window open for them after all, which of course was more than they deserved. They alighted on the floor, quite unashamed of themselves, and the youngest one had already forgotten his home. "John," he said, looking around him doubtfully, "I think I've been here before." "Of course you have, you silly. This is your old bed." "Let's creep in," John suggested, "and put our hands over our eyes." But Wendy, who saw that they must break the joyous news more gently, had a better plan. "Let's all slip into our beds and be there when she comes back, just as if we've never been away." And so when Mrs. Darling went back to the night nursery to see if her husband was asleep, all the beds were occupied. The children waited for her cry of joy, but it did not come. She saw them, but she did not believe they were there. You see, she saw them in their beds so often in her dreams that she thought this was just the dream hanging around her still. She sat down in the chair by the fire, where in the old days she had nursed them. They could not understand this, and a cold fear fell upon all of the three children. "Mother!" Wendy cried. "That's Wendy," she said, but still she was sure it was a dream. "Mother, that's John," she said. "Mother!" cried Michael. He knew her now. "That's Michael," she said, and she stretched out her arms for the three little selfish children. They went round John and Wendy and Michael, who had slipped out of bed and run to her. "George, George," she cried when she could speak, and Mr. Darling woke to share her bliss, and Nana came rushing in. There could not have been a lovelier sight. But there was none to see except a strange boy who was staring in at the window. He had ecstasies innumerable that other children can never know. But he was looking through the window at the one joy from which he must be forever barred. So Peter saw Wendy once again before he flew away. "Hello, Wendy. Goodbye," he said. "Oh dear, are you going away?" "Yes." "You don't feel, Peter," she said falteringly, "that you would like to say anything to my parents about a very sweet subject?" "No." "About me, Peter?" "No." Mrs. Darling came to the window, for at present she was keeping a sharp eye on Wendy. She told Peter that she would like to adopt him. "Would you send me to school?" he inquired craftily. "Yes." "And then to an office?" "I suppose so." "Soon I should be a man, very soon." "I don't want to go to school and learn solemn things," he told her passionately. "I don't want to be a man." And Mrs. Darling stretched out her arms to him. "Keep back, lady. No one is going to catch me and make me a man." "But where are you going to live?" "With Tink in the house we built for Wendy." "The fairies are to put it high among the treetops where they sleep at night." "How lovely," cried Wendy, so longingly that Mrs. Darling tightened her grip. "I thought all the fairies were dead," Mrs. Darling said. "There are always a lot of young ones," explained Wendy, who was now quite an authority. "Because you see, when a new baby laughs for the first time, a new fairy is born. And as there are always new babies, there are always new fairies. They live in the nests on the top of the trees, and the mauve ones are boys, and the white ones are girls." "I shall have such fun," said Peter, with one eye on Wendy. "It will be rather lonely in the evening," she said, sitting by the fire. "I shall have Tink." Tink called out from somewhere around the corner. "It doesn't matter," Peter said. "Oh, Peter, you know it matters. Well, then come with me to the little house." "May I, Mummy?" "Certainly not. I've got you home again, and I mean to keep you. But he does so need a mother. So do you, my love." But Mrs. Darling saw his mouth twitch, and she made this handsome offer, to let Wendy go to him for a week every year to do his spring cleaning. Wendy would have preferred a more permanent arrangement, and it seemed to her that spring would be long in coming. But this promise sent Peter away. He was happy. He had no sense of time and was so full of adventures that all I have told you about him is only a halfpenny worth of them. I suppose it was because Wendy knew this, that her last words to him were these rather plaintive ones. "You won't forget me, Peter, will you, before spring cleaning time comes?" Of course, Peter promised, and then he flew away. And he took Mrs. Darling's kiss with him. The kiss that had been for no one else, Peter took quite easily. It's sad to have to say that the power to fly gradually left all of them. At first, Nana tied their feet to the bedpost so that they should not fly away in the night. In time, they couldn't even fly after their hats. Want of practice, they called it, but it really meant was that they no longer believed. Michael believed longer than the other boys, though they jeered at him. So he was with Wendy when Peter came for her at the end of the first year. She flew away in the frock she had woven from the leaves and berries in the Neverland. He had so much to say about himself, and she'd look forward to thrilling talks with him about old times. But new adventures had crowded the old ones from his mind. When she expressed a doubtful hope that Tinker Bell would be glad to see her, he said, "Who is Tinker Bell?" "Oh, Peter," she said, shocked. But even when she explained, he couldn't remember. "There are such a lot of them," he said. "I expect she is no more. I expect he was right, for fairies don't live long. They are so little that a short time seems a good while for them." Wendy was pained, too, to find that the past year was but as yesterday to Peter. It had seemed such a long year of waiting to her, but he was exactly as fascinating as ever, and they had a lovely spring cleaning in the little house on the treetops. Next year, he did not come for her. She waited in a new frock because the old one simply would not meet, but he never came. "Perhaps he is ill," Michael said. "You know he's never ill." Michael came close to her and whispered with a shiver, "Perhaps there is no such person, Wendy." And then Wendy would have cried if Michael had not been crying. Peter came for the next spring cleaning, and the strange thing was that he never knew that he'd missed a year. That was the last time the girl Wendy ever saw him. For a little longer she tried for his sake not to have growing pains, and she felt she was untrue to him when she got a prize for general knowledge. But the years came and went without bringing the careless boy, and when they met again, Wendy was a married woman, and Peter was no more to her than a little dust in the box in which she had kept her toys. Wendy was grown up. You need not be sorry for her. She was one of the kind that likes to grow up. In the end, she grew up of her own free will, a day quicker than other girls. All the boys were grown up and done for by this time, so it's scarcely worth saying anything more about them. You may see the twins any day going to an office, each carrying a little bag and an umbrella. Michael is an engine driver, married a lady of title, and so he became a lord. The bearded man who doesn't know any story to tell his children was once John. Wendy was married in white with a pink sash. It's strange to think that Peter did not alight in the church and forbid the wedding. Years rolled on again, and Wendy had a daughter. This ought not to be written in ink, but in golden splash. She was called Jane, and always had an odd, inquiring look, as if from the moment she arrived on the mainland she wanted to ask questions. When she was old enough to ask them, they were mostly about Peter Pan. She loved to hear of Peter, and Wendy told her all she could remember in the very nursery from which the famous flight had taken place. It was Jane's nursery now, for her father had bought it from Wendy's father, who was no longer fond of stairs. Mrs. Darling had passed on. There were only 2 beds in the nursery now, Jane's and her nurse's, and there was no kennel, for Nana also had passed away. Once a week, Jane's nurse had her evening off, and then it was Wendy's part to put Jane to bed. That was the time for stories. It was Jane's invention to raise the sheet over her mother's head and her own, thus making a tent, and in the darkness to whisper, "What do we see now?" "I don't think I see anything tonight," says Wendy, with a feeling that if Nana were here, she would object to further conversation. "Yes, you do," says Jane. "You see, when you were a little girl." "That's a long time ago, sweetheart," says Wendy. "Ah me, how time flies." "Does it fly?" asks the artful child. "The way you flew when you were a little girl?" "The way I flew? Do you know, Jane? I sometimes wonder whether I ever really did fly." "Yes, you did. The dear old days when I could fly." "Why can't you fly now, Mother?" "Because I am grown up, dearest. When people grow up, they forget the way." "Why do they forget the way?" "Because they are no longer innocent. It's only the innocent ones who can fly. I do wish I could." Wendy admitted that she does see something. "I do believe," she says, "that it is this nursery." "I do believe it is," says Jane. "Go on." So they embarked on the great adventure of the night when Peter flew in looking for his shadow. "The foolish fellow," says Wendy, "tried to stick it on with soap, and when he could not, he cried, and that woke me, and I sewed it on for him." "You've missed a bit," interrupts Jane, who now knows the story better than her mother. "When you saw him sitting on the floor crying, what did you say?" "I sat up in bed and I said, 'Boy, why are you crying?'" "Yeah, that was it," says Jane with a big breath. "And then he flew us all away to Neverland and the Fairies and the Mermaid's Lagoon and the home under the ground and the little house." "Which did you like best of all?" "I think I like the home under the ground best of all." "Yes, so do I." "What was the last thing Peter ever said to you?" "The last thing he ever said to me was, 'Just always be waiting for me. And then some night you will hear me crowing.'" "Yes. But alas, he forgot all about me," Wendy said with a smile. She was as grown up as that. "What did his crow sound like?" Jane asked one evening. "It was like this," Wendy said, trying to imitate Peter's crow. "No, it wasn't," Jane said gravely. "It was like this, and she did it ever so much better than her mother." Wendy was a little startled. "My darling, how can you know?" "I often hear it when I'm sleeping," Jane said. "Ah, yes, many girls hear it when they're sleeping, but I was the only one who heard it awake." "Lucky you," said Jane. And then one night came. It was the spring of the year, and the story had been told for the night, and Jane was now asleep in her bed. Wendy was sitting on the floor very close to the fire, so as to see to darn and sew, for there was no other light in the nursery. And while she sat darning, she heard a crow. Then the window blew open as of old, and Peter dropped on the floor. He was exactly the same as ever, and Wendy saw at once that he still had all his first teeth. He was a little boy. She was a grown-up. She huddled by the fire, not daring to move, helpless and guilty. A big woman. "Hello, Wendy," he said, not noticing any difference, for he was thinking chiefly of himself. And in the dim light, her white dress might have been the nightgown in which he had seen her first. "Hello, Peter," she replied faintly, squeezing herself as small as possible. Something inside her was crying. Woman, woman, let go of me. Hello, where is John? John isn't here now. Is Michael asleep, he asked with a careless glance at Jane. Yes, she answered, and now she felt that she was untrue to Jane as well as to Peter. That's not Michael, she said quickly, lest a judgment should fall on her. Peter looked. Hello, is it a new one? Yes. Boy or girl? Girl. Now surely he would understand, but not a bit of it. Peter, she said, faltering, are you expecting me to fly away with you? Of course, that's why I've come, he added a little sternly. Have you forgotten that this is spring cleaning time? She knew it was useless to say that he had let many spring cleaning times pass. I can't come, she said apologetically. I've forgotten how to fly. I'll soon teach you again. Oh, Peter, don't waste the fairy dust on me. She had risen, and now, at last, a fear assailed him. What is it? He cried, shrinking. I will turn up the light, she said, and then you can see for yourself. For almost the only time in his life that I know of, Peter was afraid. Don't turn up the light, he cried. She let her hands play in the hair of the tragic boy. She was not a little girl heartbroken about him. She was a grown woman smiling at it all, but they were wet smiles. Then she turned up the light and Peter saw. He gave a cry of pain, and when the tall, beautiful creature stooped to lift him in her arms, he drew back sharply. What is it? He cried again. She had to tell him. I am old, Peter. I am ever so much more than 20. I grew up long ago. You promised not to. I couldn't help it. I'm a married woman, Peter. No, you're not. Yes, and the little girl in the bed is my baby. No, she's not. But he supposed she was, and he took a step towards the sleeping child with his dagger. Of course he didn't strike. He sat down on the floor instead and sobbed. And Wendy did not know how to comfort him, though she could have done it so easily once upon a time. She was only a woman now, and she ran out of the room to try to think. Peter continued to cry, and soon his sobs woke Jane. She sat up in bed and was interested at once. Boy, she said, why are you crying? Peter rose and bowed to her, and she bowed to him from the bed. Hello, he said. Hello, said Jane. My name is Peter Pan, he told her. Yes, I know. I came back from my mother, he explained, to take her to the Neverland. Yes, I know, Jane said. I've been waiting for you. When Wendy returned, she found Peter sitting on the bed, crowing gloriously. Jane in her nightie was flying around the room in solemn ecstasy. She is my mother, Peter explained, and Jane descended and stood by his side with the look on her face that he liked to see on ladies when they gazed at him. He does so need a mother, Jane said. Yes, I know. Wendy admitted rather forlornly. No one knows it so well as I. Goodbye, said Peter to Wendy, and he rose in the air, and the shameless Jane rose with him. It was already her easiest way of moving about. Wendy rushed to the window. No, no, she cried. It's just for spring cleaning time, Jane said. He wants me always to do his spring cleaning. If only I could go with you, Wendy sighed. You see, you can't fly, said Jane. Of course, in the end, Wendy let them fly away together. Our last glimpse of her shows her at the window, watching them receding into the sky until they were as small as stars. As you look at Wendy, you may see her hair becoming white and her figure little again, for all this happened long ago. Jane is now a common grown-up with a daughter called Margaret, and every spring cleaning time, except when he forgets, Peter comes for Margaret and takes her to the Neverland, where she tells him stories about himself, to which he listens eagerly. When Margaret grows up, she'll have a daughter who is to be Peter's mother in turn, and thus it will go on so long as children are innocent. And that's the end of our story. And I wish you sweet dreams and good night. And this bedtime story is the classic children's book by Marjery Williams, The Velveteen Rabbit. So I invite you now to settle in and allow your body to become comfortable in the ways that you know best as we begin this beautiful story. There was once a Velveteen rabbit, and in the beginning he was really splendid. He was fat and bunchy, as a rabbit should be. His coat was spotted brown and white. He had real thread whiskers, and his ears were lined with pink sateen. On Christmas morning, when he sat wedged in the top of the boy's stocking, with a sprig of holly between his paws, the effect was charming. There were other things in the stocking: nuts and oranges, and a toy engine, and chocolate almonds, and a clockwork mouse. But the rabbit was quite the best of all. For at least 2 hours the boy loved him, and then aunts and uncles came to dinner, and there was a great rustling of tissue paper and unwrapping of parcels, and in the excitement of looking at all the new presents, the Velveteen Rabbit was forgotten. For a long time, he lived in the toy cupboard or on the nursery floor, and no one thought very much about him. He was naturally shy, and being only made of velveteen, some of the more expensive toys quite snubbed him. The mechanical toys were very superior and looked down upon everyone else. They were full of modern ideas and pretended they were real. The model boat, who had lived through 2 seasons and lost most of his paint, caught the tone from them and never missed an opportunity of referring to his rigging in technical terms. The rabbit could not claim to be a model of anything, for he didn't know that real rabbits existed. He thought they were all stuffed with sawdust like himself, and he understood that sawdust was quite out of date and should never be mentioned in modern circles. Even Timothy, the jointed wooden lion, put on airs and pretended he was connected with government. Between them all, the poor little rabbit was made to feel himself very insignificant and commonplace. And the only person who was kind to him at all was the skin horse. The skin horse had lived longer in the nursery than any of the others. He was so old that his brown coat was bald in patches and showed the seams underneath. And most of the hairs in his tail had been pulled out to string bead necklaces. He was wise, for he had seen a long succession of mechanical toys arrive to boast and swagger, and by break their mainsprings and pass away. And he knew that they were only toys and would never turn into anything else. For nursery magic is very strange and wonderful, and only those playthings that are old and wise and experienced, like the skin horse, understand all about it. "What is real?" asked the rabbit one day when they were lying side by side near the nursery fender before Nana came to tidy the room. "Does it mean having things that buzz inside you and a stick-out handle?" "Real isn't how you are made," said the skin horse. "It's a thing that happens to you when a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you. Then you become real." "Does it hurt?" asked the rabbit. "Sometimes," said the skin horse, for he was always truthful. "When you are real, you don't mind being hurt." "Does it happen all at once, like being wound up?" he asked. "Or bit by bit?" "It doesn't happen all at once," said the skin horse. "You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't happen often to people who break easily, or who have sharp edges, or have to be carefully kept. Generally, by the time you are real, most of your hair has been loved off, and your eyes drop out, and you get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to people who don't understand. "I suppose you are real," said the rabbit. And then he wished he had not said it, for he thought the skin horse might be sensitive. But the skin horse only smiled. "The boy's uncle made me real," he said. "That was a great many years ago, but once you are real, you can't become unreal again. It lasts for always." The rabbit sighed. He thought it would be a long time before this magic called real happened to him. He longed to become real, to know what it felt like. And yet the idea of growing shabby and losing his eyes and whiskers was rather sad. He wished he had become it without these uncomfortable things happening to him. There was a person called Nana who ruled the nursery. Sometimes she took no notice of the playthings lying about, and sometimes, for no reason whatever, she went swooping about like a great wind and hustled them away in the cupboards. She called this tidying up, and the playthings all hated it, especially the tin ones. The rabbit didn't mind it so much, for wherever he was thrown, he came down soft. One evening when the boy was going to bed, he couldn't find the china dog that always slept with him. Nana was in a hurry, and it was too much trouble to hunt for china dogs at bedtime, so she simply looked about, and seeing that the toy cupboard door stood open, she made a swoop. "Here," she said, "take your old bunny. He'll do to sleep with you." And she dragged the rabbit out by one ear and put him into the boy's arms. That night, and for many nights after, the Velveteen rabbit slept in the boy's bed. At first he found it rather uncomfortable, for the boy hugged him very tight, and sometimes he rolled over on him, and sometimes he pushed him so far under the pillow that the rabbit could scarcely breathe. And he missed, too, those long moonlit hours in the nursery, when all the house was silent, and his talks with the skin horse. But very soon he grew to like it, for the boy used to talk to him and made nice tunnels for him under the bedclothes that he said were like the burrows the real rabbits lived in. And they had splendid games together, in whispers, when Nana had gone away to her supper and left the nightlight burning on the mantelpiece. And when the boy dropped off to sleep, the rabbit would snuggle down close under his little warm chin and dream, with the boy's hands clasped close around him all night long. And so time went on, and the little rabbit was very happy. So happy that he never noticed how his beautiful velveteen fur was getting shabbier and shabbier, and his tail became unsewn, and all the pink rubbed off his nose where the boy had kissed him. Spring came, and they had long days in the garden, for wherever the boy went, the rabbit went too. He had rides in the wheelbarrow and picnics on the grass, and lovely fairy huts built for him under the raspberry canes behind the flower border. And once, when the boy was called away suddenly to go out to tea, the rabbit was left out on the lawn until long after dusk, and Nana had to come and look for him with the candle because the boy couldn't go to sleep unless he was there. He was wet through with the dew and quite earthy from diving into the burrows the boy had made for him in the flower bed. And Nana grumbled as she rubbed him off with a corner of her apron. "You must have your old bunny," she said. "Fancy all that fuss for a toy." The boy sat up in bed and stretched out his hands. "Give me my bunny. You mustn't say that. He isn't a toy. He's real." When the little rabbit heard that, he was happy, for he knew that what the skin horse had said was true at last. The nursery magic had happened to him, and he was a toy no longer. He was real. The boy himself had said it. That night he was almost too happy to sleep, and so much love stirred in his little sawdust heart that it almost burst. And into his boot-button eyes that had long ago lost their polish, there came a look of wisdom and beauty, so that even Nana noticed it next morning when she picked him up and said, "I declare, if that old bunny hasn't gotten quite a knowing expression." That was a wonderful summer. Near the house where they lived, there was a wood, and in the long June evenings, the boy liked to go there after tea to play. He took the Velveteen rabbit with him, and before he wandered off to pick flowers or play at brigands among the trees, he always made the rabbit a little nest somewhere among the bracken, where he would be quite cozy, for he was a kind-hearted little boy, and he liked Bunny to be comfortable. One evening, while the rabbit was lying there alone, watching the ants that ran to and fro between his velvet paws in the grass, he saw two strange beings creep out of the tall bracken near him. They were rabbits like himself, but quite furry and brand new. They must have been very well made, for their seams didn't show at all, and they changed shape in a queer way when they moved. One minute they were long and thin, and the next minute fat and bunchy, instead of always staying the same like he did. Their feet padded softly on the ground, and they crept quite close to him, twitching their noses, while the rabbit stared hard to see which side the clockwork stuck out, for he knew that people who jump generally have something to wind them up, but he couldn't see it. They were evidently a new kind of rabbit altogether. They stared at him, and the little rabbit stared back, and all the time their noses twitched. "Why don't you get up and play with us?" one of them asked. "I don't feel like it," said the rabbit, for he didn't want to explain that he had no clockwork. "Ho," said the furry rabbit, "it's as easy as anything," and he gave a big hop sideways and stood on his hind legs. "I don't believe you can," he said. "I can," said the little rabbit. "I can jump higher than anything." He meant when the boy threw him, but of course he didn't want to say so. "Can you hop on your hind legs?" asked the furry rabbit. That was a dreadful question, for the Velveteen rabbit had no hind legs at all. The back of him was made all in one piece, like a pincushion. He sat still in the bracken and hoped that the other rabbits wouldn't notice. "I don't want to," he said again. But the wild rabbits have very sharp eyes, and this one stretched out his neck and looked. "He hasn't gotten any hind legs," he called out. "Fancy a rabbit without any hind legs." And he began to laugh. "I have," cried the little rabbit. "I have got hind legs. I am sitting on them." "Then stretch them out and show me like this," said the wild rabbit. And he began to whirl round and dance till the little rabbit got quite dizzy. "I don't like dancing," he said. "I'd rather sit still." But all the while he was longing to dance, for a funny new tickly feeling ran through him, and he felt he would give anything in the world to be able to jump about like these rabbits did. The strange rabbit stopped dancing and came quite close. He came so close this time that his long whiskers brushed the Velveteen rabbit's ear, and then he wrinkled his nose suddenly and flattened his ears and jumped backwards. "He doesn't smell right," he exclaimed. "He isn't a rabbit at all. He isn't real." "I am real," said the little rabbit. "I am real. The boy said so." And he nearly began to cry. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps, and the boy ran past near them, and with a stamp of feet and a flash of white tails, the two strange rabbits disappeared. "Come back and play with me," called the little rabbit. "Oh, do come back. I know I am real." But there was no answer. Only the ants ran to and fro, and the bracken swayed gently where the two strangers had passed. The Velveteen rabbit was all alone. "Oh dear," he thought, "why did they run away like that? Why couldn't they stop and talk to me?" For a long time he lay very still, watching the bracken and hoping they would come back. But they never returned, and presently the sun sank lower, and the little white moths fluttered out, and the boy came and carried him home. Weeks passed, and the little rabbit grew very old and shabby, but the boy loved him just as much. He loved him so hard that he loved all his whiskers off, and the pink lining to his ears turned gray, and his brown spots faded. He even began to lose his shape, and he scarcely looked like a rabbit anymore, except to the boy. To him, he was always beautiful, and that was all that the little rabbit cared about. He didn't mind how he looked to other people, because the nursery magic had made him real. And when you are real, shabbiness doesn't matter. And then one day the boy was ill. His face grew very flushed, and he talked in his sleep, and his little body was so hot that it burned to the rabbit when he held him close. Strange people came and went in the nursery, and a light burned all night, and through it all, the little Velveteen rabbit lay there, hidden from sight under the bedclothes, and he never stirred, for he was afraid that if they found him, someone might take him away, and he knew that the boy needed him. It was a long, weary time, for the boy was too ill to play, and the little rabbit found it rather dull, with nothing to do all day long. But he snuggled down patiently and looked forward to the time when the boy should be well again. And they would go out in the garden amongst the flowers and the butterflies and play splendid games in the raspberry thicket like they used to. All sorts of delightful things he planned, and while the boy lay half asleep, he crept up close to the pillow and whispered them in his ear. And presently the fever turned, and the boy got better. He was able to sit up in bed and look at picture books, while the little rabbit cuddled close at his side. And one day, they let him get up and dress. It was a bright, sunny morning, and the windows stood wide open. They had carried the boy out onto the balcony, wrapped in a shawl, and the little rabbit lay tangled up among the bedclothes, thinking. The boy was going to the seaside tomorrow. Everything was arranged, and now it only remained to carry out the doctor's orders. They talked about it all while the little rabbit lay under the bedclothes, with just his head peeping out, and listened. The room was to be disinfected, and all the books and toys that the boy had played with in bed must be burnt. "Hurrah," thought the little rabbit, "tomorrow we shall go to the seaside." For the boy had often talked of the seaside, and he wanted very much to see the big waves come and the tiny crabs and the sand castles. But just then, Nana caught sight of him. "How about this old bunny?" she asked. "That?" said the doctor. "Why, it's a mass of scarlet fever germs. Burn it at once." "What nonsense! Give him a new one. He mustn't have that anymore. And so the little rabbit was put into a sack with the old picture books and a lot of rubbish and carried out to the end of the garden behind the fowl house. That was a fine place to make a bonfire, only the gardener was too busy just then to attend to it. He had the potatoes to dig and the green peas to gather, but next morning he promised to come quite early and burn the whole lot. That night, the boy slept in a different bedroom, and he had a new bunny to sleep with him. It was a splendid bunny, all white plush with real glass eyes. But the boy was too excited to care very much about it. For tomorrow he was going to the seaside, and that in itself was such a wonderful thing that he could think of nothing else. And while the boy was asleep, dreaming of the seaside, the little rabbit lay among the old picture books in the corner behind the fowl house, and he felt very lonely. The sack had been left untied, and so by wriggling a bit, he was able to get his head through the opening and look out. He was shivering a little, for he had always been used to sleeping in a proper bed, and by this time his coat had worn so thin and threadbare from hugging that it was no longer any protection to him. Nearby, he could see the thicket of raspberry canes growing tall and close like a tropical jungle, in whose shadow he had played with the boy on bygone mornings. He thought of those long sunlit hours in the garden, how happy they were, and a great sadness came over him. He seemed to see them all pass before him, each more beautiful than the other. The fairy huts and the flower beds, the quiet evenings in the wood when he lay in the bracken and the little ants ran over his paws. The wonderful day when he first knew that he was real. He thought of the skin horse, so wise and gentle, and all that he had told him. Of what use was it to be loved and lose one's beauty and become real if it all ended up like this? And a tear, a real tear, trickled down his little shabby velvet nose and fell to the ground. And then a strange thing happened, for where the tear had fallen, a flower grew out of the ground. A mysterious flower, not at all like any that grew in the garden. It had slender green leaves the color of emeralds, and in the center of the leaves a blossom like a golden cup. It was so beautiful that the little rabbit forgot to cry and just lay there, watching it. And presently the blossom opened, and out of it there stepped a fairy. She was quite the loveliest fairy in the whole world. Her dress was of pearl and dewdrops, and there were flowers round her neck and in her hair, and her face was like the most perfect flower of all. And she came close to the little rabbit and gathered him up in her arms and kissed him on his velveteen nose that was all damp from crying. "Little rabbit," she said, "don't you know who I am?" The rabbit looked up at her, and it seemed to him that he had seen her face before, but he couldn't think where. "I'm the nursery magic fairy," she said. "I take care of all the playthings that the children have loved. When they are old and worn out and the children don't need them anymore, then I come and take them away with me and turn them into real "Wasn't I real before?" asked the little rabbit. "You were real to the boy," the fairy said, "because he loved you. Now you shall be real to everyone." And she held the little rabbit close in her arms and flew with him into the wood. It was light now, for the moon had risen. All the forest was beautiful, and the fronds of the bracken shone like frosted silver. In the open glade between the tree trunks, the wild rabbits danced with their shadows on the velvet grass. But when they saw the fairy, they all stopped dancing and stood round in a ring to stare at her. "I've brought you a new playfellow," the fairy said. "You must be very kind to him and teach him all he needs to know in Rabbit Land, for he is going to live with you forever and ever." And she kissed the little rabbit again and put him down on the grass. "Run and play, little rabbit," she said. But the little rabbit sat quite still for a moment and never moved. For when he saw all the wild rabbits dancing around him, he suddenly remembered about his hind legs, and he didn't want them to see that he was made all in one piece. He did not know that when the fairy kissed him that last time, she had changed him altogether, and he might have sat there a long time, too shy to move, if just then something hadn't tickled his nose. And before he thought what he was doing, he lifted his hind toe to scratch it. And he found that he actually had hind legs. Instead of dingy velveteen, he had brown fur, soft and shiny. His ears twitched by themselves, and his whiskers were so long that they brushed the grass. He gave one leap, and the joy of using those hind legs was so great that he went springing about the turf on them, jumping sideways and whirling round as the others did. And he grew so excited that when at last he did stop to look for the fairy, she had gone. For he now was a real rabbit at last, at home with the other rabbits. Autumn passed and winter, and in the spring, when the days grew warm and sunny, the boy went out to play in the wood behind the house. And while he was playing, 2 rabbits crept out from the bracken and peeped at him. One of them was brown all over, but the other had strange markings under his fur, as though long ago he had been spotted, and the spots still showed through. And about his little soft nose and his round black eyes there was something familiar, so that the boy thought to himself, "Why, he just looks like my old bunny that was lost when I had scarlet fever." But he never knew that it was really his own bunny come back to look at the child who had first helped him to be real. And that's the end of the story. Good night. The Old Woman and the Enchanted Song, from the work of Charlotte M. Higgins. In this tale, we follow Ruth as she is taken on a journey to a far-off place where she is given a gift that eventually changes her life. Beginning now to let go of the thoughts and feelings of the day, and simply let yourself be carried into dreamland by this healing story. Allowing your mind and body to settle as your eyelids begin to feel heavy. as you feel the bed supporting your body, aware of the softness of your pillows and blankets. As your breathing now begins to deepen. As we now begin this tale. Ruth had two sisters, Grace and Jessie. Grace and Jessie played together always, and little Ruth, who was younger than either of them, was left often alone. No one ever stroked her hair, nor kissed her brow, and when she stood by the side of the twin sisters at the gate, and the people in passing praised the flaxen curls of Grace and Jessie, they would then turn towards Ruth, and their smiles vanished. They would regard her with a pitiful air, turning silently away. Then she would creep off by herself into some favorite nook of the garden. Her father never caressed her. His love seemed to be kept for the twins, whose two bright faces peered over his chair, and whose glad voices were always ready to greet him on his return home. And still Ruth loved her father so much, and nestling close in the corner of the garden away off by herself, she mourned that he never kissed her, nor called her his dear, pretty Ruth. Oh, thought the child, how I do wish I could do something for my father which might please him, so that only once he might call me his dear child. Why was I not made a twin? The poor child mourned to herself. She had a doll which she made her constant companion and with whom she played. She told her doll all her griefs and really came to feel that the doll understood all she said to it. She also had another pleasure. It was that of reading. Her mother had given her many books, and she loved to sit among the rose bushes and read their beautiful stories. She liked to read about a man who lived off alone upon an island and had only some cats and monkeys for his companions. How the cave was his house. How he looked off upon the ocean and saw not one sail, wandered about upon his island without hearing one human sound. This story had a wild fascination for our little Ruth, so she read it again and again. Yet still the book was as new to her in its interest as at first. Then there were other stories she loved to read, some about girls who went out into the world alone to seek their fortunes and returned home with wealth and honor. She often wished she might go forth in this way, so that when she came back, no one would dare call her plain or unlovable. She longed to hold some secret charm, so that whoever she should desire to do so should love and caress her, but still no bright fairy stooped down from the skies to rescue her. One day, when as usual Ruth had found herself quite alone, Grace and Jessie had gone to take a walk, and her mother was reading by herself. She had taken her book and sat down beneath the shade of a broad tree in the garden. She was reading the story of a fair princess who had many suitors and splendid gifts, and who was called the Queen of Beauty. Alas, she cried, why was not I beautiful, so I might be loved? Then I should not be the sober, odd thing that I am now. Would you then so much like to be beautiful, dear child? said a voice close at her side, and when Ruth looked up, she saw an old woman whom she never had seen before. She was clothed in a long blue dress, and her face was full of motherly love. Ruth's heart was filled with gladness, for seldom had so affectionate a glance been shed on her. And when the old woman bent down and kissed her, how all remembrance of the indifference of father, mother, friends vanished from her mind, and it seemed that her whole life was given to her new friend, that she might do with her whatever she willed. All strangeness at her sudden appearance vanished, too, as soon as she had kissed her. Ruth felt under the control of a great power and watched her movements with as much love as confidence. When the old woman had looked into Ruth's eyes and had seen the thoughts which beamed there, she looked up into the sky and beckoned to a very light, beautiful cloud which was sailing carelessly along. She had no sooner done this than the cloud began to descend slowly towards them, just as though it understood her summons, and when it had reached the place where she stood, it remained motionless. The old woman took little Ruth in her arms and stepped on the cloud and sat down. And after arranging herself and Ruth quite comfortably, she said something which Ruth could not understand. And then the cloud began to rise, moving as easily as it had done before it came down from the sky. While they were going up, Ruth was amazed to see how the garden and the beloved tree below became continually smaller and smaller, and how by and by she could only distinguish the house, and how that became dimmer and dimmer until it entirely disappeared from her sight. Then she turned towards the old woman and saw that her kind blue eyes lovingly regarded her. And so she still more forgot the home below, where without doubt her departure would pass unnoticed. New objects began to attract her attention. The cloud on which they sat did not, like the others, just float over the earth, but it went proudly on and came among the stars and constellation of stars, and she saw how many were clustered together, and no tongue could describe their beauty. And then the deep blue was ever about her, and she saw it away off in the distance, growing to a darker and darker shade, until it became like the air of midnight, while ever from its darkness shone out those immense stars and clusters of stars. Then the most beautiful sight of all was when some star glided past her and shot afar off into the dark blue beyond. There was such dazzling glory in it. Sometimes they would be quite near enough to the stars they passed to discern the people who dwelt upon them, and she felt for them a friendship at once, and only longed that she might go down and tell them so. At last they did approach one bright star, and Ruth saw to her delight that when the cloud had come down into a lovely garden, the old woman stepped off from it and took her up also, and placed her on the ground. Then the cloud, which had been their chariot and a far better one it was than ever a king had been drawn in, rose upward and began its gentle course in the sky. When the old woman saw how Ruth looked after it, she said to her, "I use all the clouds in that way, more or less, and all those about your earth do many such a service, while the people little dream of it. In fact, everyone there looks down upon the ground too much, and they have no idea of the goodly things they would find if they searched upwards more." The old woman sighed as she said this. Such a happy and pleasant-looking old woman to have sighed so deeply. Then she took Ruth's hand and led her towards her cottage, which was the most beautiful thing you ever could imagine. Without, it had the tints of the mother of pearl, while its framework was of silver. The windows and doors were of diamonds, and there sparkled from them continually all the rich tints of the rainbow. Within, everything was wrought of the finest silver, and the rooms were hung, some in delicate blue silk, others in rose colors. Ruth was entirely overwhelmed with the beauty of the house, so much so as to stand still, looking at the things about her. "You must be tired with your long ride," said the woman. "I wish you to rest well, for there are many things I will show you. After you have rested, I will bring you some food." And with this, she put Ruth upon a sofa and made her lay down to refresh herself with sleep. But Ruth thought in her heart, "Rest? Does she think I can be tired when I have been sitting upon that soft cloud, looking at the wonderful stars? How could I ever be tired or hungry?" But she said nothing aloud, for the charm of the old woman's presence hovered over her, and as soon as she closed her eyes, she fell into a soft and beautiful slumber. Oh, the dreams Ruth dreamed then! Strangely enough, she thought her father and mother, as well as Grace and Jessie, were riding and playing on clouds, and they were all so happy together, and they seemed to love her very dearly, so that in her dream she remembered nothing of their former neglect. She dreamed how her father called her to him and laid his hand upon her head, and it was such a gentle pressure, and it made her so happy that she awoke, and there really was a gentle hand upon her head. The old woman had made her quickly twine her arms around her neck and hug her. Then the old woman put her in one of the silver-wrought chairs and put before her plates of precious stones, soft, ripe fruit with a delicious flavor, such as she had never tasted before. She couldn't help thinking how glad Grace and Jessie would be to see such before them. And so at that moment she looked up and saw the old woman smiling upon her. She took 2 of the most beautiful and the largest of the fruit and put them in her pocket, for she had no doubt but what at some time, all too soon, she would be going back to the earth. The old woman bade her to leave her chair and come to her, upon which she took her in her arms and looked lovingly down upon her and said, "My dear Ruth, I'm going to show you all the treasures which the children upon the earth gather together in order sometime to take with them to heaven. I call their treasures what they love most in their hearts and put into actions. Everything they do or say is kept very carefully, for one day they will want them. So you see, they cannot lose anything. Everything in nature, every cloud that seems only leisurely floating in the sky, is serving some purpose, and all that is done below is born up here. Ruth could not help thinking that the old woman might show her some very beautiful and some very curious things to keep. And in sorrow she began to think what unpleasant things of her own were treasured up to be given back to her someday when she least expected or desired them. But the old woman said nothing about Ruth's things. Taking her hand, though, she led her forth into the garden again. "I'm going to show you some things," said her friend, "and if they seem ridiculous to you, don't laugh at them. For my part, I think it's sad that children will treasure up some very miserable things." They had soon passed into the garden, where Ruth saw the most delicate flowers she had ever seen. They were so tall and nodded their heads gaily to each other. But when she came to a bed of violets, white ones and blue ones, so large, larger than she thought it was possible for them to grow, she stopped to gaze upon them in complete admiration. The fragrance, too, was delicious, more so than those her brother had, although those were very fine ones. "Take some, my child," said the old woman, who watched her delight with a kind of smile. So down upon her knees she dropped and took them, and she could not help thinking how beautiful and lovely a smile would fall upon her from her mother's face as she gave them to her. So the violets, too, were carefully laid in her pocket for her mother. Then they passed out from the garden and came to a gray house. Withered flowers lay about it, while briars and nettle bushes clung to its walls. Ruth feared to pass this place and clung closely to the old woman's side. "Here," said the old woman, kindly putting her arm around Ruth, "are kept all those angry words which children speak to each other and their friends, all their little fretful words when they are impatient, and which they will never wish to see again." Then they went on to another house, the walls of which were black, and not a green thing grew about it. "There," said the old woman, "are the treasures of those children who care only for themselves and do not think of others. Those things which they have loved are kept carefully for them, but they'll only tell them of what they have done for themselves." So she opened the door, and Ruth looked in. There was a medley of things, candles of gay colors, nice waxen dolls, a great many broken toys, nice fruit, and indeed I couldn't begin to tell you of all Ruth saw there, but many of them had grown tarnished. "You see, my child," said the old woman as she locked up the door, "these things cannot be preserved to look so brightly as when they were first brought here, for they will not last." Then they passed away from the dreary desert places where black houses were, into beautiful plains where the grass was mingled with bright and lovely flowers, and rivulets gracefully flowing along. And here were lovely temples, shining with precious stones, so that Ruth clapped her hands at beholding them. "Here," said the old woman, "are more beautiful treasures, which are my great glory and delight." She showed Ruth all the smiles ever given to comfort people who had grief in their heart, and these smiles shed about the whole temple a light like a halo. In another were the soft, loving words which many children had expressed and felt in their hearts, and had given others to encourage them when they were sad. words which they had given and forgotten, but which had yet been carefully gathered up and built in this temple. From this temple, a low sound of sweet music rose. In the sweetness harmony, it filled Ruth's heart with a perfect peace, as if she had found everything she could ever desire. In another temple were all the gentle, loving words ever whispered to animals. "I prize these highly," said the old woman. "It is very strange," said she, looking upon the temples, "that I find these precious treasures thrown about very carelessly upon the earth. And were I not always ready there, some would be lost. But remember, Ruth, none are suffered to be lost. And so, when the children to whom these belong are going into heaven, they shall find there many a treasure they did not dream of possessing. Thus shall the treasures they had forgotten grow brighter and brighter, while others they had perhaps remembered have grown corrupted in vain." At these words, Ruth longed to lay many treasures in the temples, and she heard a song which the different tones of the temple formed in the air. It melted her heart with its divine harmony. "Oh," cried Ruth, "could I but sing such a song to my father, he who loves song so well, what joy it would be to him." "And would you patiently sing the song though he thanked you not?" asked the old woman. "I desire him to only hear it," and at that moment the power came to her, and such a song poured from her throat. She was so enchanted, but when glancing in the brook she saw her own figure so lit up with beauty as scarcely to be able to recognize it. The old woman saw her amazement and replied, "I will send you back to your home that you may sing this song to your father. And remember, little Ruth, that beauty only is worthy to have, which proceeds from the sweetness of your words and the loveliness of your smile. Send up, then, fit treasures for the temple, and they will be kept safely until you need them." Then, as the tones of the old woman's voice died away, Ruth found herself in the garden again, near her mother's house. And had it not been for the fruit and bunch of violets in her pocket, she would have believed it to be a dream. But when she went into the house and gave Grace and Jessie the peaches, and her mother the big, beautiful violets, and began doing all sorts of kind things for everyone, she felt how very real it had all been. And then, too, she would sing that beautiful song she had heard in the old woman's star, and her father, delighted, caught her up in his arms, kissing her again and again. Ruth did not forget what the old woman had told her, how she might bring the beauty of heaven about her form. Ruth now had peace in her heart. She would sit in the garden and sing and play the softest and sweetest songs, just like the one she heard on her journey with the old woman. And as she continued to play, new tones and words just came to her. She played on and forgot that the day was passing off. The music brought her to a far-off land and sang of the soft, warm air, of the gently moving waters, and the fragrant blossoms around the banks of the lakes. The moon rose up before her, and she drank from its loving beams. The stars sent down their misty light, as if shrouded because of their great beauty. In that land she forgot all things else. Soon an angel of light appeared to her. The angel gave her a deep feeling of peace, All the old fears and doubts were replaced by the love of the old woman, the angel, and the enchanted songs. Ruth felt surrounded and protected by kindness and love, and she now knew this kindness and love was deep within her. And with this awareness, Ruth soon drifted into dream time and into a deep and comforting sleep. And that's the end of our story. I wish you sweet dreams and good night. Tonight we'll be hearing the lovely musings and wonderings from Anne Shirley's whimsical imagination. Anne is the main character in L.M. Montgomery's touching book, Anne of Green Gables. Anne's ability to journey into an imaginative world helped her transcend the trauma of her childhood in the orphanage. The combination of her moment-to-moment awareness of the good things in life, as well as her endless imagination and creativity, brought her into a beautiful inner world filled with a deep sense of peace and joy and connection. This bedtime story is a collection of these reflections and some lovely descriptions of the natural world that surrounded her when she moved from Nova Scotia to Prince Edward Island in Canada. May her words help you relax and drift into sleep. Before we begin, I invite you to stretch your arms and legs, and then feel them sink into your bed. Let your neck and spine and shoulders now relax. Take a few moments to notice your breathing. Breathing in comfort, breathing in peace, breathing out the thoughts and cares of the day. Bring your attention inward, perhaps placing your hand on your belly, and feel the touch of your own skin. Come home to yourself. Where you can simply rest. And now, our story. We are at a train station. Anne is waiting to be picked up by Matthew Cuthbert. Matthew has ridden on his horse and buggy to supposedly meet a boy that he and his sister Marilla had requested from the orphanage to come and help with the farm chores. Instead, the orphanage has sent a girl, and here sits Anne, one who has yearned to have a home her whole life. Matthew, being a kind and sensitive soul, seems to intuit this yearning So he decides to bring Anne home despite knowing that Marilla will be disappointed. Off they journey now together back to Green Gables. And this is when Matthew first experiences the vivid imagination of this young red-headed girl. He listens in wonder and veiled delight to Anne's seemingly endless streams of consciousness. I've always heard that Prince Edward Island was the prettiest place in the world, and I used to imagine I was living here, but I never really expected I would. It's delightful when your imagination comes true, isn't it? It seems so wonderful that I'm going to live with you and belong to you. I've never belonged to anybody. I used to lie awake at night and imagine belonging to someone. I guess that's why I'm so thin, because I was so busy imagining instead of sleeping. I do love to imagine. Isn't it splendid to think of all the things there are to find out about? It just makes me feel glad to be alive. It's such an interesting world, and it wouldn't be half so interesting if I knew all about everything, would it? There'd be no scope for imagination then, would there? Anne came out of her reverie with a deep sigh and looked at Matthew with the dreamy gaze of a soul that had been wandering afar, star-led. "Oh, Mr. Cuthbert," she whispered, "that place we came through, that white place, it was wonderful, wonderful. It's the first thing I ever saw that couldn't be improved upon by imagination. It just satisfies me in my heart. And the avenue, it's such a lovely place. But there's no meaning in its name, the avenue. They should call it, let me see, the White Way of Delight. Now, isn't that a nice imaginative name? Other people may call that place the Avenue, but I shall always call it the White Way of Delight. Have we really only another mile to go before we get home? I'm glad, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry because this drive has been so pleasant. And I'm always sorry when pleasant things end. Something still pleasanter may come after, though, but you can never be sure. And it's so often the case that it isn't pleasanter. That's been my experience anyhow, but I'm glad to think of getting home. You see, I've never had a real home since I can remember. It gives me that pleasant ache just to think of coming to a really, truly home. Oh, isn't that pretty? Below them was a pond, looking almost like a river, so long and winding was it. A bridge spanned it midway, and from there to its lower end were an amber-hued belt of sand hills shut it in from the dark blue gulf beyond. The water was a glory of many shifting hues. the most spiritual shadings of crocus and rose and ethereal green, for which no name has ever been found. Above the bridge, the pond ran up into fringing groves of fir and maple, and lay all darkly translucent in their wavering shadows. Here and there, a wild plum leaned out from the bank like a white-clad girl tiptoeing to her own reflection. From the marsh at the head of the pond came the clear, mournfully sweet chorus of the frogs. There was a little gray house peering around a white apple orchard on a slope beyond. Although it was not yet quite dark, a light was shining from its windows. "That's Barrie's pond," said Matthew. "Oh, I don't like that name either. I shall call it, let me see, the Lake of Shining Waters. Yes, that's the right name for it. That suits exactly. It gives me a thrill." Do things ever give you a thrill? Anne continued to look about her. They were on the crest of a hill. The sun had set some time since, but the landscape was still clear in the mellow afterlight. To the west, a dark church spire rose up against a marigold sky. Below was a little valley, and beyond a long, gently rising slope, with snug farmsteads scattered along it. From one to another, Anne's eyes darted, eager and wistful. At last they lingered on one way to the left, far back from the road, dimly white with blossoming trees in the twilight of the surrounding woods. Over it, in the stainless southwest sky, a great crystal white star was shining like a lamp of guidance and promise. It was broad daylight when Anne awoke and sat up in bed, staring confusedly at the windows through which a flood of cheery sunshine was pouring, and outside of which something white and feathery waved across glimpses of blue sky. Anne dropped on her knees and gazed out into the June morning, her eyes glistening with delight. Oh, wasn't it beautiful? Wasn't it a lovely place? There was scope for imagination here. A huge cherry tree grew outside, so close that its boughs tapped against the house. And it was so thick, set with blossoms, that hardly a leaf was to be seen. On both sides of the house was a big orchard, one of apple trees and one of cherry trees, also showered over with blossoms, and their grass was all sprinkled with dandelions. In the garden below were lilac trees, purple with flowers, and their dizzily sweet fragrance drifted up to the window on the morning wind. Below the garden, a green field lush with clover sloped down to the hollow where the brook ran, and where scores of white birches grew, upspringing airily out of an undergrowth suggestive of delightful possibilities in ferns and mosses and woodsy things. Green and feathery with spruce and fir. There was a gap in it where the gray gable end of the little house she had seen from the other side of the lake of shining waters was visible. Off to the left were the big barns, and beyond them, sway down over green, low-sloping fields, was a sparkling blue glimpse of sea. Anne's beauty-loving eyes lingered on it all, taking everything greedily in. She had looked on so many unlovely places in her life, poor child, but this was as lovely as anything she had ever dreamed. She knelt there, lost to everything but the loveliness around her. The garden and the orchard and the brook and the woods, the whole big, dear world. Don't you feel as if you just love the world on a morning like this? And I can hear the brook laughing all the way up here. Have you ever noticed what cheerful things brooks are? They're always laughing. Even in a wintertime, I've heard them under the ice. I'm so glad there's a brook near Green Gables. I shall always like to remember that there is a brook at Green Gables, even if I were never to see it again. If there wasn't a brook, I'd be haunted by the uncomfortable feeling that there ought to be one. I'm not in the depths of despair this morning. I never can be in the morning. Isn't it a splendid thing that there are mornings? It's been my experience that you can nearly always enjoy things if you make up your mind firmly that you will. Of course, you must make it up firmly. I am not going to think about going back to the orphanage while we're having our drive. I'm just going to think about the drive. Oh, look, there's one little early wild rose out. Isn't it lovely? Don't you think it must be glad to be a rose? Wouldn't it be nice if roses could talk? I'm sure they could tell us such lovely things. And isn't pink the most bewitching color in the world? The shore road was woodsy and wild and lonesome. On the right hand, scrub firs, their spirits quite unbroken by long years of tussle with the Gulf winds, grew thickly. On the left were the steep red sandstone cliffs. Down at the base of the cliffs were heaps of surf-worn rocks, or little sandy coves inlaid with pebbles, as with ocean jewels. Beyond lay the sea, shimmering and blue, and over it soared the gulls, their pinions flashing silvery in the sunlight. Isn't the sea wonderful? Said Anne, rousing from a long, wide-eyed silence. Once, when I lived in Marysville, Mr. Thomas hired an express wagon and took us all to spend the day at the shore 10 miles away. I enjoyed every moment of that day, even if I had to look after the children all the time. I lived it over in a happy dream for years. Aren't those gulls splendid? Would you like to be a gull? I think I would. That is, if I couldn't be a human girl, don't you think it would be nice to wake up at sunrise and swoop down over the water and away out over the lovely blue all day? And then at night to fly back to one's nest can just imagine myself doing it now. Now I'm going to imagine things into this room so that they'll always stay imagined. The floor is covered with a white velvet carpet with pink roses all over it, and there are pink silk curtains at the windows. The walls are hung with gold and silver brocade tapestry. The furniture is mahogany. I never saw any mahogany, but it does sound so luxurious. This is a couch all heaped with gorgeous silken cushions, pink and blue and crimson and gold. And I am reclining gracefully on it. I can see my reflection in that splendid big mirror hanging on the wall. I am tall and regal, clad in a gown of trailing white lace, with a pearl cross on my breast and pearls in my hair. My hair is of midnight darkness, and my skin is a clear ivory pallor. My name is the Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald. No, it isn't. I can't make that seem real. Anne danced up to the little looking glass and peered into it. Her pointed freckled face and solemn gray eyes peered back at her. "You're only Anne of Green Gables," she said earnestly. "And I see you, just as you are looking now. Whenever I try to imagine I'm the Lady Cordelia. But it's a million times nicer to be Anne of Green Gables than Anne of nowhere in particular, isn't it?" She bent forward, kissed her reflection affectionately, and betook herself to the open window. "Dear Snow Queen, good afternoon. And good afternoon, dear birches down in the hollow. And good afternoon, dear gray house up on the hill. I wonder if Diana is to be my bosom friend. I hope she will, and I shall love her very much. But I must never quite forget Katie Maurice and Violetta. They would feel so hurt if I did, and I'd hate to hurt anybody's feeling. Even a little bookcase girls or a little echo girls. I must be careful to remember them, even though they're make-believe, and send them a kiss every day." Anne blew a couple of airy kisses from her fingertips past the cherry blossoms, and then, with her chin in her hands, she drifted luxuriously out on a sea of daydreams. "I do not like patchwork," said Anne dolefully. Today she was hunting out her work basket and sitting down before a little heap of red and white diamonds with a sigh. "I think some kinds of sewing would be nice, but there's no scope for imagination in patchwork. It's just one little seam after another, and you never seem to be getting anywhere. But of course I'd rather be Anne of Green Gables sewing patchwork than Anne of any other place, with nothing to do but play. I wish time went as quick as it does when I'm playing with Diana, though. Oh, we do have so much fun, such elegant times, Marilla. I have to furnish most of the imagination, but I'm well able to do that. Diana is simply perfect in every way. You know that little piece of land across the brook? It belongs to Mr. William Bell, and right in the corner there's a little ring of white birch trees. The most romantic spot, Marilla. Diana and I have our playhouse there. We call it Idlewild. I assure you, it took me some time to think it out. I stayed awake nearly a whole night before I invented it. And then, just as I was dropping off to sleep, it came like an inspiration. Diana was enraptured when she heard it. We've got our house fixed up so elegantly. You must come and see it, Marilla, won't you? We have great big stones all covered with white moss for seats, and boards from tree to tree for shelves. And we have the fairy glass. Of course, they're all broken, but it's the easiest thing in the world to imagine that they are whole. There's a piece of a plate with a spray of red and yellow ivy on it that is especially beautiful. We keep it in the parlor, and we have the fairy glass there too. The fairy glass is as lovely as a dream. Diana found it in the woods behind their chicken house. It's all full of rainbows. Just little young rainbows that haven't grown big yet. And Diana's mother told her it was broken off of a hanging lamp they once had. But it's nice to imagine that the fairies lost it one night when they had a ball. Matthew's going to make us a table. Oh, we have named that little round pool over in Mr. Barrie's field Willowmere. I got that name out of the book Diana lent me. That was a thrilling book, Marilla. The heroine had 5 lovers. I'd be satisfied with one, wouldn't you? She was very handsome, and she went through great tribulations. She could faint as easy as anything. I'd love to be able to faint, wouldn't you, Marilla? It's so romantic. But I'm really very healthy, even though I'm so thin. I believe I'm getting fatter, though. Don't you think I am? I look at my elbows every morning when I get up to see if any dimples are coming. I don't feel I could endure the disappointment if anything happened to prevent me from getting to the picnic. I suppose I'd live through it, but I'm certain it would be a lifelong sorrow. It wouldn't matter if I got to 100 picnics in after years. They wouldn't make up for missing this one. They're going to have boats on the Lake of Shining Waters and ice cream. As I told you, I've never tasted ice cream. Diana tried to explain what it was like, but I guess ice cream is one of those things that are beyond imagination. Marilla wore her amethyst brooch to church that day as usual. Marilla always wore her amethyst brooch to church. She would have thought it rather sacrilegious to leave it off. It would be like forgetting her Bible or her collection dime. That amethyst brooch was Marilla's most treasured possession. A seafaring uncle had given it to her mother, who in turn had bequeathed it to Marilla. It was an old-fashioned oval containing a braid of her mother's hair, surrounded by a border of very fine amethysts. Marilla knew too little about precious stones to realize how fine the amethysts actually were, but she thought them very beautiful and was always pleasantly conscious of their violet shimmer at her throat. Anne had been smitten with delighted admiration when she first saw that brooch. "Oh, Marilla, it's a perfectly elegant brooch. I don't know how you can pay attention to the sermon or the prayers when you have it on. I couldn't, I know. If I really wanted to pray, I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd go out into a great big field all alone or into the deep, deep woods, and I'd look up at the sky, up, up, up into that lovely blue sky that looks as if there is no end to its blueness. And then I'd just feel a prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, I thank Thee for the white way of delight and the lake of shining waters and Bonnie and the Snow Queen. I'm really extremely grateful for them. Please let me stay at Green Gables, and please let me be good looking when I grow up. I remain yours respectfully, Anne Shirley. One wintry morning, Anne and Matthew crossed the long white field and walked under the glittering fairy arch of the Lover's Lane maples. Isn't it a wonderful morning? The world looks like something God had just imagined for His own pleasure, doesn't it? Those trees look as if I could blow them away with a breath. Poof. I'm so glad I live in a world where there are white frosts, aren't you? On a wintry night, Anne came dancing home in the purple winter twilight across the snowy places. Afar in the southwest was the great shimmering pearl-like sparkle of an evening star in a sky that was pale golden and ethereal rose over gleaming white spaces and dark glens of spruce. The tinkles of sleigh bells among the snowy hills came like elfin chimes through the frosty air, but their music was not sweeter than the song in Anne's heart and on her lips. You see before you a perfectly happy person, Marilla, she announced. I'm perfectly happy, in spite of my red hair. Just at present, I have a soul above red hair. Mrs. Barrie kissed me and cried, and Diana and I had a lovely afternoon. Diana showed me a new fancy crochet stitch. Not a soul in Avonlea knows it but us, and we pledged in a solemn vow never to reveal it to anyone else. Diana gave me a beautiful card with a wreath of roses on it and a verse of poetry. It said, "If you love me as I love you, nothing but death can part us two." Spring had come once more to Green Gables. The beautiful, capricious, reluctant Canadian spring, lingering along through April and May in a succession of sweet, fresh, chilly days with pink sunsets and miracles of resurrection and growth. The maples in Lover's Lane were red-budded, and little curly ferns pushed up around the dryad's bubble. Away up in the barrens behind Mr. Silas Sloane's place, the mayflowers blossomed out, pink and white stars of sweetness under their brown leaves. All the schoolgirls and boys had one golden afternoon gathering them. coming home in the clear, echoing twilight, with arms and baskets full of flowery spoil. I'm so sorry for people who live in lands where there are no Mayflowers, said Anne. Diana says perhaps they have something better. But there couldn't be anything better than Mayflowers, could there, Marilla? And Diana says if they don't know what they are like, they won't miss them. But I think that's the saddest thing of all. I think it would be tragic to not know what Mayflowers are like and not to miss them. Do you know what I think Mayflowers are, Marilla? I think they must be the souls of the flowers that died last summer, and this is their heaven. But we had a splendid time today, Marilla. We had our lunch down in the big mossy hollow by an old well. Such a romantic spot. We made wreaths of the Mayflowers and put them on our hats. And when the time came to go home, we marched in procession down the road, 2 by 2, with our bouquets and wreaths singing, "My Home on the Hill." It was so thrilling, Marilla. All Mr. Silas Sloane's folks rushed out to see us, and everybody we met on the road stopped and stared after us. We made a real sensation. Marilla, there's something in me today that makes me just love everybody I see. You don't know how good I feel. Wouldn't it be nice if it could last? I believe I could be a model child if I were just invited out to tea every day. One June evening, when the orchards were pink-blossomed again, when the frogs were singing silvery sweet in the marshes about the head of the lake of shining waters, and the air was full of the savor of clover fields and balsamic fir woods. Anne sat by her gable window. She was studying her lessons, but it had grown too dark to see the book, so she had fallen into a wide-eyed reverie, looking out past the boughs of the Snow Queen, once more bestarred with its tufts of blossom. In all essential respects, the little gable chamber was unchanged. The walls were as white, the pincushion as hard, the chairs as stiffly and yellowly upright as ever. Yet the whole character of the room was altered. It was full of a new, vital, pulsing personality that seemed to pervade it, now quite independent of schoolgirl books and dresses and ribbons, and even of the cracked blue jug full of apple blossoms on the table. It was as if all the dreams, sleeping and waking, of its vivid occupant had taken a visible, although unmaterial form, and had tapestried the bare room with splendid filmy tissues of rainbow and moonshine. The days of summer passed quickly. Soon it was September. A cool wind blew over the long harvest fields from the rims of furry western hills and whistled through the poplars. One clear star hung over the orchard, and the fireflies flitted over in Lover's Lane, in and out among the ferns and rustling boughs. As Anne watched them, somehow, she felt the wind and the stars and the fireflies were all tangled up together into something unutterably sweet and chanting. When October arrived, all red and gold, it was glorious, with mellow mornings when the valleys were filled with delicate mists, as if the spirit of autumn had poured in for the sun to drain. Amethyst, pearl, silver, rose, and smoke blue. The dews were so heavy that the fields glistened like cloth of silver, and there were such heaps of rustling leaves in the hollows of many-stemmed woods to run crisply through. The birch path was a canopy of yellow, and the ferns were sere and brown all along it. There was a tang in the very air that inspired the hearts of small maidens. They moved swiftly and willingly to school. Anne drew a long breath of happiness as she sharpened her pencil and arranged her picture cards in her desk. Life was certainly very interesting. Her new teacher became another true and helpful friend. Miss Stacy was a bright, sympathetic young woman with the happy gift of winning and holding the affections of her pupils and bringing out the best that was in each of them. And as the semester unfolded, Anne expanded like a flower in Miss Stacy's classroom. November came and went, and then it was December. And on the morning of Christmas, the world of Green Gables was gifted with a beautiful white dusting of snow. It had been a very mild December, and people expected a green Christmas. But just enough snow fell softly in the night to transfigure Avonlea. Anne peeped out from her frosted gable window with delightful eyes. The firs in the haunted wood were all feathery and wonderful. The birches and the wild cherry trees were outlined in pearl. The plowed fields were stretches of snowy dimples, and there was a crisp tang in the air that was glorious. Anne ran downstairs singing until her voice re-echoed through Green Gables. Merry Christmas, Marilla. Merry Christmas, Matthew. Isn't it a lovely Christmas? I'm so glad it's white. Any other Christmas doesn't seem real, does it? Meanwhile, Matthew was sheepishly unfolding a gift. Anne then realized it was for her. Matthew held it out to her, and Anne took and opened the box. It was a dress. She looked at it in reverent silence. Oh, how pretty it was. A lovely, soft brown Gloria with all the gloss of silk. A skirt with dainty frills and shirrings. A waist elaborately pin-tucked in the most fashionable way, with a little ruffle of filmy lace at the neck. But the sleeves, they were the crowning glory. Long elbow cuffs, and above them 2 beautiful puffs divided by rows of shirring and bows of brown silk ribbon. That's a Christmas present for you, Anne, said Matthew shyly. Why, Anne, don't you like it? Well, now. Anne's eyes had suddenly filled with tears. Like it? Oh, Matthew. Anne laid the dress over a chair and clasped her hands. Matthew, it's perfectly exquisite. Oh, I can never thank you enough. Look at those sleeves. Oh, it seems to me this must be a happy dream. Well, let's have breakfast, interrupted Marilla. I must say, Anne, I don't think you needed the dress, but since Matthew got it for you, see that you take good care of it. There's a hair ribbon Mrs. Lynde left for you. It's brown to match the dress. Come now, sit in. I don't see how I'm going to be able to eat breakfast, said Anne rapturously. Breakfast seems so commonplace at such an exciting moment. I'd rather feast my eyes on that dress. I'm so glad that puff sleeves are still fashionable. It did seem to me that I'd never get over it if they went out before I had a dress with them. I'd never have felt quite satisfied, you see. It was lovely of Mrs. Lynde to give me the ribbon, too. I feel that I ought to be a very good girl, indeed. It's at times like this I'm sorry I'm not a model little girl. And I always resolve that I will be in the future. But somehow it's hard to carry out your resolutions when irresistible temptations come. Still, I really will make an extra effort after this. When the commonplace breakfast was over, Diana appeared, crossing the white log bridge in the hollow, a gay little figure in her crimson ulster. Anne flew down the slope to meet her. Merry Christmas, Diana. And oh, it's a wonderful Christmas. I've something special to show you. Matthew has given me the loveliest dress, with such sleeves I couldn't even imagine any nicer. The winter days passed on, and soon it was spring. Anne and Diana were invited to Miss Barrie's to attend a concert in the Academy of Music. In Miss Barrie's world, imagination and creativity were the center of life, and so on this evening, Anne experienced it as a glittering vision of delight. When it was over, Miss Barrie said, I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Indeed we have, said Diana. And you, Anne girl? I've enjoyed every minute of the time, said Anne, throwing her arms impulsively about the old woman's neck and kissing her wrinkled cheek. And Miss Barrie found herself thinking less about Anne's quaint speeches than of her fresh enthusiasms, her transparent emotions, her little winning ways, and the sweetness of her eyes and lips. I thought Marilla Cuthbert was an old fool when I heard she'd adopted a girl out of an orphanage, she said to herself. But I guess she didn't make much of a mistake after all. If I had a child like Anne in the house all the time, I'd be a better and happier woman. Anne and Diana found the drive home as pleasant as the drive in, pleasanter indeed, since there was a delightful consciousness of home waiting at the end of it. It was sunset when they passed through the white sands and turned into the shore road. Beyond the Avonlea hills, they came out darkly against the saffron sky. Behind them, the moon was rising out of the sea that grew all radiant and transfigured in her light. Every little cove along the curving road was a marvel of dancing ripples. The waves broke with a soft swish on the rocks below them, and the tang of the sea was in the strong, fresh air. It's good to be alive and good to be going home, breathed Anne. When she crossed the bridge over the brook, the kitchen light of Green Gables winked her a friendly welcome back, and through the open door shone the hearth, sending out its warm red glow. Amidst the chilly night, Anne ran blithely up the hill and into the kitchen, where a hot supper was waiting on the table. She couldn't wait to tell Marilla all about her adventure. Marilla, it was beyond description. I was so excited I couldn't even talk. I just sat in enraptured silence. Madame Zelinsky was perfectly beautiful, and she wore white satin and diamonds. But when she began to sing, I never thought about anything else. Oh, I can't tell you how I felt. But it seemed to me that it could never be hard to be good anymore. I felt like I do when I look up at the stars. Tears came into my eyes, but oh, they were such happy tears. I was so sorry when it was all over, and I told Miss Barrie I didn't see how I was ever to return to common life again. She said she thought if we went over to the restaurant across the street and had an ice cream, it might help me. That sounded so prosaic, but to my surprise, I found it true. The ice cream was delicious, Marilla, and it was so lovely and dissipated to be sitting there eating it at 11 o'clock at night. Diane said she believed she was born for city life. Miss Barrie asked me what my opinion was, but I said I'd have to think it over very seriously before I could tell her what I really thought. So I thought it over after I went to bed. That's the best time to think things out. And I came to the conclusion, Marilla, that I wasn't born for city life, and that I was glad of it. It's nice to be eating ice cream at brilliant restaurants at 11 o'clock at night once in a while. But as a regular thing, I'd rather be in the East Gable at 11, sound asleep, but kind of knowing even in my sleep that the stars were shining outside, that the wind was blowing in the firs across the brook. Spring came and went, and now it was summer. But on this night it was still cool enough for a fire. Anne was curled up Turk fashion on the hearth rug, gazing into that joyous glow where the sunshine of 100 summers was being distilled from the maple cord wood. She had been reading, but her book slipped to the floor, and now she was dreaming with a smile on her parted lips. Glittering castles in Spain were shaping themselves out of the mists and rainbows of her lively fancy. Adventures, wonderful and enthralling, were happening to her in Cloudland. Adventures that always turned out triumphantly and never involved her in scrapes like those of actual life. The next day, Anne walked down the long hill that sloped to the lake of shining waters after sunset. All Avonlea lay before her in a dream-like afternight. She called it a haunt of ancient peace. There was a freshness in the air, as of a wind that had blown over honey-sweet fields of clover. Home lights twinkled out here and there among the homestead trees. Beyond lay the sea, misty and purple, with its haunting, unceasing murmur. The west was a glory of soft mingled hues, and the pond reflected them, all in still soft shadings. The beauty of it all thrilled Anne's heart, and she gratefully opened the gates of her soul to it. She returned home and went up to her room. There she sat at her window. The wind purred softly in the cheery boughs, and the mint breaths came up to her. The stars twinkled over the pointed firs in the hollow, and Diana's light gleamed through the old gap. Anne sat long at her window that night, companioned by a glad content. Anne could see her future ahead of her. Her next path had flowers of quiet happiness blowing along its borders. The joys of sincere work and worthy aspiration and congenial friendship were to be hers. Nothing could rob her of her birthright of fancy or her ideal world of dreams. "Dear old world," she murmured, "you are very lovely, and I am so glad to be alive in you." And now we've come to the end of our story. So I wish you sweet dreams and good night.